I'm here.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, even when I joined the old server, it was much more casual. There's definitely more just casual conversations going on, but it was because it was, but then it would like go wildly back and forth between like, diehard Globers, teenage trolls, and then just flat Earth people talking about stuff. But with maybe the Globers, I think the Globers are more involved in the casual conversation in the past, which I think can be a good thing. Like CI is good at kind of, doing that. I think trying to relate to people on some other topic, before you hammer them with the logic and the facts. Yeah, it's funny to think of all the thousands and thousands of hours that Helios got recorded that we'll never be able to go back and listen to because we're too busy making new, conversations. I don't know. It's just funny.
Can I jump in with something that always makes me laugh?
Oh, please.
Brad said about, I was digging him about being a noob, and I remember before OG Flat Earther was even a tag.
Right?
Yeah, it's been a fun road, eh? Lots of people coming and going. A good family now, eh? It's great.
Man, I've been thinking. I don't know. There's not a lot of people here, so I've been thinking. Like, I think the true flat earthers, we need an identity change. We need to completely separate ourselves from anything to do with the flat Earth society type people. And what I mean by that is completely get rid of the flat Earth name. Find a new name. Find a new identity. Something that we can make ours. Because we're always going to be tied into something that we know we're not, and it gets monotonous having those types of conversations, reading them, listening to them. So I think with a new identity, we could build something better with better foundation. For example, you're looking for a flat Earth. You're looking for a flat Earth server or some type of platform, just to either A, learn, B, troll, or C, lurk around and just listen. And then you come across a level plane or a level or just something with a different title. I mean, to me, that would instantly spark my curiosity. Be like, wow, why is this one any different? And you come here, and obviously we have much more intricate arguments, deep arguments than most other people. It's well past the basic stage of just what I accepted flat Earth as. Just the basic sea level circumnavigation. I observe what I observe. I don't let my eyes fool me. I don't let my eyes deceive me when it comes to that stuff. Now it's all based off of science and measurements, true science. So I think, to me, I just think it's time to shift away from all the negative, all the negative vibes that and the negative stigma that just the title Flat Earth puts out. That's my 2 cents. I'm done.
I think I can endorse that plan. I mean, yeah, if you or anyone has any ideas of what it should be called.
I think this would take months. Even like probably more than months, just to even like, oh, what's the word? I just woke up a couple hours ago after Mike woke me up, so I'm still sleeping.
branding experts. That's what you need.
Yeah, like it would take a long time for this to happen, or even just to be agreed upon. I mean, if you're thinking about an identity change, you're thinking about something that the majority has to agree upon, to label themselves as. Not even just like, I'm a flat earther, I'm a level earther, you know what I mean? Just to even have that mindset, that would just take a lot of time if it ever did happen. But I think it should happen, just based off of the aforementioned.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely valid, because when we were talking about the Truth Textbook project of coming up with a curriculum, that you could use for young people, we didn't want to call it Flat Earth, because that's not even a huge aspect of what you would be teaching young people, right? You'd be trying to teach them verifiable information, or
Yes.
not just that, but also like art, music, and so on. So like that, I mean, that Truth Textbook was supposed to be like just a temporary name, because just even calling something the Truth Movement, I mean, that's already been done too, right? That's like questionable. There's got to be something better. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's
No, don't call it truth. No, please don't. That'll be
India
bad.
doesn't like that.
No, because then you'll have every armchair philosopher coming in here saying everything is subjective, and forget that.
What
Just
is
inviting
truth?
problems. Yeah, what is truth? What do you mean by truth?
Indio, did you hear that whole Did you hear that whole thing? My whole little rant.
No, I just
Okay, so I won't beat a dead horse here for the rest of the audience here. But
why
basically,
not? There's nothing else to kill.
Yeah, you
okay.
can repeat
Right.
it. They probably half the people weren't listening the first time anyway. Listen up, folks. Captain
So-
Nasty's got something to say.
I'm not too sure if it's going to come off as nice as the first one did. But basically, my thoughts is to just identity change, man. Like just completely get away from the flat Earth label. I don't know what it could be changed to. I'm not that smart, or I'm not that intelligent, not that creative. But I think it's time. I think we're hitting that point where it's time where we're hitting a fork in the road, where it's either we're looked at as just stupid flat Earth society people, or we're just the flat Earth title in general is humorous to those that are oblivious to it. So to cut that away, you would have a different name.
Such as? Any ideas?
I don't know. That's why I just said I'm not that creative to think of that. And like Dandelion and I were speaking of, it would take in my head, it would take a shit ton of time just to even agree upon something, just because there's so many people involved in it, and maybe not everybody is okay with identity change. Like I said, man, this is just a completely subjective opinion of mine that I've come to over time, based off of what being a flat earther entails, publicly, privately, on Discord, on YouTube, just anything. So yeah,
If you say mostly level, I'm going to kick you off the server.
but it's that was number one.
No, don't say that.
My second choice was level, mostly. So it's either A or B, man.
No, that was human sheeple's craziness. No, we can't use that.
No, I'm not saying
He
it's ever
tainted
gonna
that.
happen. I'm not saying it's ever going to happen. Like I said, this was just like a food for thought, or a shower thought. It wasn't anything like I'm an agenda I'm pushing or anything like that. Just what's going on in Brad's brain, because you guys never hear my voice. So
Well, yeah, we need a better marketing department.
we need a marketing department in general. I don't think we have one. Not on the server. Not attached to the server, at least. I've got some ideas. I just don't have the funds to start it, to make the shit happen, to front it.
Well, funds for what exactly?
Just anything. Like, I mean, just in general. I mean, you look at ODD. He's got his brand. Why don't we have our brand yet? You know what I mean? Why aren't we donating or at least selling but not making money off of our brand? But I'm
Well,
not sure.
I mean, we could. I've thought about it. I mean, the only reason I'm reluctant because I don't want to hear you guys are only in this for the money, like, which is ridiculous, right?
Yeah. I was talking to Reverend about that about a year ago, and we were getting the T-shirt thing going, and just some personal shit came up with me where I couldn't follow through with it. But we both agreed, like, neither one of us want to make money on it. We would literally sell everything at cost. We would just be the conduit to get the shit to people. That's it.
Yeah, but you can't really sell things that cost. You have to make a little profit in case, for adverse events. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I see what you're saying.
You don't have to spend the profit or pay anybody. It could just be escrowed or something like that, or put like rainy day fund, something.
Yeah, but it definitely was not a get rich quick scheme. It was for everybody else. If somebody wanted a shirt, a hat, a sticker, a button, we would be the conduit to make it happen. But I couldn't follow through with it. And
those little rockets, the little fake rockets, when you stick a quarter in it, they used to be in front of grocery stores, and you rock back and forth.
Yeah.
We'll make a bunch of those. They'll be like flat Earth rockets. You don't actually go to space.
Yeah, you can.
But we tell the truth.
You can get a cardboard cutout of Elon Musk and stick it right beside it too.
We'll have like little merry-go-round ones too, man. So why don't we SpaceX, Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic? I want the SpaceX one, mommy. Billy keeps hogging it.
Yeah, and it's actually a water ride at the end. You just plop right into the water.
There you go. Before you get on this ride, you need to take scuba lessons.
Oh, I'm a Globe Derp has ideas for names. Flat Earth Combat League, Plainer Truth Association, the PTA.
Plainer Truth. There you go.
Those first two were fundraising, but yeah, I like the PTA.
We're just gonna call it Dandelions Team. Dandelions Team.
There you go.
I think that's good. Yeah, because if you strike us down, we shall return in greater numbers.
Yes.
It's like dandelions do.
Dandelion gets all the co-shows, all the cunnies. You get to handle all those people.
I'll handle them. Yeah, I used to be able to handle Kosho. I don't know. Then it got to I didn't really want to handle anyone.
Man, we have a Kosho Junior up in the server right now. His name is Kessler Syndrome.
Oh
my
yeah,
goodness.
We had a good encounter with Kessler, didn't we, Indio, the other day when Roger
Yes.
called him out when he was Ville Dom, his alter ego.
It's funny that the three people that act so similar, all their names start with K. It's very weird. Kosho, Cunny, and Kessler.
That's true. Yeah, the 3 Ks, 3 Musketeers. Yeah, are you going to make the exposure of Kessler into what are they saying that you're going to do something called Why Would They Lie? Is that going to be like a sound clip or a podcast or something?
Probably a podcast. I'd like to do like a conglomeration of different liars that get into the stream. Why would they lie? Just have, exposing person after person after person after person.
Yeah, because Roger tagged you in he's got the Kessler clip. Did you see that?
Yeah. I was in here. I heard it.
I know, but I mean, later he showed you.
I saw. I saw the post.
Yeah.
Roger keeps sending me stuff. I'm like way behind in the stuff he's sending me that I gotta watch. I think I'm like 3 videos behind. Because Bob did his, like, I weighed some weight and flew around the world or something, or whatever he did.
Oh, okay. So you're like saving them up. Good. That should be a good show. Yeah.
No, why would they lie? I mean, him. I want to get the mental breakdown that kid had the other day. Remember that?
Which kid?
The
Did I
mind blown
see it?
kid, the one like he ate like a fistful of mushrooms.
Yeah. You mean the Italian?
Yeah, the
Alex?
Italian.
Yes. When you just like subdued him into like
He had
silence.
an out of body experience.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, you got to save that one. I don't remember. We can find it in the voice text probably if we need to find it. Yeah, because he was. Yeah, that was good. That was a good one. Yeah, I was impressed with your work with that, Ken.
Double espresso does work.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah, he might have came to realize that he's not an atheist. He's a religious globe zealot.
That's right. Not a religion. I didn't say God. Yeah, okay. Keep telling yourself that. I think part of it is like the peer thing. It's like cool and trendy to be atheist or something.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think you're right. Yeah, and they don't even necessarily know.
What do they call it? Edgy. I'm edgy.
Yeah, because he even said, yeah, he's an atheist, but then he said he believes in God, just not religion. Yeah, so he doesn't even know what it means. He thinks atheist means like I don't go to church or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's young. You got to give him kind of a pass.
Yeah, I don't think I really understood the atheist agnostic thing until I was well into my 20s. The difference of the two, at least.
Yeah, I mean, they've pretty much made atheist into synonymous with believes in the Big Bang. That's what they seem to. That's what it seems to be defined as. Big Bang worshiper.
It's basically gravity worshippers. Gravity is their deity.
Yeah, that too. Yep, that's right. The invisible, non-measurable, non-observed force.
India dipped out. Helio came in. Good job scaring Indio away. Helio.
What?
We lost Indio. We gained Helio.
Damn it!
We can only have one IO ending person at a time.
I just woke up a little bit ago. No, I was going to say something about the creation. I mean, they just replaced the creation story with the evolution theory and the Big Bang, right?
I think I should be Dandilio. Wouldn't that be cute, Dandilio? Maybe I'll be that sometime. I'm sorry, I got distracted. You said they replaced creation with the Big Bang.
Yeah, they act like they don't have a religion and they have their own creation story. Basically.
Yeah, it still requires belief. Yeah.
Hey, buddy. Go eat.
What the hell's going on with Brad?
Oh, I'm feeding my dog. Shut up.
No, but yeah, that's basically what I was going to say. They act like they don't have a religion with their creation story. All of it. The whole heliocentric model that's their idea of creation. It's like I don't have any evidence for it, but this is how it came about.
Yeah. The saddest thing for me is when actual religious people think they are required somehow to embrace that. Like they'll say, "Oh, God created the Big Bang. I can believe both things." It's like, but why? Why do you have to? Like, where's their evidence for that thing? Why do you have to take their religion and put it into Christianity or whatever their religion is? It's just weird.
What's even weirder is that a lot of Christians will buy into the heliocentric model, and they don't really. If you like say, "Hey, so you believe the Bible?" and where's these balls spinning around the universe and the Bible and all that kind of stuff? And it's like, well, I don't want to think about that. too hard.
Most religions deal with morality, though. This doesn't. So is it really a religion? Or is it just faith-based?
That's true. They don't really seem to have a whole lot of morality involved. Right? That's a good point.
All it does is create little nihilistic shitheads that run around thinking they can do whatever they want with no consequences.
Yeah, I was talking about this textbook that I have that my sons use, and this one it's like the Christian. It's just bizarre how the Christian people have actually become not all of them, obviously, but a certain sector of them have become like the more open-minded and even scientifically minded people, who are willing to actually examine the ideas. Like this particular textbook it's a biology textbook. It explains the whole Charles Darwin thing and explains, how it's the analyzes it kind of critically, like the problems with it and so on. And then like this section of it that I just put there in the voice text, it says some people are uncomfortable with discussions on evolution and tend to avoid the subject. Some people are extremely opinionated and won't stop discussing it, blah, blah, blah. The reason why I like it is because this particular book is not afraid to discuss it, because it is a thing that's being discussed in the world. Like some Christians will say to their children, I've had many in class, you are not allowed to participate in the evolution unit, we can't study this. But it's just like studying the globe. Like we study the globe model, and that doesn't mean we believe in it. Like it's you can look at something, as we all know, without meaning that you're going to adhere to it. But some people are so afraid to even examine something or somehow think, if the thing is flawed, then you should not be afraid of examining it. That's what we've all found when we examined the globe model.
Oh, I like that. It says it's important that you understand all sides of an argument, both for and against any scientific theory, so that you can have a meaningful discussion.
Yeah, science is continually changing, and open discussion is important for science to advance. That's why I'm saying, it's so funny that these people were talking about, the so-called atheists, they're scared to death of open discussion, right? They don't like open discussions, and a lot of them won't even acknowledge that science is continually changing and should be, because that's the nature of it. That's the nature of the whole process. The whole concept of settled science is just ridiculous. Anytime somebody uses those two words together, that's an oxymoron. There's no settled science, otherwise it's not science.
Yeah. Settled science. Yeah. Yeah, we hear that a lot.
It's whenever somebody uses that, it's usually with a political connotation. I can find these so-called experts that say it, so that's definitely the case, because always in science, something could come along. That's the whole principle of the black swan that could falsify that hypothesis and blow your settled science out of the water. So,
well, that's how it used to be. That's how it's supposed to work. Or you just call it a discovery, and then you get yourself a Nobel Prize. You make a whole new theory to shoehorn it into the old theory, keeping the old theory.
Yes, that's what they do. Yes, that's so silly. Yeah, that reminds me of the King's Dethroned book, which Bong Sao used to always promote that book. People don't talk about that book so much anymore, but
I love it.
We used to force people in Cogdis to read it.
Yeah.
Whenever they went to Cogdis, the bot would give them the link to it.
It's a really short read. Everybody should read it, man. It's really good.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
look
and
for
it does.
the
It gets right
PDF.
to the point. It doesn't dick around or anything. It gets right to the point. It's like, hey, this is what they did. This is how it's wrong.
I'll look for the PDF again.
We need to start promoting it
Oh,
again.
yeah, there it is. It's in archive.org. I wonder if we have that in links. I should make it a link if we don't have it.
Pretty sure I have it saved on my PC. Let me see if
I found it. I found it,
did you?
Helio.
Cool.
But there's also an audiobook version. Some people like audiobooks.
Human Sheeple used to send them the PDF, the audiobook version, and the text to speech. So they had no excuse.
That's
No.
great. That's great.
Don't we isn't Cathexis read that or read King's Dethroned, I think. I think we if it's still up on his YouTube channel, I'm not sure if his YouTube channel's still there. I think Cathexis actually read that out.
I'll look for it. Yeah, I think I used to have it on my Flat Earth playlist, but now I have a new Flat Earth playlist. I bet it's not on there, so I need to find it. Eric Dubé has it. Yeah, there you go. King's Dethroned audiobook. I don't know Cathexis. I read I have a paper copy of it. And it's burned into my brain because I read it while sitting at the DMV waiting to get my new driver's license
Eric DeBay read it.
for
Yeah,
hours.
cool. Good stuff. Gerard Hickson.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ongoing theme of that book. I think anyone who claims to be a scientific or mathematical mindset should read that and, yeah, come up with any, valuable refutation of anything in there. It's all about how they just took these numbers out of thin air, and just started building upon them, and they took these mistakes, and instead of fixing them, they just kept making more and more complicated theories to try to explain their errors, instead of actually correcting their errors.
I think Gerard Hickson would be proud of what we do here.
So here's something funny. MIT has a webpage with a list of books which are quote unquote pseudoscience or non-scientific, and King's Dethroned is in that list. So they have their book burning list. Yeah.
Who is it that has this? What
MIT.
Oh, MIT. Wow. Do they have like justification, or they just have a list with no explanation?
I can't remember exactly what it says. I'll try and find it real quick.
Do they have a list of books that are scientific to contradict?
Yeah. Anything put out by MIT University Press, all those books are scientific. And when they come in here and they say, who was some Glover King? I think it was Kessler, that whatever his name is. I think the first thing you do for what's the scientific method? He said something like eliminate bias or something. He said that to crypto. Jesus. So you think MIT's biased?
Yeah, I think they might be a little biased toward the military-industrial complex.
It's also a for-profit business, right?
Yeah, they make money, right?
And if it came out that like all the books that they've published out of their press, whereas a bunch of pseudoscience, that might be bad for their bottom line. And books that point out that they're a bunch of pseudoscientists, that might be bad for their bottom line. So it might help them that they create a so-called unbiased list of books, which are, forbidden.
Say unbiased.
Unbiased. Put that
Unbiased
in
books that are
quotations, man.
forbidden.
Unbiased books in quotations. They're unbiased because we said so. You can't eliminate bias. It's impossible. Pretty sure human beings do the experiments.
Yeah, I was going to say, thank God you can't eliminate bias.
Well, human beings interpret the experiment, but the experiment itself is just that it has no opinion.
Yeah, real science doesn't have an opinion, but yeah.
Fuck do they know anyway? Bunch of nerds who've never touched a boob in their life.
Well, being extremely close to MIT on a regular basis, you're probably right because even the girls there don't have boobs. I'm not even joking.
Hey, I got a meme for that.
There's for some reason, almost all the MIT girls are flat-chested and look like 13-year-old boys. When I mean flat-chested, I mean like I got bigger pecs than them.
It must be a hormone thing.
It's just weird, man. I mean, but most of them are Asians, right? Asians and Indians, and you know.
Campus was mostly Asian, right? Still, so.
Yeah, you got to think those guys. I mean, because it's kind of like how, India, I've heard you talk about the whole like Middle Earth, world that Tolkien created. And then people talk about, how there's a whole Klingon culture that people actually learn this Klingon language, like all of this, based on some other, imaginary world. And it's the same thing with these people who think they've learned everything there is to know. And yet for them to admit that that's all about an imaginary world, the solar system that doesn't actually exist, would be for them to basically admit that they've been majoring in science fiction or creative writing, and, their career is based around a world that has no basis in reality, and that they would have to relearn all those things. Like, to me, that I don't have a huge problem with that. It's kind of like, oh, that's exciting. There's that means there's a whole new world for us to explore and look into. And if we can throw out some of these failed assumptions, we can actually start exploring things for real on its own terms. That is exciting to me. But for some people who are based not on, a true spirit of inquiry or exploration, that just feel like, I got a handle on this world now, I memorized all this stuff, I am the king of the world, it is kind of like a very, like we were saying earlier, nihilistic kind of atheistic kind of thing, where you think people, this is the world and we just get a handle on it and then we rule it or whatever. They don't want the game to change because they've mastered that game, and it's just a sad state of existence to cling to this tiny little thing that's not even accurate, called the heliocentric model, despite all evidence to the contrary. They're very sad people in reality, but it's all because of their inherent need to control and have power and so on.
I think that we underestimate. What was that?
I was just gonna sing a whole new world, a new fantastic point of view.
Oh my God, is that from Disney or something?
Yeah,
it is.
Is it like Frozen or something?
We definitely underestimate
That's Aladdin.
Yeah, Aladdin.
I'm
sorry,
must have been
Elijah.
Peter Pan when he got a gender change. He was like, "It's a whole new world."
I totally rumpus Elijah, man. Elijah, I'm sorry.
All of us did. Go ahead, Elijah.
No. It's look. I just come in here when I feel offended and there's no one else to turn to but you guys, because you guys would understand. Although because I love these shows as sci-fi. But nobody's running around trying to, well, they are, I guess, trying to excavate fossils and shit. But okay, something that we know for sure doesn't exist. Nobody's trying to run around and dig up the origin story of Peter Pan, but for real in this existence. So when I say that we're underestimating the wizardry at work here, we have to remember that it was constant for like every year of our lives. And that's probably why we didn't see it, because there's this countless barrage of attacks on our psychology. Now, I'm watching The Flash. So you already know, like all this traveling through the multiverse and the going to different timelines and whatever. That's already enough for me. But it's like, I liked this story before I became a flat earther. So it is what it is. And then, so we have these like mega events where you have to watch all of the shows. Like during every year they have a mega event where you have to watch the different shows on CW to get the full scope of the mega event. So like this year, episode 9 of this season this year of The Flash is hour 3 of a 5-part series. And so instead of just watching that episode, I now have to go to YouTube and figure out where the fuck the other ones are. And so then I realize, okay, great, thank you, YouTube. The first show that I have to watch is episode 9 in Supergirl. So I go to Supergirl, and I'm just seeing all of this fantastic space stuff and the multiverse and the blasting stuff and flying through space, and I'm like, yo, how could anyone wake up from this? Like from inside of this? Like you just watched the 5-part series and thought, man, I wish I could go to space and experience all this shit. Like, that's what people are thinking. And it's like, I realized, damn, like, so the CW, just if everybody's so sucked into all of their shows and they have to get their fill of all of them, they can't come in here and accept that the earth is flat. That ruins the shows for them. Not for me, because I understand the difference between real and fake, but for some people, it's like, well, the characters weren't real, but planet Earth was, space was. All of these mathematical concepts, those are real. And it's like, I don't know how to help these people,
Man, the way I see it is, from my personal experience, is you got to remind those people that entertainment is not reality. I know you know this, but that's just the word. That's just the verbiage that I use. Yeah, sometimes it works. Sometimes it makes them, their wheels turn in their head, and sometimes they're just like whatever. So, my 2 cents.
Yeah.
How do you convince Truman he's on a soundstage his whole life?
Walt Disney and Werner von Braun, same picture with a rocket and an airplane. Bada bing, bada boom.
Well, Dandelion made me think that, like, these Gophers come in here and they've memorized all this stuff and they come and just spit it back at us. We were talking about this earlier, me and Chad, like, it's like they think that, like, if we hear this story one more time, they're going to be the ones that, like, bring us back into the fold.
I
Like,
know, right?
we just hear it one more, like, if I say it, then they'll just come back into the fold and we'll just accept them back into the Globe cult. But
Yeah, they think we haven't heard it yet. Yeah, we're still stuck. Yeah, pre-kindergarten level. We haven't heard the story yet.
but what I've found out, the people that have memorized it the best have the least understanding of it, because you can ask them like questions that they can't Google, and they're lost. They're lost. They can't take pieces of the model, right? Make predictions in their mind of like consequences of what would happen if all these little concepts that I've learned are true. They can't like take it and use it for anything. They can only parrot back like what they've been told, and that's it. It's almost like belief in the globe is inversely proportional to knowledge of the globe. It's really it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's almost like it does maybe appeal to that person with just that surface level of memorization, being like good at that or whatever. What were you going to say, Brad?
Yeah, the surface is huge too, because they memorize every infinite detail, but have no understanding of like how those interact or even work.
No, I was going to say Elijah pretty much went through that same thing with Matthew yesterday. And every time Elijah would ask him a question, he would always answer starting out with if this, if that. Like he was trying to justify his own understanding and making up his own reason for the explanation for Elijah's question. Yeah, that was the most recent that I've heard.
Yeah, and it's not like that person, with that mindset. I mean, that is a certain skill set that is useful in the world, that exists for a reason. It's not like that because they are incapable of making deeper connections or predicting or using higher level thinking that they are bad. They could be very useful for a certain kind of skill set, but they've been elevated as if that is the pinnacle of intellect, as someone who can memorize a bunch of numbers about the supposed conditions of Mercury or Mars or whatever other kind of things they are really into. It's if they could apply that to some other field that actually had use, they could probably be very successful in the real world, not in their little imaginary world.
Well, they can tell you the entire story of black holes. Tell you the entire story.
But they wouldn't be good at. Yeah, they're not good at creative writing. Like that wouldn't.
Exactly.
What field would they be good at? I don't know.
I don't know, pulling a lever or pushing a button somewhere, probably.
Pretty much. I didn't want to go there, but that's pretty much what I thought of. They just had to be kind of,
I mean, they're pretty good at reading bedtime stories.
I missed it. What were you saying? What conversation was that?
How far back are we gonna go?
60 seconds. He was saying something about a conversation I had.
Matthew Learns conversation, I think, is what he was referring to, maybe. Yeah, because you were hammering Matthew Learns yesterday. I did hear that. You were doing some good work there, Elijah.
Elijah, man, you have been on point lately with those types of conversations. I don't feel like you're in the argument anymore. You're into the open up people to think critically for themselves. Like you're asking them questions to make them think, not to make them feel like they're right or wrong. And I like that. That's why every time somebody fucking rumpuses you when you're trying to do that shit, I'm an asshole in the chat. I got your back.
It's hard, man. Thank you so much.
Don't be an asshole. Mute them. Just mute them, man. Heavy on the mute.
Yeah, man. It's because what do I have to debate? It's not a debate. It's
not, man. The debate has been done for years now.
Yeah, the debate is over.
We're just entertaining them by debating them now. I say we. I don't mean me because I don't debate shit. But I mean you guys. You guys are just entertaining them and entertaining their little globe religion. But I like the people that actually want to help people push towards critical thinking more so than proving right or wrong. I think that's dumb. I think that's stupid. I like Elijah's shit.
Well, I wouldn't call it dumb because someone reminded me that there's this continuum. So it's like at some point I had to do that to know what I know.
Understandable.
At some point, there had to be someone kind of debating for me to see it happen and for me to pick up on certain things. If that wasn't happening, I wouldn't be here, and that's what someone reminded me of probably sometime last month or something when I was like, well, why do we debate, and they were like, well, it's for those who are just coming into the conversation, they can't just come in oh, your psychology is all fucked up, man. But I do super appreciate it. I really just, I don't want to make enemies. I want to make peace.
Yeah, but they see you as the enemy, so it gets kind of difficult.
Yeah.
So something I used to say to them back in the day, why are you so offended by flat Earth? Think we're gonna go back to horses and buggies and start beating our women again, and we're gonna roll everything back because the Earth is flat. We're gonna get rid of cars.
I would.
This is like what they think. Like we're gonna roll back because they're like and go back to times past, and we're all gonna become Amish or something. Like no, like, that's not what we're gonna do.
Are
That's
we
not an
the true enemies, or is it the information that's that's their enemy?
No, it's like they have this idea of like where humanity's going, right? So you've heard them say this. It's like you guys are against humanity, drink bleach or whatever, right? We're against advancement of the human species because they see the globe, and then it extends to space, and then it extends to like technological advancement and iPhones and like all this stuff. And they see flat Earth as like going backwards, like rolling, technological advancement back. Like that's what we want to do is roll everything back. So. Because they want to be part of the simulation, right? They want to be that transhumanist live forever because I plugged myself into a machine nonsense.
My favorite is flat earthers shouldn't procreate. So me being a flat earther, I shouldn't bring children into this world because I have a different opinion than the person telling me I shouldn't procreate. That's comical.
It's sick, quite honestly.
Russian astrophysicist. I'd love to hear this. Send that guy. Taking bets on A, he's not Russian, B, he's not an astrophysicist.
Oh, that's the ants guy. I forgot. I was going to go up there because I saw you pinged earlier. I'm glad somebody else was paying attention. He's been up there for a long time. Yeah, because he first pinged at 9:32 a.m. So he's been up there for 45 minutes.
Send him in.
Good morning, guys.
Hello.
I hope everyone is good. There's some fresh blood coming from the VC check-in.
Okay, good. They're going to send him down. Is that ants?
Yep, ants and some Russian astrophysicist. So
okay, so ants is not the Russian. Ants is somebody else.
Yeah, random person is Russian astrophysicist.
Okay, I can't wait. That's going to be fun.
Yep.
Thank you for the heads up.
Yep, hope everyone is well.
Viva Romania.
Okay, I'm taking odds that he's an actual astrophysicist, or he's going to come in here because he watched a Discovery Channel documentary by Neil deGrasse Tyson and think we're all a bunch of dummies. And he's going to try and baffle us with bullshit.
I am astrophysicist.
Yeah, you are, huh?
I do the space maths, yes.
The space maths? The space.
That was a good impression. That was I'm a Go Derps impression. That was pretty good. That's probably what we're going to hear.
Don't mess with Russians.
That was pretty close to human sheeple too, man. I'm going to ban you.
I'm sorry. My bad. I'll be quiet.
He's kidding. He's kidding. Yeah, I don't think you're going to have anybody take the bet that the astrophysicist is going to be have anything worthwhile to say. I don't know if anybody's going to take that.
Well, I was just thinking, is he going to be a real astrophysicist, or is he going to be a fake one? Or is he going to be an astrophysicist student, or he took an astrophysicist class once, or watched TV a couple times? Like
Discovery Channel physicist?
No, man. He
he
probably owns a telescope. That's probably what it is.
Random Not Person. Hello there. Welcome to the server.
Here. Okay. Hello. What's up?
Are you Russian?
So, Random is a astrophysicist, and he's here to do some big brain debates.
Does my mic work?
He can talk. He can speak for himself, man. What's up?
Hello. Sorry, can I just to jump in quickly? So these guys are from another server, a debate server, and they seem pretty respectful so far. I was just going to ask, is Indio here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Hey, Indio, we've got this guy, Random Person, in who wants to discuss the flat Earth, and he's studying physics and stuff. So I think if you had some time to speak to him one-on-one, do that for a bit. That would be good.
I guess.
Yeah.
We got about 20 minutes.
Cool. All right. Well, let's do this between Indio and Random Person for a little bit, and then if Indio has to dip, we'll swap it up. But
I just want to say I was right. He's not an actual astrophysicist. He's a student. So,
Yeah.
well, I'm saying we were making predictions of whether he was an actual astrophysicist because someone said he was.
And what? Oh, yeah, I'm studying.
No, he's third year. Yeah, he's studying it.
No, that's what they said in VC, so I said that. Sorry about that.
Okay, well,
listen, I'm studying the extended works of J.R. Tolkien, and I speak High Elvish.
That's good.
Which is an actual language.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a Seinfeld. We're in a flat Earth Seinfeld episode now.
Okay, I don't know. Do you want to start, or do you want random?
What questions would you like to ask? Whoever, just do the usual thing.
Yeah. So, I'd like. Yeah. All right. Okay. So before we start, can someone provide me reasoning or like someone has said earlier, empirical evidence for why the Earth might be flat or why the Earth is flat?
It's the other way around, right?
All right. So you want me to provide my evidence first?
No. So the first thing would be that you, me, and everybody else on this Earth experiences the Earth as flat, non-rotating. Mm-hmm. Do you agree?
I agree, but that's not really empirical evidence.
So,
that goes a bit more though on
excellent, right? Excellent. But is not necessary. I agree is fine. So that is the base axiom. Okay. So the burden of proof lies on the person that makes the positive claim. Okay. But go ahead.
Wait, do I go forward?
Well, yeah. I mean, we have. Listen, what Roger's saying is that what is self-evident, right, is that the Earth appears to us flat and motionless. Now, that's not a concession that it is. It's just saying this is a starting point to inquiry, right?
Yep.
This is what we all experience. So if someone comes along and says, well, what we're perceiving is not correct and it's actually something else, they need actual evidence for that, right? So
yeah.
All right. So that's you want to know where our logic starts from. From that axiom, that logical axiom.
Yeah. So the basis I have for saying that the Earth is not flat and is more likely to be round is it's based off three things. First of all, is the fact that in order for the Earth to be flat, we're going to have to account for a lot.
Can I stop you there?
Go ahead.
And I do apologize.
Not a problem.
First of all, I'd like to say good morning and welcome to the server.
Morning, man. How you doing?
Okay. Here's the thing. What Roger just laid out is that, right, what we experience is what we experience. So when you're saying that you have empirical evidence for it being other than what we experience, I don't expect you to talk about how it can't possibly be flat.
Well,
you could just go with because the Earth is
my reasonings for it being flat, though, or for it not being flat.
Right.
Elimination of one claim is not support for a positive claim of something else, right? So the Earth could be concave, right?
Well, potentially, but I have reason to believe, and I could provide you evidence for why it's probably not concave.
Okay.
Well,
that would work wonders. Like I'd like to see that one.
Yeah.
But no, I want to stay with the flat Earth because mathematically everything is identical. Literally everything is identical. So I don't know where you get off saying it can't be concave, because all you do is change the sign and everything is the same. Like, what are you talking about?
All right, so what do you mean by the mathematics is the same? The math required to calculate a concave shape is not going to be the same as generating a globe.
Oh, it isn't. So listen, if you're on the inside of a concave, of a sphere, you're on the inside of a sphere, and the sky is a sphere in the sky. Tell me which math is different.
I mean, it's not in the sky, quote. We are not in our sky. We are literally in the vastness of space. So.
Can you answer this question?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so that was your proof against concave Earth. Was it? We're just claiming that we're in space.
I mean, do you?
Sounds
okay,
like
can I?
Okay, let's just go back. Let's go back because that's what I got. Do you think claims are evidence?
No, but I think
Okay,
that if
so you
let
made
me
a
finish
claim. Do
my
you
actual,
have any evidence that we're in space?
I haven't even finished my claim yet. Now, I could provide you
Yeah,
evidence, but
yeah.
I gotta
Listen,
finish though.
listen. Okay, we're gonna start over. I want to go back to your three things. Let's go back to where you started before, whatever. So go back to your three things, the three reasons why you say the Earth can't possibly be flat. Let's go back to
It's
that.
not. It can't be possibly flat. It's just I wanted to list my three reasons for believing the Earth is not flat.
Okay, go
All right,
for it.
so
Please, nobody interrupt them.
Yep. So first of all, I think that the main reason that you could reasonably deduct that the Earth is not flat is the fact that for the Earth to be flat, it will have to debunk and take apart so many different factors of pretty much everything else. So other planets, our galaxy itself, remnants of supernova and nebulae. It's going to have to take apart all this because we need a reason for the Earth to form as a flat, a flat object in like a solid plane. So that would make galaxies.
No, let him go through all three. Listen, no, don't interrupt him. Let him go through all three. We know this is ridiculous, but let him go through all three. Okay, and we'll just go through them. We'll go back through them one by one. So just let him go through all three.
All right, so I think that you could back this up with, well, even if you distrust the fact that, I think most of you don't trust in NASA. Am I correct on that?
It's not a matter of trust. Your claims are untestable. So,
Well, okay, so even if you want to ignore NASA and I'll go hypothetically and say that, let's say NASA either does not exist or is a corrupt government agency, right? So even if you don't have to look at that, plenty of people there are way more people with amateur telescopes or, pretty much either amateur telescopes or they dabble in something known as astrophotography, long exposure photography of the sky. And we can and have taken, I'm willing to say, nearly billions of photos of other planets and other astronomical objects. So number two is the reason.
okay, listen. Let's let him go through it. Leave him alone, just please. Otherwise, we're gonna just be freaking jerking off for a while. Let him go through it, and then we'll deal with it. Just let him get his piece, man. I just want you to get it out. We've heard all this shit before. That's why everybody's laughing because you're making silly arguments. But you think they're powerful? Spit them out.
NASA. I don't know how powerful NASA is, but I know I paid $800 for a scope, and I can go out and look at Jupiter tonight. So
yeah,
I don't.
You tell it. Let me ask you one question: Can you tell empirically that Jupiter's a sphere through a telescope?
Well, we've literally taken. Well, actually,
that's a yes or no question.
We can, yeah.
Okay, what feature? So how through a monocular can you tell something is a three-dimensional object through a monocular without stereoscopic vision? Now, how exactly do you do that, and with no parallax? So how do you do that?
Yeah, so quite simple, actually. We could use the fact that it has 4 moons, right? The Galilean moons. Without getting too in-depth into the science of it, pretty much the fact that the moons have to disappear behind it. They don't gradually slide behind it. You could see the little, pretty much what's known as gravitational lensing of the light. You could see the little lens of the light as the what's called the moon actually crosses behind Jupiter, which implies that Jupiter is not flat, but is indeed a sphere. Or a globe, in this case. So, second of all, the reason we actually moved from the heliocentric theory of, the Earth being flat is, Archimedes' equations and stuff like that. Pretty much the mountain of mathematical evidence that says, while it's not necessarily flat or round, it's more likely to be round than flat. And number 3, in order for the flat Earth theory to work, you have to, like I said earlier, you have to deny quite a lot of different things. So, my issue with that mostly comes from NASA. I can't really make out a worthy cause of dumping billions and billions of dollars, according to some flat earthers, trillions of dollars into a company like NASA to hide the fact that the Earth is flat. It has no scientific basis for hiding it. So, anyone want to get up here and debunk it?
Who would want to steal?
Yeah. So your first and last claim were called an appeal to incredulity. You cannot believe why they would hide it or why all these scientists rely on how you would explain away. It's called an appeal to listen. It's called an appeal to incredulity fallacy. You can't believe how it could be this way, so it's not.
I mean, can you tell me why?
That is literally your argument.
Yeah. No.
That is literally your argument. I can't believe how this could be this way, so it's not. Is your argument?
All right. So
it's also not only is it a logical, not only is it a fallacy in logic, right? We can't move past this because that's very important. People just want to go, yeah, but what I said is valid. No, it's an invalid form of logic, which is why we're saying it's a logical fallacy. That's number one. Number two, it's a CIA talking point from the 1960s. Just to let you know. But please continue, guys.
So listen, not one time did you mention Earth.
Well,
You
yeah,
talked about staring at the
yeah.
sky.
Unfortunately, if I try to talk about the Earth, a lot of that evidence is not. It's not that it's not solid. It's that from my talks with flat earthers before, a lot of the evidence I try to present for the Earth, such as the fact that if we did have a flat Earth, it would not have enough mass to hold down an atmosphere, or gravity, or stuff disappearing over the horizon. All of that. It's not necessarily. I wanted to bring up something else before that. That seemed like low-hanging fruit. But if you want me to bring up Earth,
listen, it wouldn't have enough mass to hold down an atmosphere. Mm-hmm. What if the Earth was an infinitely long cylinder and we're just on the top of it?
Well,
would it then have enough mass? Would it then have enough mass?
Well, yeah, but that implies...
It would have too much mass, we'd be crushed to the surface, right? So you're just saying random nonsense.
It's not random nonsense.
It's factually wrong. Well, it's factually wrong. You're just making a claim. Show us the equations that a flat Earth can't hold down the atmosphere. Show us that.
All right, can you show me an equation saying that?
But now you're going to switch the burden of proof onto me, right?
Yeah,
you can't support your claim. Now I have to disprove your baseless.
You're yelling at me to provide you proof. And you're yelling at me
because very loud here. I'm in the city. I'm yelling because I'm in the city.
It's a lot of logical fallacies. Like, I'm just trying to say that you
because it is a logical fallacy, and I told you why it's a logical fallacy.
We're not going to have a debate if you keep interrupting me. So you've said
it's not a debate.
Hold on a second. Yeah,
one second.
Listen, I interrupt baseless claims because why should we just continue? If you start with a false premise, why should we continue on with it?
All right, so can you actually give me any evidence?
That's not what...
No, random. Don't go this way.
You gotta respond to the question he's asking you.
Well, random. Remember, we talked about this in the check-in. Try to not be emotional. Mm-hmm. Try to come at this from a logical, empirical point of view.
I'm calmer than he is, probably. I'm just asking. Can you give me your reasons for why the Earth is flat?
And do you know what a logical fallacy is? Do you know what a logical fallacy is? Let us first define what you know about logical fallacies.
Here's a hint. I just told you.
So how can you debate if you don't know what logical fallacies are?
Which means you don't know how to think rationally, and you rational meaning logical.
Wait.
So the basis of reason is called rationality, right? So when you make a rational statement, it's a reasoned statement. When you make an unreasoned statement, it's an irrational statement.
But don't answer to how incredulous you are to him saying that when we're flat earthers. And I could have, jumped ahead and put words in your mouth. But the bottom line is, do you know what a logical fallacy is? That was the question we wanted to answer, not your feelings about us saying that you're thinking irrationally. What is a logical fallacy, sir? I just told you.
Are you asking me or Ants?
I'm asking you, I think.
Ants is muted. Ants is muted because he interjected. We're not talking to you. Okay? Go ahead. What's a logical fallacy?
Deductive argument that's invalid, pretty much. Or that's the definition I remember of it.
And why is it invalid? Because the form of the argument cannot prove the proposition, right?
Pretty much.
So X is true because you're an asshole, which is like an ad hominem, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's you can't. The fact that someone's an asshole or not does not prove whatever the proposition was. So you not believing, or can't imagine how explanations of galaxy stars, yada yada yada, or why NASA spends all this money. Your ability to not imagine why that would happen does not prove that the Earth is a globe, and it does not disprove the Earth is flat. All it says.
Indio, now you're twisting my words around.
Not twisting.
No, you are, though. I said that my last point was I cannot see any genuine reason or any justification for NASA to waste billions of dollars on something like this.
You cannot see is the incredulity part.
Can I finish? Can I finish, please? You keep telling me not to interrupt you, then you interrupt me.
You interrupted him to just say this, please.
Dude, I've been trying to finish my point. This isn't a debate. This is literally just me getting yelled at. Can I finish?
And I'm pointing out what the incredulity is. You said it wasn't an appeal to incredulity. I'm pointing out the part that was. You cannot see that part of the statement is your personal incredulity.
All right, can I link a few articles?
Okay,
Well, you
so
gotta
address what I
directly
just said,
respond
dude.
to what
No,
he's
you're not
saying.
Gish Galloping. I'm already pissed off at this shit, dude. Fuck the Gish Gallop shit. You're jumping around top to topic. I'm sick of playing whack-a-mole, right?
I mean,
Is
in
it
my
or is it
defense,
not your
I'm trying to
argument and
argue a
appeal to
point with you, you just
incredulity
kind of
when you
drown
say
me out.
you cannot see something, you can't imagine something? Is that your personal incredulity?
Okay, but you're ignoring the other part of my argument, which was, can you
Random,
give me
just
a reason
answer
why
the
NASA would do it?
question. He's asking you direct questions. Just please answer the
He
question.
answered it. He answered. He conceded it. It's fine. So he conceded that it is an appeal to incredulity.
Guys, calm down.
We don't need to explain why NASA would do something or not
But
do something.
you kind of do,
None
though.
of
You
their
can't
claims.
claim,
No, we
you can't
don't,
make a
because
basis
they're.
claim.
Listen, I'm going to explain it, dude. I'm going to explain it. Real simple. Their claims are not testable by the scientific method.
But
NASA shows me a
can you give
picture
me an
of so-called
example of
Earth
something
from
that's not?
space. Okay, I'm going to tell you. NASA shows us a picture of Earth from the ISS. How can I test the authenticity of that image?
Have you ever been on a plane?
Just answer the question, dude. How can I test the authenticity of that image with a scientific method?
Well, simple. You could try and observe it yourself by either climbing a tall mountain or
But
riding on
that
a plane.
doesn't tell me, if I observed it at some subsequent time, doesn't tell me that that image at that time was accurate.
Well, for example, you could try viewing the ISS from your backyard. You could see in the sky pretty easily with binoculars. That could show you that the
I
ISS
can look
is
up at the
indeed on
ISS
orbit.
and I know what their view is from them looking down. I mean, dude, do you hear what you're saying?
Hold on.
Why can't
Can I
you
just bring up a quick
hold on really quickly? Why can't you just admit the honest obvious thing that you can't verify an image, right? Unless you.
But I mean,
And this can be proven by analogy.
Hold on. Dude, can I please finish? Like you've been interrupting me this entire time.
Just cut Mark off.
My issue really comes down to the fact that you're yelling at me that I'm making baseless claims and logical fallacies while doing the exact same. You are claiming that.
Unfortunately,
Let him finish.
This isn't a debate. Me getting yelled at without anyone paying attention.
Listen, I told you why I'm yelling. I live in this city. It's loud. I'm near traffic. You might not be able to hear the traffic, but I can't, so I'm talking very loud because of it.
All right, Indio. So my issue once again comes down to the fact that you can't give me a reason or even a justification or even a remote possibility. But why?
I just
why would
did.
No, hold on. Let me finish. You didn't even listen to my argument. That why NASA would be doing something like that, or why they would even be attempting to screw with something like this, or why they need to obscure a flat Earth from us. And you told me you don't really need to. So I mean, you're making a baseless claim there by saying you're making a claim without a base to it or evidence to it.
Listen, okay. I don't need to because their claim is not verifiable in the first place. There's something called Hitchens razor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Claims asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. I don't need to disprove every unsubstantiated claim in the world.
All right, so I'm going to have to ignore that.
It's like saying disprove my unicorn, right?
Yeah, this is like saying disprove my unicorn, right? So, and I'm going to give you an analogy to the space images, the unverifiable by the scientific method. If I had a picture of Bigfoot, could I go to some zoological journal, say, look, I got a picture of Bigfoot, I want to get published? No, the picture wouldn't be good enough, right? Because that's not scientific. It's just a picture.
Yep.
So no scientific journal in the world just says, oh, let's see an image. Oh, we're going to publish you based upon this image. No, you need other supporting evidence. Right? And they need other supporting evidence. Like, the way we can test these pictures is we can go to the places that they claim this image is of and test what the image depicts, right? So if they take a picture of the ocean and the ocean has curving surface, we can go to the ocean and see if it has a curving surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
And by measuring the surface of the water.
Why are you being interrupted? Can you, before you continue, because you're going to keep getting interrupted because you didn't hear us when we said this is why we're interrupting you. So let's talk about whether. Let's talk about. I'm sorry. Let's talk about whether or not us interrupting you is valid. Why are we interrupting?
It's not. We're in a debate. It doesn't matter if you agree, disagree, or think.
Why? There's nothing to disagree with because you're not even making formal logical fallacies. You're making informal logical fallacies, which actually.
Can I tell you my issues with the argument that you guys are presenting?
We didn't present an argument. We didn't present an argument yet. We're just informal. We're just in informal logical fallacy land. because you were supposed to present a claim, but you appealed to incredulity, which is not even a formal logical fallacy. It has nothing to do with the information at all.
And I just like to say, someone muted random not person. If you would treat others the way you wanted to be treated, you've multiple times interrupted the people speaking, including Elijah, just trying to explain to you why it is sometimes necessary in a platform which we moderate a highly controversial topic in which we are basically shouted down in most other platforms and ridiculed with propaganda without having a chance to present our side. So yes, you are in a flat earth server being moderated by flat earthers. People have been more than fair to you. You have multiple times interrupted moderators and admin while they're trying to explain something to you instead of calmly listening. Take it all down a notch, calm yourself down, listen to what they have to say, and, I promise you can get a fair chance to respond. But at the same time, we are broadcasting this on YouTube. We cannot just let baseless claim. We let you go on with your 3 best proofs for quite a while there. And so we can't just let baseless claims go out. You can go to nasa.gov forum or whatever, you want to do and spout this stuff all day long. Here, we care about what can be objectively demonstrated in reality, as well as not allowing fallacious arguments to go forward. So as you were advised earlier, you might want to look into what logical fallacies are. Logic is not something that's often explained in education and so on. So if you had an inadequate education, that's not your fault. Just try to calm down instead of constantly saying, you guys are talking over me, you guys are talking over me. Just try to calm down yourself and act the way you wish to be treated. And then you might find that you get treated better. I don't know. Does anybody else have anything to say?
Well, I do have something to say. Listen,
you said we're ignoring you, right? You're recorded. This is a live show. We want you to have the floor, okay? When it's your turn to speak, please do so. But when someone else is responding to you, let them finish. Then you can talk.
Exactly. That's what I'm going to point out. I'm answering a direct question. You asked a direct question. I'm answering it. I'd like to finish it, right? You asked why we don't believe what NASA says. We don't have to believe what NASA says if they don't present evidence to support their claim. The evidence they show us is not testable. It's not verifiable objectively. So we don't have to accept it, right? They're complete strangers making incredible claims that are on the level of angels, Bigfoot, and Superman. We don't have to just accept that. Like Carl Sagan said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and claiming you go to a place where you drop shit and it doesn't fall is an extraordinary claim. Okay, because the experience of every person that you ever met and I've ever met is that when you drop things, they fall to the ground. They don't float.
Okay, so I'm gonna unmute random not.
But I actually have to get up, so someone has to take over or something. Sorry, I said I got 20 minutes. And that was it.
So Roger, you want to talk to him for a little while?
Sure.
If you try to do one person at a time, that worked the best.
I'm going to. So, and I want to advise random not person. India was talking to you, but you were posting shit in the chat. That's not a very good way of listening to people. I've unmuted you, random. So okay. So let's take it back a notch. 1 second. Let's take it back a notch. We don't need the color commentary and the moderation from the chat from your friends. They will get muted or banned. Okay. This is our house, and we deal with this our way. And like Dandelion told you, fallacious arguments not gonna fly here. And you know what fallacious arguments are, right? You have
baseless arguments.
Okay. So fallacious, right? Fallacious. So what about the Earth, random not person? Because you've been talking about things in the sky, but the sky is not the Earth. So the only thing you will ever have, right, you as a person, is the Earth. Okay? So what does the Earth make it? How does it? What empirical evidence do you have from the Earth that it shows that it is a ball?
All right. So before I continue, I'd like to point out
that was a direct question.
Yeah, no. I know that was. I'm gonna answer that. I'm just asking that you guys follow the same rules.
I don't want your complaints.
I'm not complaining. I'm saying, could you
Okay, so
follow your own rules too,
stop,
please?
stop.
But you're
Stop.
interrupting me right now. I didn't even say anything.
Okay, so
Yeah, you did say
random.
something, right? Because you
No,
started
Brian.
with you started again with the drama. Like he asked you a question. The conversation was already calm, right? Nobody else was talking. He asked you a simple question, and instead of responding, you go off on, you know, arguing about how the discussion should be had.
Whining,
Don't
yeah.
do that.
So I'm
Just
going to
answer.
try this again.
Just stay calm.
I'm going to try this again, Random.
All right.
Without
Once again,
commentary about the conversation, right?
It's not
What
about our
empirical?
conversation, though.
Okay, stop. I asked you
I'm
a
just asking that
question.
you follow your own rules.
Okay, stop. Right? This is why I muted you. You're an adult, right?
Presumably.
Okay. So, what empirical evidence can you show us from the Earth that it shows that it is a ball? Preferably measurements of curvature.
All right, so I could probably provide a few reasons. So the first of all is, how would you address solar and lunar eclipses?
Don't ask
That's
us a
not
question.
the Earth.
You were
That's
just
not
asked a
the Earth.
direct question. You could
Easy.
provide this and provide one. Don't ask us.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer the question.
With
That's not
asking
the
a
Earth.
question about the
All
solar
right,
or
so
whatever.
no, let me move on. All right, I understand. So how do you explain stuff?
Don't ask a question. You were asked a direct question. Can you please? You said you could provide some examples. Then provide one. Don't say, "Well, I have a question."
But I did provide an example. My example was, how would you explain stuff disappearing over the horizon, for example,
Okay.
if the Earth was completely flat? Easy.
So
All right.
you're saying, right, that the horizon is a physical.
Nope. That's not an empirical evidence.
I agree with Elijah. I agree with Elijah. What Creation Bear was doing, he should have kept doing it. Keep him to the top.
I don't want to dance. I'm not going to dance.
So,
Let's
So
not dance
empirical
today.
evidence.
Just
empirical evidence, right?
All right,
Yeah,
so
empirical
wait.
evidence.
Can I point something out?
No, just answer the question.
Empirical
All right,
evidence
but
that the
I
Earth is a
observed.
ball.
Hold on. I observed through the scientific method that I have watched ships disappear over the horizon. Is that not, the main basis for the flat Earth argument, that we do not observe a curve?
That's a begging the question fallacy. So that's not empirical evidence.
You can't call each one of my arguments a logical fallacy if you can't answer it.
Well, you said that the ships are going over a horizon. It makes the
They're disappearing from
conclusion
view.
from the offset that it's disappearing because you're on the ball.
All right,
And
that's
so
not what I'm getting at. I'm
turning
saying,
it
can you
around,
explain that, though?
you turning around and asking us to explain it is not leading to it being empirical evidence for you. Because seeing is that you're asking us for another explanation, and there are many, that would be an affirming the consequent fallacy on top of that, which is just another form of circular reasoning. It could be this, but it could be that. That makes it not empirical evidence.
All right, so you want numbers. That's what you're getting at?
Direct measurements.
All right, direct measurements. So our rotation of the Earth is 15 degrees an hour. Flat Earthers actually tried to prove that would be incorrect a few years ago. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard of it. So
here we go.
Show us that measurement. Can you provide us the data that Bob gave you on the Netflix documentary? Can you provide us a spreadsheet of his data?
I don't know if I could find that, but in general, we have agreed that 23.5 degrees.
Right, so you can't, right?
But okay, hold on.
So
I'm going to get off now. Hold on, can I make a closing statement?
No.
No, I'm here to insult you. I'm not going to scream at anyone, but I'd like to point out this is a very hypocritical debate because you've asked
It
me.
isn't because you came with Bob, right? Bob Nodell on a Netflix documentary, right? Is that where you get your science from a Netflix documentary? Bob didn't even touch the gyro. So if you could provide us with the empirical evidence, right, the data, which Bob doesn't have.
Can I just say really quickly that
was he at the polls?
The 15 degrees an hour from the globe actually stems from
them observing the sun move overhead, right?
Yeah.
Over a stationary body. And then they do all the math hocus pocus and they say, yeah, that's the earth turning. But I mean, if you really knew, that's where it begins. Just like every other conversation about how things work. Well, first, you got to assume this, that the earth is stationary and that the things above your head are moving. This is how they came up with the 15-degree-an-hour drift.
So I'm going to unmute you, random not person. But if I think you said you had to go. I would like to offer you, if you want to do a formal one-on-one debate, you can offer that to someone here and see if they have time to set something up with you. We can do it under more controlled conditions. Sometimes we do something like that in the arena where we can have everyone else muted except for the two people. I would volunteer to moderate, or Crypto has done many of those very well, where if you would like to have a formal debate with times, 2-minute opening statement, 1-minute rebuttal, all that kind of thing, we'd be happy to do that. But I would hope that on your way out, and I do hope that we see you again, instead of complaining about the moderation, that you actually just try to stick to the facts and the evidence. And, instead of whining that you're being unfairly treated and all these kind of things, or having your buddy do it, if you had a real objective, measurable, scientific evidence for the globe that you could present, we would be happy to examine that. So maybe you do need to do more prep work to learn more about your globe model before you'll be ready to debate it. So are you interested in having a formal debate at some point, Random?
All right, so yeah, I'd definitely be interested, but I'm going to get off now, and I'd also like to point out this is not the way to run a debate. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to that.
See what the problem is. These guys, they're used to like political debates, like the stuff they learn in school, right? Where you basically just bullshit around with each other, and if someone makes a fallacy, well, you let them finish the argument, etc. But we're having logical debates here, not political debates. So if you make an illogical statement, that needs to be addressed before we continue, right?
It isn't even a debate. This isn't a debate. This is our attempt to have a conversation and be level and reasonable with people who come in here and don't understand that their premises have to be challenged.
Yeah,
That's the whole point.
Al Gore Harry wants to talk. Al Gore Harry, go ahead. What is it you wanna talk about? If it's about the conversation, then don't.
Yeah, Martov's really hit the nail on his head, because even, random not person's last comment there, it doesn't matter what you think about my claims, you listen then respond. It's that modern snowflake mentality of everyone's valid, say what you feel, everybody gets a chance. Absolutely, everybody gets a trophy. Yeah, go ahead, Al Garahari.
I was going to present a different perspective here, since I understand that a lot of you do not like being told what to believe, or whatever you would like to put it.
That's a straw man.
You do like being told what to believe?
I'd like to have the choice.
Well, can you let him finish? I'm not sure. I don't know exactly where he's. I wasn't offended by anything he said, because I didn't. What was a straw man?
That you guys do not like to be told what to believe.
Yeah, I don't think I heard enough of what he said to.
Go ahead, Al Gore.
I just said that from the very beginning, you have refused to be told something. What? How's that a straw man thing? What? Anyways.
Because it's not true, right? I mean, like for me, for example, I spent like 25 years believing in the globe, Earth, and space. So I did believe what I was told, and then I questioned it and figured it out. But
so you don't. Now you don't. That's the point,
right? But that applies to pretty much everyone here. So I'm not sure where you're getting at with that.
And it's,
no, I'm fine with it. Okay. maybe I'm an idiot or something because I trust people who are knowledgeable. But I'm just saying, I would present one experiment that a person can do themselves.
Awesome. Yeah, go ahead. What is it and what is it about? What can we prove with your experiment?
Okay. So this is about observing a sunset or perhaps a
Okay.
sunrise.
Mhm.
You can do this experiment if you, for
Wait,
example,
so
get.
yeah, so you lay down on your belly, you see the sunset, and then stand up, you see it again. Is that it?
I was
Just
going
let
actually
him.
to.
Just let him get it out.
I was going to say something like there is an issue. There is an issue where people and there is an issue with people where people when they in Ramadan, like Muslims, when they fast in Ramadan in
Mhm.
United Arab Emirates, some people stay in Burj Khalifa, which is the highest human
Mhm.
um, building, and at the highest levels of that building, you are going to have to watch out for the difference in the times of sunrise and sunset between the highest levels and the ground levels. And that can actually be observed. You could do it yourself. You could just
Yeah.
live.
Yeah. So,
You could just
yeah, we
live stream.
understand it. Yeah. Yeah. We've heard this
You can
argument.
just
Yeah.
live stream two different sunsets. You can uh, live stream two different sunsets
Yeah.
happening at two different times at the same place.
Yeah.
So if the Earth, this is not about perspective, okay? I'm not talking about the different perspective. I'm talking about
Kind of is, but yeah.
Yeah, just the sun, wherever it's coming from, wherever it was hitting behind, and now it's not. So
Mhm.
let's talk about where it was and now it appeared. It doesn't matter for this. It's not about the perspective. It's about the timing of the sunrise.
Yeah.
How could there be
Here's the thing.
happening?
Here's the thing. Everybody wants to answer how it's not, it's invalid, it's blah 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 blah. But I like to go to the beginning of your statement that you have an experiment, right? Because obviously you think this is valid, and that's fine. But we have to walk through it so that we can be on the same page. Now, first of all, when you say experiment, I think of an IV-DV relationship. That's independent variable, dependent variable. So, what's the dependent variable? Or maybe that's too. Here's the thing: you have to have an effect that you observe, and so I guess you're saying the effect is the sun being obscured by the earth, which would make the earth the independent variable. I'm just going to come out and say that you can't manipulate the earth to make this a valid experiment. And that's the only way you would be able to establish an IV-DV relationship.
No,
Therefore,
I want you to
therefore, it's
within
not an experiment. Therefore, it's not an experiment. So it's not scientific in any way. What it actually is a logic. Well, yeah, it's a logical fallacy.
Oh my god. Okay, so just consider it. I didn't even.
Do you want me to pull up on Google? Do you want me to pull up on Google the logical fallacy? Would you like me to pull up on Google?
No way.
Well, I can pull it up. I can pull it up on because you asked. You asked what? You asked why the sun is disappearing.
I didn't say that. I never said anything a conclusion about the Earth being flat or a sphere or whatever. I just asked a question.
You're begging the question though.
I begin a question. I'm asking you to explain to me.
How are you asking a question about something that's not scientific? That's the whole thing, sir. I don't understand why you're getting emotional about it. Why are you emotional about it?
So then let me explain. You're asking me a question. I'm explaining something, and you don't like what I'm saying to you, so you're responding emotionally. So let me clarify then, if you don't mind. So let me clarify, if you don't mind, if you're not emotional about it. If you're not emotional about it, let me help you understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. You began the conversation with, you can do a scientific experiment. I then laid out how what you laid out is not a scientific experiment because there's no way to establish an IV-DV relationship. You asking me a question after the fact about what, I don't have to explain what isn't a scientific experiment. If it was a scientific experiment and I was denying it, that would be a different thing.
Did I say the word scientific experiment?
I think you did.
I did.
I'll
No, I
check the
didn't.
tape. I did hear you say experiment. I'll check.
Yeah, you said while you were explaining it, you said we can do the observation, but then you also kind of said it was an experiment. I kind of wanted to interject there to ask what it was specifically, but you did say experiment at some point.
Because a scientific experiment has a certain methodology. I never said that you're going to conduct a complete scientific experiment to begin with. I was just providing.
You said you can do an experiment. Hold on, I'm sorry. You said that you can do an experiment. What did you? But from my understanding, an experiment has an IV and a DV. That would form my hypothesis. Right? Or am I wrong?
This is just an observation. I want you to explain the observation using your ideals or your idea of flat Earth. That's all I'm asking.
I can't explain the observation other than the sun goes away and the light doesn't reach the area that I'm in. That's it. What do you mean?
What do you?
What else is there? What I'm explaining is exactly what we all experience. You can say the same thing.
What do
you can say the same. I just said there's a light. Guy, you asked me a question. I'm trying to answer. How am I going to have a conversation with you if you ask questions and then because you don't like what you're hearing, you cut me off? Because I'm not committing any logical fallacies. If you're trying to stop me to tell me that I am, I'll listen.
No,
because at this point you just want me to
answer a different question than what I'm asking. I never said.
What was your question? You said explain the observation. That's what I was doing.
Okay, you explained the observation. How did you explain the observation?
So when you observe something, right? You describe what you observe. If there isn't anything else to do with it, right? If you can't manipulate anything, if you can't change anything, then you simply detail what you observe. Okay, I see a light. I see a light. I see a light. It goes away, and then I can't see it anymore, nor can I see the illumination from it. What else is there to explain?
You're explaining sunset. I never said anything about the idea of sunset. I was talking about experiencing sunset twice at two different times in one place. And I'm never
because you increased your angle of view.
No. I'm not saying angle. No.
When you go from the bottom of the Burj Khalifa to the top of the Burj Khalifa, you are increasing your viewing angle. That is my answer, sir.
Yeah. Wait. How does it matter if you think that sunrise is an event that takes place at a real time? Then
what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean.
Perspective wouldn't matter if it happens at.
I don't understand what you mean.
If it happens at 5:30 a.m., it's going to happen at 5:30 a.m. everywhere. If you are going,
no, it doesn't happen at 5:30 everywhere.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't happen at 5:30 everywhere.
How? at every level in one place it's going to be different?
Because you increase your angle of view, unless you have a belief of some sort. If you increase your angle of view, it opens up your visual field.
Oh yeah,
That's just
okay. I didn't say no. I didn't say no to that. I'm talking about the light of the sun reaching the building. Is it going
what about
to?
it?
Oh my God. Are you
He thinks
saying
it's a
that the?
space disc.
What about it?
No, I don't think so.
What about it?
How? What about it? I'm trying to say what about it. If you are standing, if you're live streaming the sunset from ground level and the highest level in the building, they're not going to happen at the same time. Explain this
Okay.
within a flat Earth model of whatever existence or
What do
whatever.
you? Okay, listen. When there's one person at the bottom and there's another person at the top, the person at the top has an increased field of view. Your concept of a sunset, right, is obviously what you're trying to introduce and shoehorn in here. It's not my claim, it's yours. I didn't claim that the sunset happens at every time, and I didn't say that the sunset has to happen at the same time on a flat Earth. And I don't have to explain why it doesn't, because that would be your straw man.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
No. Anyways,
What
I
don't
was
you
just
understand about what I said? What about what I said don't you understand?
you you're basically using fallacies as a fallacy against anything you don't agree with. But
Well, why don't you take something I said, pull up the fallacy, and formulate my words using that fallacy, like I'm prepared to do with you? Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? So you challenged me. You challenged me by saying that I'm committing a fallacy. I'm asking you. I'm not running away, right? Like you are. I'm asking you, what fallacy am I committing?
You're deflecting basically. Whenever you disagree with anybody's point, you just call them fallacious, and everything they say has a fallacy and it's not valid without even mentioning.
That's not true. But that's not true.
By the way, fallacies are golden.
But that's not true. But that's not true. I'm challenging your premise.
Yeah, I have to
before we
step
move
in there
forward.
as a moderator and say what Elijah's saying is correct. When people use fallacy in this server, they are using it in a very precise manner, in which case they will give you an example and teach you about which fallacy it is if you're interested. And we can give you some more research materials if you're interested. It's not, I can understand if you don't understand fallacies, how you think it's just being thrown out there, but I can assure you, as a person who's studied this extensively, that is not what Elijah's doing. But continue, Elijah. You're having a great conversation with this guy.
Here's the thing. We can be fair. Listen, don't interrupt me again, or I'm gonna have to start popping you on mute. Right? Do you hear me? I'm gonna have to start popping you on mute. Don't interrupt me. I won't interrupt you. Is that fair? From this point on?
No, you do.
Okay. I said from this point on, I won't interrupt you, and you won't interrupt me. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. If I charge you with a fallacy, you can at that point, and only at that point, interrupt me to only challenge the fallacy and ask me how what you said was a fallacy. It is then upon me to have to prove how you just committed a logical fallacy or an illogical fallacy. You can't just claim that I'm just hurling all of these logical fallacies at you. Why don't you just challenge me then?
The same thing could be said to you. If I think fallacies are golden chances for you to dispute and debunk anything I say. Because if I do make a fallacious argument, it makes it easier for you to actually debunk. Because if I made a false but not fallacious argument, you'd have a much harder time to disprove it. So just calling something fallacious and stopping there and not actually answering or disproving it doesn't make any sense at all. Because fallacies are holes in the argument that you can destroy the argument using them. So that doesn't make any sense. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, what you're describing, I think, is a fallacy. So, in other words, it's nitpicking. So basically, you're charging me with picking holes in your story when your conclusion is actually sound. That would be a fallacy. I'm not committing that unless you would like to, point out how specifically I'm doing that. Now, on the reverse, if you commit a fallacy, in reverse, if you commit a fallacy, I'm able to tell you which one that you're committing. It's as simple as that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you're using fallacies, okay, to stop the
I
argument.
already said.
That's
that
not
that's
how it works.
incorrect. I already said that's incorrect.
Yeah, you
If
don't
you think
understand
that
what
I-
fallacies
if
are.
you
Elk.
think
I
that
mean,
I've
they
charged you
automatically
with a fallacy,
invalidate your argument.
if you think
I'm sorry,
it
Elijah.
doesn't.
He doesn't even understand that fallacies automatically invalidate your argument. You're acting like he's using them as a get out of jail free card. He's also offering to you, you need to stop making this claim about what we're doing or about what Elijah's doing unless you can come up with a specific example, which we can then analyze. If you can't do that, I recommend going on to talk about something else because you do not understand what a logical fallacy is and how it automatically invalidates your argument. That's why we point them out. Sorry, Elijah.
Okay, that's logic academically, first of all. Second of all, I'm just saying that when somebody presents a fallacious argument,
then it's
and
already
you say what fallacy it is, yeah, and you point out what fallacy it is, that's not enough. You have to explain why
that
it's
is enough.
fallacious and why it's invalid and how that leads to it being invalid. And
Which
then
Elijah
say it's
just said
invalid.
he was willing to
Can't
do.
just
So
say-
tell him which one you want him to address instead of speaking in these theoreticals. Which fallacy would you like Elijah to address that you committed?
The first thing I even said was called a fallacy. The first thing I even said was called a fallacy without me even making an argument. Okay, it was just
Okay,
I was
which
just saying
fallacy?
something that you later on agreed on. But do you want me to say everyone you said?
don't
Okay,
know.
the first one when I was
know
not even starting to talk about the.
Okay, this is going nowhere. Elijah, what is the point you were
So you're
trying to
just
get
making
across to him? What is,
assumptions.
I don't even remember now what you were even trying to say to him.
the point was without even talking about fallacies. My main point was he started out saying you can do an experiment, which I thought would have a claim at the end of that, and it didn't. All it did was say explain how this observation is this observation, and I'm like, okay. And then I attempted to do that, and
Question, it's not a conclusion. I asked a question. He didn't make a conclusion. Did I even say the Earth is spherical or not, or flat or whatever?
We know
No,
you
I
think it's
said I
slow.
asked a question. So how are you even you made fallacious? I never made an argument for anything yet. So how is it fallacious to begin with? It's not even an argument.
I answered the question though. I answered the question. And then when you said, well, on a flat Earth, how do we experience two sunsets? And I said, okay, that right there is a straw man. Because I'm supposed to explain to you how there are two sunsets, so called, right? On a flat Earth. And I already addressed you with when you open up your field of view, right? That's why this is happening. There are examples of it all over the place. I could probably make up an example with something. I could probably make up an example and have it to you by midday of something
No.
that something Is that my internet or?
I think he disappeared. We didn't hear the last thing you said, El Garahari. You just kind of roboted and then vanished. What was your last point?
I was saying, I was asking him a question. How does your like the point where you are in the building change the time of the event of the sunrise? I didn't ask about how much of the horizon you're seeing. So that's why you're answering a question I didn't ask.
I didn't talk about the horizon. I didn't talk about the horizon.
You said that you are seeing from a different perspective, but how does that change the timing?
No, I didn't say that either. No, I didn't say that either. You're not changing the time of anything. You're saying that I'm saying, and I'm not saying that you're changing the time of anything. That's your problem. What I said is you're increasing your field of view. That's all I said. You didn't ask me, well, what do you mean by that? You didn't ask any secondary question. You're just putting words in my mouth based on your understanding, which is incorrect.
Oh, okay. So you're increasing your what did you say again? Increasing your point of view?
Sure.
What did you say you're increasing again?
Well, what happens
Your point
when
of
you
view,
go
your field
up
of
a
view, sure.
building? You're gaining. Oh my.
Okay, so you're increasing your field of view. How does this relate to sunrise being different in the ground, on the ground, and in a higher building, and a higher level of the building? Just explain this. Yeah, never did. You just said something.
Well, it's nothing to. I remember when I said there's nothing to explain. I can only describe to you what is observed. So you are at the bottom, and you can see, I don't know, what appears to be the sun cut in half or whatever, I guess, or maybe even disappeared. And then you go to the top of the building, and oh, I can see the sun again. It's because you increase your field of view. How do I know this? Because you can do this with other objects or other light sources. You can do the same thing. You can have a light source disappear because of your angle of view. You increase your angle of view, lo and behold, you can see the object or the light source now.
Okay, but I'm not talking about doing it at the different time though. I'm asking if you.
Me either.
Then what are you talking about? Like
I'm talking about if you looked into what I'm saying, you would understand what I'm talking about. This is very simple. I don't know how much more I can break down something so simple. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else you want me to say. I gave you the answer. That's the answer. There's examples, real world examples to back up what I'm saying. What else is there to say?
Yeah, go hard.
I don't have to come up with some theory to explain it. I can just show you something that is related to what we're talking about.
No. I need to at least like see a picture of the model you're talking about because I don't know which one it is to begin with.
It's not a model. But, it's not a model.
Yeah,
it's just
reality
objects
is
in
not
your
a
field
model.
of view. Not talking about a model.
So it's not a model. What is?
I can tell you this. It's a level surface.
Yeah, plane.
That's all you need.
No. I need to know where the sun is and how it functions.
Why are you asking?
What do you know?
What do you? Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. I don't know where the sun is or how it functions. There you go.
Elijah, can I also tell him something?
Well, I want to know what he has to say about that. I don't know where the sun is or how it functions. I can observe what it appears to do in the sky. That's it.
Are you claiming to have details about it and how?
No, when did I claim to have details about it? When was that?
You just did. When I asked.
When was that?
When I asked you to explain the phenomenon, you said that you explained to me as if you know the details about.
No, I didn't. What I said was, if you take a light source right? You decrease the field of view. It appears as if the light source isn't there. Then you increase, and then you can see the thing. This is what appears to be what the sun is doing. Because what? The floor is one thing, and the sun is another thing. It's not the same thing.
Okay. All right.
I'm not telling you where the sun is. I'm not telling you what it's doing. You're the one asking me why it appears the way it does. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know where it is. I just know it's over my head at some point and it goes over there somewhere.
You change light. It's a light source.
Any other light source if you don't know how far it is or how big it is or how it functions? How are you comparing
Yeah,
it to
how can you know that? Do you know any person that went all that way to the sun and measured step by step all that distance?
Um, you can't get close to this.
No, you
So
don't
how
know
do you
any
know what it is
such
then,
kind
Yeah,
of
I'm just
person.
telling you.
And one moment, I wanted to ask you a question. You were talking about two guys observing the sunset, one in a tower and one at the ground, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you know about light?
What do I know about light?
What do you physically know about light? Yes. Facts.
About light of the sun or just light in general?
Light. Light in general. Yes. Light is light.
Okay, okay. It's an electromagnetic wave.
Okay.
That also has some. Okay, that also has some
Yeah.
material characteristics in the form of
What is an electromagnetic wave then?
an electromagnetic wave is
Bro, you don't have to just Google it as you go. If you don't know, just let them tell you.
I'm literally looking at Discord right now. I'm not even. I don't have any other thing open. But whatever.
Okay.
That's why I'm lagging mentally because I'm getting this out of my brain. I'm just saying, electromagnetic waves are a type of waves that have power that is electromagnetic, meaning that it is something in between what you would call light is something in between what you would call a wave, a physical or like the sound waves,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
It has
And,
power, intensity. Yeah. It has amplitude.
It also has photons. Yeah, so that's why it's kind of an in
And
between.
one moment. Yeah, this is very much like when you throw a stone into a lake. Yeah?
No, because that would be
No.
like sound.
Yeah, those are not waves.
Yeah, light is not necessarily entirely a wave. It also has. It's not entirely. Sorry, it's not entirely um a physical wave. It has properties of
Waves.
You're kind of committing another fallacy here.
Yeah.
Oh.
You see, you're
Would you
trying
like
to explain
to
stuff
challenge?
that you don't know. Yeah. And
Would you like
where
to
I
challenge?
wanted to, yeah. Where I wanted you to lead you was to concede that you don't know how waves propagate through a medium. You don't have the understanding of waves.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. You think a wave is ever propagating, moving, keeping its speed constant without any
No, I
energy
didn't.
input forever.
I never said that.
Yeah,
No, I
yeah.
never.
You asked why the guy on the tower sees the sunset and the one below doesn't see it. Because you see, there, what you observe here is a optical phenomena, perspective and refraction, and the diminishing of light when the distance from the light source is long enough that the light from that light source doesn't propagate all the way to your eyes to see it. Because of the air refraction, it refracts upwards when it loses its power, its intensity to further propagate through the medium. And they would call that something like whipping of the electromagnetic wave.
We've heard before. At least that's an attempt at an explanation. But I'm just saying, how does this relate to an event though? Like, let's consider sunset an event, even though it's technically not an event. But if somebody is seeing the sun disappear, okay, like the light from the sun at this position on Earth, you believe that a place goes from night to day, so from day to night and night to day by the sun being pushed away or pointing its light away. So how is it pointing the light away from this place, this region, this
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
where the building is?
Here's the
And they
thing.
still can see.
Here's the thing. Right? There's two things. I wanted to address the fallacy that you were doing before. And I was going to ask you to challenge me since I said that you were committing a fallacy. But I doubt you're going to do that. So now talking about this, well, first of all, our only experience of light is the natural light or the light that we didn't make, aka the lights in the sky and the lights we do make here. So as far as we're concerned, and as far as how light illuminates areas here on Earth, the lights that we've created, we know that there's a point where the light is no more, right? So if I were to, at nighttime, if you and I were both in nighttime, right? And I put up a candle or I put up a flashlight even, you wouldn't see it. Why would that be? You would need to know, well, how bright is the light? How far does the light travel? Like, how powerful is that light? And then it would also have to do with the air in between us.
Yeah, lower the brightness on your phone and go out in daylight when the sun is up, yeah, bright in the daytime, and tell me if you can see anything on your phone screen with your brightness at minimum.
Yeah, so the only point that I'm trying to make is the only experience we have with light is, okay, if I take a light far enough away from a person, they can't see the light, they can't see the area that the light is illuminating. That's a very simple, I mean, that's ABC kids know that.
Yeah.
That's it. So the only people who think that this is absurd to say are people who think that there's a light in the sky that would illuminate the entire ground that we live on. Those are the only people that think that.
Yeah.
The obvious answer is for experience with light. Hello?
Yeah.
Light extinction, light attenuation, that's the thing.
Yes, is very important. True.
Do you understand?
No.
Is light attenuation a thing or not? Is light attenuation a thing or is it not a thing? I can't hear you. Fix your mic, sir.
Yeah.
Light attenuation, did you say?
That's what
Your
I said,
mic
yeah.
is not right.
Yeah, your mic is very low. I don't know what happened.
Sorry.
It's like you're in another room.
Maybe try to reconnect.
Let me try to fix this. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's
Yes,
great.
much better.
Thanks.
Okay. Light attenuation, you're welcome. Light attenuation is a thing. If you're talking about the reduction, like when light goes from one place to another, and it loses some intensity due to, like, for example, different fractions and different
Right. It loses intensity proportional with distance.
yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So isn't that everyone's experience with light? That's pretty much the only experience we have with light, right? The further the light gets away, the less impact it has, right?
Okay,
So what's this? Yeah, but are you going to make a claim about the sun that it should illuminate the entire area, or are you not? Because as far as I know, with light, is that it illuminates an area, and if you're far enough away from it, it doesn't. So are you about to make a claim now?
My claim would be that when the sun rises, everything around that building is going to be illuminated already. So yes, it's going to be, at some point, you're going to have everything illuminated by the sun at this region, because sun's light is powerful enough to reach.
How is that addressing what like? What does this mean? What is this? What is your conclusion? What does this mean?
My conclusion is light attenuation is not going to be powerful enough to be observable from the ground to the highest level of this building. The effect of light attenuation here is going to be very minimal. It's basically neglectable. It's not. It's nothing.
And how do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that?
How do you know that? By calculating the power
Calculating
of
what?
this. Calculating the intensity of light. It's not different from the
Calculate it. How would you calculate it? What variables would you need?
How would you calculate
Elijah, didn't we answer
What
this?
variables would you need?
Didn't we answer this? Because we're still stuck on the tower seeing the sunset 2 times. That is where he's stuck at. We answered that, right?
Well, actually, it's backwards. It's backwards because your claim is about seeing the object in the sky. It's not about the light illuminating the building. So you've entered a completely different conversation all on your own.
Yeah. And I will be curious to hear his answer to your question, Elijah.
I answered his first question, which was, well, you increase your field of view. Then you changed it to what light illuminates what. You didn't even ask a question. You just started talking about something different. Maybe that's why we're all confused.
What question exactly you want me to answer? You asked me how to measure light. There are like tools to measure the intensity.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you to measure light. I'm saying, what variables are you using to talk about the sun's light?
What variables? Do you want like a unit of light intensity?
Well, light intensity based on what? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Are you looking at the sun? Or are you looking at the floor? Or are you looking at the building itself? Are you looking at the incoherent light, which would be the building illuminated, or are you looking at the sun? We were talking about the sun. Now we're talking about the illuminated area, which is why I started talking about light attenuation. So which one are we talking about?
I told you that the light is going to be less intense, meaning that it's going to have less dense photons or less because they're going to be observed. Photons are basically orbs
But you're
of
not making
energy,
a claim.
and
But you're not saying anything. You're saying
am
that
saying
to say what?
me how that intensity exists, and I'm telling you now how it exists.
Why are you? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
You asked me how to measure intensity of light, and I told you there are things.
I'm not asking you how to measure intensity of light. You're talking about the sun, or are you not? So I'm
talking about.
So I'm asking you about the intensity of the sunlight. What variables are included in that?
I am telling you because it doesn't matter. The sun, the light from the sun, is still light. It's going to be measured the same way you measure other light.
Right, but if I had a light and I created a light, I'd know how many lumens it was giving off, right?
If you have the correct tools,
Especially
yes.
if I knew the distance, right?
Tools, yes, and
If I had a light, I would either inspect the light source, right? I would at least know the distance to that light if I was doing some indirect stuff, right? So you're talking about.
Sorry. How is this even fruitful anyway? You're not even willing to hear
It's not
anybody
fruitful
else.
because I answered your question and you changed what we were talking about. You were talking about seeing an object, right? And how come you can see this phenomena happen twice? I already answered you. We're still talking about this only because you're trying to find another way to talk, or another aspect to talk about the sun.
No. I'm actually now kind of admitting that I really do not think I can argue with you because in order to
again
argue
about
with
the
you,
discussion. Is this again about the discussion?
Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, yes.
Well, there's nothing to agree on. Like you haven't challenged any definition. You haven't. What premise are you laying out for me to say, okay, I accept, for you then to ask me a question based on this premise?
I wasn't even debating. I was asking a question.
What's the premise? What's the premise? What is it? What is it?
It was a question. It wasn't a premise. I tried my best.
Did I not answer you? Yes or no? Did I answer you? Yes or no? Did I answer you? Hold on.
Your mom is making fun of me.
Did I answer you? Yes or no? Where you at? Here you are.
Telling me
he's above you.
Look, you're muted right now. Just so you know, you can either leave or you can comply. I answered your question.
He left. He spiraled out, Elijah. He's like, well, yeah, I can't argue.
Yeah.
He's been answered multiple times.
You were very patient with him. You showed a lot of patience there.
He's a sad case.
Very patient, Elijah.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like you asked, you did. Like I didn't even realize that the conversation changed until he asked me what we're talking about. And I'm like, bro, you were talking about why you can see an object twice. Now you're talking about, bro, because I was about to break out because I was thinking he was saying, on Earth you can't really because the everything is lit before the sun comes up. And I'm like, well, bro, we got videos of you look left and it's nighttime and you look right and it's daytime. But then he took it back to the fucking building, and I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with? And I'm like, you changed the whole argument.
Yeah.
Because what the fuck are we talking about now?
They have to change in the opposite to jump in the opposite direction. When you present them any sort of knowledge, you know, physical, scientific facts, yeah, they jump the opposite way around. Default Glauber practice.
That was hard to listen to.
Yeah. And Martov was correct. These guys come from a political debate server, right? Where it's allowed apparently to use fallacies. They don't even know, right? I asked the random guy what is a fallacy. I think he had to look it up, right? And then
Okay, so this is like a third year physics student who doesn't know what a fallacy is. Like, come
And
on.
he was advertising it to the room. He didn't know.
Oh, the Russian astrophysics.
Yeah.
Elijah was very patient, and Dandelion was so right. You know, do you guys ever stop to think like it goes back to don't take away their aliens? They believe in space, they believe in aliens, you know, because it seems like those people are the hardest ones to fall because you know it's like what is it all about? Nihilism, what's the point? And you know, is this all there is? And this sucks. There's got to be something else out there, and who do we think we are, the only ones in the universe? You know, I think a lot of that has to do with that. But you guys are so patient, I'm telling you. And thank you so much for being here and trying to help people. You really are making a difference. There are people listening. So thanks, everyone.
Very, very kind words.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you also.
Like I like with Matthew yesterday. Now I used an example of. Hold on, sorry, it's busting all this New York noise and shit. So yeah, I used the example of if I wrote a book and I said, hey, this was written by me, but it was actually given to me by a God, and this is how I know all the information that's in this book. Will you believe me? And he's like, basically, hell no. Now, I know that people would attempt to ask me about my faith, even though I'm making that example, but I got boatloads of evidence. But we're not talking about that. But the point is sound. It could be any book. It could be any God. And I'm like, hey, I woke up yesterday and I decided to write this book because something that was within my mind that you can't see, that you can't verify, told me to write these words down. And lo and behold, you need to take this as the ultimate truth. Do you accept? And they all go, no. And then I'm like, all right, then. So at this point, you're not even like, then why are you religious then? Why do you believe in what NASA says then?
They don't get it. They don't get that.
I like this point. Yeah.
If I keep pointing it out, they will.
Yeah.
It's so hypocritical for Matthew and for him to said, no, I wouldn't believe you. But, you know, I have good reason to believe these people. I'm like, okay, well, all right, someone, do you believe me? Yes. Do you trust me? Yes. There you go. There's the validation for it. And he's like, well, I see what you're saying. I bet you do.
You know, what would it take for him? What would he have to do? How much crow would someone like Matthew, and he's a really nice guy. He's always calm but what would it take for someone like that to say, "Oh my gosh, I've been lied to. I've been propagating lies. How am I, you know, the humbleness, and where would someone start like that, right? Doesn't he have a big YouTube channel and you know,
things like that. I don't really know much about him. I've just seen some things. I've heard him a little bit, but like he would have to eat crow a lot, wouldn't he, to come clean and say that he was wrong?
Matthew is calm person, but nice. I'm not sure about that.
There are people who, oh my God, the noise around me is just insane. I don't know. Can you guys hear all that? Or
yeah.
Well,
No,
we
you
mostly
get the
just hear
nice
you. I mean, we can hear you just fine.
Yeah, I can't hear anything in the background.
I see what India was talking about, where he's like, I'm not yelling. It's just, well, I am yelling because all of the sound in the back. I'm sitting here yelling because I can't hear myself talk, but you guys can hear me just fine. Yeah, with Matthew, it's like, here's the thing. They're dangerous people, right? You know what? Take Matthew out of the equation. I don't want to talk about Matthew or anybody like this because I don't want to divine people's thoughts, right? So here's the thing. A person who you don't see as an enemy could very well be very dangerous. Like, I mean, the people who, they even have movies like this. They have shows like this because what do? We art imitates life, right? So if you think of what's that show, Spartacus, or Game of Thrones, even that's a more recent with the guy who I can't even remember names, the skinny guy who was in love with the woman's aunt, and then the young girl's aunt, and then became in love with her. Like people like that are very well mannered, but they're able to manipulate the chessboard. Little information here, little information there. And we see that play out in all kinds of movies. As a matter of fact, if you think back to your childhood, you can think of the person that destroyed your relationship between someone else, whether it be a friend or a mate, simply by giving some bit of information that you didn't verify. People like this are very dangerous because they cause wars. This is what causes wars, not me. Not the person who has the brute force and the brute strength, or the person who has the weapons. The person that is manipulating them into thinking that there's another person that is bad. That's the person who's most dangerous. So when you hear the people that are calm, that means actually jack shit to me, because they're the most dangerous. That's all.
You know, that's a really good point. But see, sometimes it's like the illusion of people are like, wow, this person's getting riled up because I'm the person that gets riled up. I'm not the person that is calm in a lot of times. But you have a really good you have a really good point there. I'm actually going through something that I did something just like that. The little innocent person, you know, everybody believes the little innocent person, but it was quite the opposite. That's a really good point, Elijah. But when people are listening to a debate, sometimes they're just thinking, wow, this other person's getting riled up. And so the person getting riled up is just losing it. So do you think that comes into play when there's a debate going on and one's calm and the other one's riled up? Do you think that works against us a little bit? Because you have a good point. But
of course it does.
to the listener.
Yeah, of course it does. This is why, like, when I talk to Matthew, I get him to openly admit things. And I try to do it. It's only because he's so respectful. Like, he plays the game. He is a true sportsman, I think. Because if I ask him, because his one thing that he has to uphold is honesty, right? So if I ask him to slow down, he's going to slow down. If I ask him, can you hold on, that point you just made, blah, 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 he's going to let me explain what I have to explain. This is why I don't like when people like, attack him and blah, 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 blah. Because that's not necessary for someone like Matthew. Yesterday I asked him, I said, is there any direct evidence that the earth is a globe? And he said, yes. Then he said, none that you would accept. And then I said, well, for the sake of the people listening, why don't you try me? And then he tried to, talk about sunsets. And I said, well, it could be one thing or it could be another thing, couldn't it? He said, yeah. I said, so isn't that affirming the consequent fallacy? He said, yeah. I said, so how can an affirming the consequent fallacy be an empirical evidence? That's something that gets across to the listener. It's like, bruh, why don't you have direct evidence? What the hell is going on? Right? Because they're expecting, of course we have direct evidence. What are you talking about? The normal person anyway,
Indio, you missed the meltdown, man. OMG. That random person melted down.
That's why I came back in. I wanted an update, but I was just listening to everybody.
Yeah,
I wanted to recap. He was spiraling already, man.
You left, and then he went on the same foot. We had to mute him a couple of times. I asked him direct questions about empirical evidence of the Earth being a globe, and he went like, "But you guys are moderating this wrongly, and I want to let me speak, and you're throwing out fallacies just not to speak." No, you're saying I am throwing out fallacies just to ignore my points. Yeah.
I should have sent him to the complaint department. He would have been perfect for the complaint department. He could have typed out a whole essay down there. He did leave the server and then he came back, and I offered that we would set up a formal debate with, controlled conditions, everyone muted one-on-one and so on. He hasn't taken me up on it yet, but if he ever starts coming back with that whining, remind him that the offer stands.
He's asking questions, we're answering them, and then he's trying to, interject on the answer, you gonna let me answer? What's going on?
He's one of those guys that thinks whining is going to make his argument stronger. I mean, you gave him you worked really hard to let him put his 3 best points forward. I don't know, they weren't very strong, so I don't know what he's complaining about. He had plenty of time to speak. He just wanted to use his time to whine instead of actually present any evidence.
I think, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I think he came in with his gotcha and just completely failed when he realized how weak of an argument it was. He might as well just come and say, well, I feel like it's a globe, so it's a globe. I mean, it's pretty much that's what you're saying. I feel like NASA is credible and trustworthy, so it must be.
Yeah, it's not really fair to these boys that, have been in the propaganda, that believe the propaganda that, flat earthers are ignorant, stuck in the dark ages and so on. They don't understand the argument because they've never seen it. But then they actually need to listen to it if they're going to ever be taken seriously in refuting it, which that's what they are unprepared for. And their education has also left them woefully unprepared to have any kind of rational, logical debate. And that's, it's unfortunate.
I wanted to get the curvature, man, but he wouldn't. That's why I asked him, why didn't you mention anything about the Earth? You started talking about galaxies and nebula and freaking dwarf stars and stuff. What the heck does that got to do with anything? I wanted to get him on that, but he wasn't going to let us go there. He was going to go with the unfalsifiable claims of strangers and believe or don't believe. Why don't you guys believe them? I believe them. We should all believe them. They get our money. We should believe them. That's the reason why you shouldn't believe them. We can audit your tax dollars, buddy.
Yeah, then the next guy that Elijah was talking to was trying to claim that we were only using logical fallacies, so we didn't have to listen to the arguments, right? That was quite a rich claim. He doesn't even understand what logical fallacies are. He's like, you guys just use those so you don't have to hear what we're saying. You just shut us down by saying logical fallacies. He doesn't even understand what they are, that they're very specific, that we're very, happy to explain them. and identify them in each instance. Like he just thinks we're using them like a get out of jail free card because he doesn't even understand that the whole point of them is that they make it so you're not focusing on the actual information, you're focusing on these other little sophistry tricks.
Yeah. So, like, okay, say I go, okay, I got a document. It's signed by every NASA employee. It says we're all lying, like we're all full of shit, and this is the reason why, and yada yada yada. Still doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. Like, so, like, I can go and say why we don't believe anything that NASA says, and go through the whole thing and completely prove that they're lying, and we've gone nowhere. We haven't gone anywhere. We haven't proved the shape of the Earth at all. We've just proved NASA's a bunch of liars. Whoopie-doo. And that's why it's a logical fallacy, because it doesn't address the issue. It addresses some other issue.
Right, yeah, because they could be doing a double blind there where they're lying to make it look like they're lying about the actual globe that's really out there, which they secretly have proof of. They're just not going to tell us what it is.
Oh, don't give them any ideas.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Did he end it with the triple N word? I mean, did he go out with a flame?
No, because I think he was mute. I think he was muted when he went out. He just couldn't. He couldn't stop interrupting people, so we had to mute him to even make a point to him. And yeah, because he was also like fighting with people in text while Roger was talking to him, like not actually listening to what Roger was saying. He was just all over the place.
He just got butthurt. He was totally butthurt.
And the guy I was talking to, I was trying like, so he basically changed the conversation. It was basically a red herring. And when I realized it, I'm like, bruh. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, exactly. What are we even talking about? He kept trying to overtalk me. And I had to beat him. I was like, bro, first of all, if I can't finish what I'm saying, and then he left, and then I abandoned because I'm sorry, my bad. I just you're not no. The second guy, not the first.
Yeah, you're choppy to me. Is that?
Yeah, you're breaking up. Yeah, and then Martath pretty much put his finger on it with these people that are from these politics servers. They're used to the concept like everyone's opinion is equal, everyone has an opinion, everyone has their truth, it's all valid. You guys are supposed to let me sit here and list everything, that I imagine, without interrupting. Even though you did let him do that at the beginning, but he still would whine if somebody tried to actually, on our public live stream, have, only verifiable facts presented and, refute empty claims as they're made. Like, he just comes in here thinking he can run the place, that, he's Mr. Snowflake, top snowflake, so he should be able to tell us what to do. It's just like their attitude is just so unbelievable, but that's how they've been brought up. Like, yes, Johnny, you are the most wonderful snowflake known to man, so unique that your thoughts must take priority. If anyone tries to interrupt you, there's something wrong with them, and you can just interrupt them back to whine about how much they're interrupting. That's perfectly fine because you're the center of the universe. We understand, Johnny. You're wonderful.
Oh, and I lost my cool, man. I never lose my cool, but this guy, asking just yes or no questions, and then, but you guys are just hypocrite and using fallacies, so point them out. Yeah, but you don't want to argue, you don't want to talk because you're also using, point out the fallacies we use, man.
So what he did, which is my favorite to point out now that I know what it is, what he did was actually try to tell me that I was committing a fallacy, aka nitpicking, although his conclusion is still sound. I'm like, no, I didn't. You didn't make a sound argument. You didn't make a claim even. So no, I'm not committing a fallacy. Especially when I'm pointing out that everything you're saying
is fallacious.
Any generalized straw man, right? You flat earthers, you need to deny everything if the earth is flat, right? You need to, because we have all these things that are on a globe, but you need to deny this if the earth is flat.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to point that out to whichever guy that was that started bringing
That
up
was
the Netflix.
random.
Okay, yeah, the Netflix entertainment hit piece and he said something like, "Well, a flat earther did this or said this several years ago," because they keep using this concept as if like we all are one entity, that we have a CEO, and if you saw somebody on Netflix, then that represents all flat earthers. Now you must defend this thing as if this is regardless of the fact that that thing was, completely full of holes and misrepresented in every way. But even if it wasn't, even if there is some crazy flat earther out there doing crazy stuff, like we don't answer for that. We, talk to the person that's right here in front of you and the evidence that was just presented to us. We don't want to hear what King Flat Earther's saying. Talk to the people that are here right now.
And I asked him for the data. What Bob did.
That was good. Yeah, I liked it. I liked that, Roger. That was a good question. Of course, you didn't answer, but yeah, I liked how you addressed that. That was good.
That always shuts them right up. Because, everybody, we were literally talking about this morning because Chad was saying that people have been bringing up the Bob Gyro thing again, right? It's like every 6 months. And it's just a time-wasting technique. It has no purpose. As soon as you ask them, okay, where's the data for that? Well, they just shut up because they know that they just watched a little story on Netflix, and that's literally all they have is a story. Someone said something to the camera, and that's my evidence. I mean, seriously. It shows you where their head is at.
Yeah, it's like a frat level, party level of debating, like just throwing ideas around, and you can just say whatever, and nobody's supposed to challenge you on it. And then they come into a place where there's heavy hitters here that are going to call you on your stuff, and they're just little boys and they can't handle it. I mean, that's why I told him he kept whining about the moderation. Yeah, we can set up a formal debate. We've done it many times, but in no way would that boy be prepared for any kind of a formal debate. I mean, he'd have to actually research. He'd have to actually have evidence. He'd actually have to know what he's talking about. He couldn't whine about the format, if it was agreed upon ahead of time and so on. So they just want to complain because they know in their hearts that they don't really have the information and they're scared. It scares them.
But what about the billions of pictures? The billions of pictures, man. Yeah, there are billions of unicorns. And he was dishonest because Indio asked him, "Can I verify that picture being taken at that moment?" Yeah, maybe you could go on the plane and... No, that's not what we asked. Simply yes or no.
Conan is listening on YouTube. I'm not really sure what this question relates to, but she says, are you supposed to detect motion at a constant velocity? I guess she's talking about the Earth. Is that what she's asking about?
Yeah, but this is in a circular motion. So you're always accelerating.
Yeah, because you're changing direction.
Earth is not good. Earth is doing allegedly multiple vectors at the same time, right? Spinning around the axis, going around the sun shooting through the galaxy, and our galaxy going around the Great Attractor. It's not going into a train, right? That goes straight. Even in a car, when you're in a car and you're going straight, I'm now in a car. I feel every damn thing of the car. Everything. And when I jerk the steering wheel, I feel it. Such a dumb argument. Sorry. My excuse.
Well, the question was constant velocity, which the Earth is actually accelerating, right? Which is a change in velocity. So there's constant change in velocity, which would be acceleration, which should be felt.
And I was not talking about you, Conan. I was talking about the people that come here and they say, well, if you're in a car going 60, man, I feel everything of the car when I'm going 60 on the freeway. You feel the engine, the suspension, the vibrations. Such a weird analogy.
Yep, if you kept turning all the time, you definitely feel that. Acceleration is changing speed or direction.
Driving your car, right? Driving your car at 60 on the freeway, you feel your car moving. You feel the engine, the vibration, everything, right? You feel that you're driving.
Roger, it's because you're talking about a conceptual car.
Oh,
it's a conceptual car, not an actual physical car.
There are those luxury cars where you can't feel a thing. But if you were turning, you'd feel it. You might feel nauseous, if nothing else, because that's how I get nauseous when I'm in cars.
So yeah, but again, when a freeway isn't, it has bumps and indentations, right? So if you're going 60 over a bump, right, you still feel the upward. You still feel it.
Yep. So they don't right. So I guess right. So your point is valid. Like there's no example of anyone driving anywhere. Right. They just make some shit up. Say you were on a perfectly paved road. No, bitch. No. Give me some analogous experience, not another made up thing. I don't know, man. I think we should start setting up therapist stations or something. Free therapy online. Have you been lied to your whole life?
So when people talk about motion and velocity and being able to detect these things, or they give analogies of, driving in a car going 60 miles an hour at a constant rate of speed, you don't sense that. Wouldn't devices that we have to, or sensors that we have that detect motion, acceleration, even, you know, the Sagnac effect within a ring laser gyro, wouldn't these devices and sensors be picking up multiple motions of direction if we are allegedly spinning around the axis and in turn orbiting around the sun, which is in turn orbiting around the galaxy, which is orbiting around the great attractor? Wouldn't all of these motions be detectable because the sensors care not for what reference frame you're in or any of that, right? Like, how would you be able to only select and sense one particular motion?
Well, using an interferometer to measure precision mechanical parts like micrometers, the micron surface of a end product, you know. Yeah. If you move that instrument, the interferometer, while you're performing that measurement, if it's in any motion, you're going to be thousands of nanometers off the chart. So, yeah. I mean, this interferometer measuring tool that I personally used, was splitting a micron into in 10,000. So take 1 micron and divide it by 10,000 times. That's crazy how much precision light has to offer, actually, you know, about very small dimensions. Yeah.
So with that kind of precision, like, let's say we believe in the heliocentric theory, right? And we're creating these devices. Would we or would we not have to take into account things like axial rotation, spin around the sun, right? Because we know that those are accelerations because it's a constant curvilinear motion. Like, wouldn't those have to be taken into account and somehow deleted away from?
Well, you know, when they say, when they introduce it to this idea, they tell you you don't feel this motion because it's so big, it's so slow, it's taking place into a vacuum where you encounter no drag, no friction, and all this stuff. But you are actually changing position in space constantly. And that's actually the problem, because physically we can detect when something is standing still and we can measure it's being still, or we can measure when it's moving using all these light interferometers or even lasers. And yeah, if Einstein forbid us to use any light-based instruments to prove that the motion of the Earth, if it's moving, Einstein saw that with light you can see for a fact that the Earth, the world, is still, is not moving. So he had to combat this. That was his whole point and mission.
Right.
Come
So
up with a story. Yeah.
So enter the Lorentz contraction, even though there was no empirical evidence of a physical apparatus contracting in order to counter the Michelson-Morley experiment. But so in along these lines of thinking, right? Any devices that we would have on Earth, going back to if we believe in this heliocentric thing, right? So we have these devices that detect motion. So if we put those on spacecraft that would eventually be going into space, which would be the reason why we can't, they say we can detect motions, blah blah blah. Wouldn't all of these sensors no longer, in theory, work once they get into space? So how would they know how fast a rocket's going? Any of that stuff?
Well, today we have these accelerometers built inside the phone, and you either root your phone and get access to this instrument and use it, or you download a app, and when you travel by airplane, the phone, even though you're not connected to Wi-Fi or any 3G, 4G network, you're not connected to the internet, you don't have a link, the phone will still show you the speed you are traveling with, because it has this device built inside it. He detects its velocity in a electric field. So
Yeah, so really, if you were in space, would it show that you are not accelerating at all if you were moving in the exact same orbit and speed as the Earth? Would it just say that? Would the accelerometer show zero?
Let me tell you,
And this is all in theory, because I know they work based off of.
When you shoot a cannonball upwards into the sky, it will go up and at one point, when all the kinetic energy is consumed, that ball will stop in mid-air, and very, very quick after that, it will start to fall back down to the ground. But in that moment when the ball stopped from moving, if you had a phone with a accelerometer attached to it, it will show you that it reached rest, it consumed all the kinetic energy, is no longer moving, and then when it starts falling, it will show you the acceleration rate and the speed it will catch. So, I don't see.
So I guess my point being is in your example, we are on a cannonball currently. Which is
yes, but you see, when you have a phone attached to the cannonball, when the cannonball is moving, the phone is showing you, the accelerometer will show you the speed.
Only problem, nobody pulled the trigger. The ball is stationary.
Lit up the.
So it kind of comes down. It kind of becomes a paradox, right?
Yeah, that's what actually I wanted to say earlier when I started explaining about this motion that we don't feel. They tell us it's a motion that we don't feel. Actually, the condition for that is to put your mind at sleep. That's the meaning of those words. A movement and speed that you do not feel is actually telling you, that person is telling in your face that you have to shut down every biological process, sensorial, feelings, and ignore everything.
Yeah, it's like a
and
Jedi
enter
mind
into
trick.
dreamland. Yeah,
it's a Jedi mind trick. This is not the acceleration you're looking for.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I perceive it. Ever since I'm a flat earther, yeah.
Yeah, I just was thinking about that because the guy earlier had brought up the ring laser gyro, and it's like, okay, well, if that little device is allegedly picking up the spin of the Earth, where is it picking up the Earth's orbit around the sun? Where is that detection, right?
Yes, but they ignore the constant electric flow, of charges, positive and negative. It's a constant, and we can see it when you buy yourself a TV, but you don't connect it to any network or antenna and stuff like that, and it will show you that static screen, background signal, radiation,
Yeah, they completely ignore like a vortexual
it's
ether.
a lot of noise constantly. Yeah. And how do we know that actually when they do these laser gyroscopic experiments and stuff like this, they don't actually tap into radio frequencies, electric currents flowing,
Yeah, I kind of think of like a place like LIGO. I wonder if you passed a large magnetic field across one of those arms, or if you passed a large electrical output across one of those arms, wouldn't that affect the laser?
The whole experiment, yes.
Right, which you couldn't take that out of the equation. Like you can't take out natural.
Yeah. These guys at LIGO, for me, these are people who are obsessed. They don't do science. They only do this kind of projects to suck government money in it. It doesn't even matter if they discover anything or what they discover or stuff like that. They are just given money to build these giant tools, instruments, and stuff, and play with them.
Right, like we dump
are
a ton.
paying.
Yeah, we dump a ton of money into something like SETI, right, which is large large arrays of
antennas. Yeah, radio.
radio antennas, right? And we're constantly dumping money into a facility like that has given us nothing. Right?
I remember in the 90s, I saw the tokamak accelerator, nuclear fission. They were attempting to achieve nuclear fission, and they theorized that the sun is a perpetual nuclear fusion process, and with this reactor, they can tap into that kind of energy source and stuff. And it's a failed experiment. It has produced nothing of use. But when you search it online, you can still find a ton of publications talking up and down about it, like achievements they accomplish, which actually have no meaning for our everyday life. It doesn't benefit us with anything. That's what it is. It's a failed experiment.
Scott here. Don't know if my mic's working. We've got Stevie, VC Verified. Welcome to the server. Hello, Stevie.
Yeah, so apparently Discord thought it would be a great idea to where like you click live stream and then it's like, oh, are you sure you want to leave live stream? Are you sure? Because you're in another voice channel, right? Are you sure? Like, Discord, I know what I'm doing. Anyway.
Do you though? It's just making
Time
sure.
for
It has
precious metals. Sorry. That's right. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Welcome one and all to Precious Metals. You know the deal by now. Me and Redford are the hosts. Blah, blah, blah. Introduction.
No, come on, do the whole thing. Maybe something
Okay,
you
fine.
heard.
Okay. Oh yeah, actually we do have some new faces, so let me do a proper intro.
Perfect.
Holy crap, the live stream just jumped up to like 22 people. It's like, oh, Precious Metals. People actually like our content.
They do. Go.
Welcome one and all to Precious Metals Takeover. This is your host, CI, as well as your host, Redford Bear. Today we have a program every Saturday from 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 to 2 Socialist time. I mean, Texas time. I mean, Canada doesn't exist time. And basically, the point of this program is basically, it's kind of like live stream, but a change of pace. And we also allow people who are the voiceless or people who usually don't speak to try and speak and answer some of our hypothetical questions or get practice debating the flat earth. Anyway, how are you doing, Redford?
I'm doing well. How are you?
You see, there's a social response bias to that question where I'm supposed to say good.
Yes, there is. But you can be honest.
I have eye crust in both of my eyes still, and I've been up for 30 minutes. Like, you know, like, okay.
Dude.
You know, like, when you wake up.
Yeah.
Sorry, I looked at chat.
I know.
Wow, that's a way to start. Okay. I made someone leave because of my psychotic laughter. You know, like when you wake up out of bed and like your allergies are like so, because I left the window open when I slept. I'm like, I don't know if your place is like this, but it was like 50 degrees when I went to bed, and I like that.
I don't know what that is. I'll have to look it up.
50 degrees like temperature. Like,
Yeah, I know, but I do
right.
Celsius.
All right.
Hang on, I'll get the conversion.
No.
10 Celsius.
Yeah, I like that.
That's
nice. That's nice. So I leave the window open. Next thing you know, it jumps up to like 24 Celsius outside, and I'm like, what the hell?
Oh, that's nice.
Ew.
Go outside.
No.
Wash the crust out of your eyes and go outside.
Summer. I hate summer. It's like so humid and hot and sweaty. It's like a college bedroom.
I don't know. I love the summer. I like the heat.
I hate it. It's so miserable. I love the winter.
The sun is just so beautiful. It's just warm. I don't know. There's something about the summer.
Even in
and
my
food, you can grow your own food. And
you can do that in spring though, not summer.
Yeah, but well, I guess it depends where you are, right? My spring, summer, fall kind of falls into.
Well, here's the thing. So even in the winter, it's gone down to like -20 Fahrenheit before, which is -29 Celsius. I don't care. I'll take that. I'll take that over 23 Celsius. I'm not even kidding.
What? No. Okay, but do you have like the snow though when it gets to like -23 Celsius or 29? Sorry.
-29 Celsius is like really, really cold, but I'm okay with it. Like, here's the thing, right? When it's really cold, you can just throw on a coat. It's cool. It's awesome. But you can just throw on a coat when it gets really cold. When it's really hot and you're in short sleeves and shorts, you can't take anything off or else you're going to prison.
Yeah, but you can like get like I don't know, go to the beach, go to the pool. I don't know. Like that's the thing when it's like gets to minus 50 Celsius with the wind chill and you go outside and the air hurts your face. You're like, yeah, summer's way better because like putting a jacket on doesn't really, work that great. I mean, it helps, but you don't want to be outside.
I love how like Elijah like joined. And then he was like, "Oh yeah, precious metals." And then we start talking about the weather, and he just quietly leaves. It's okay. We know what mods are on our side. No, I'm kidding.
Hey.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Holy crap.
Oh, I know. Oh, we have Latter-day Saints here. Are you there,
We
Latter-day Saints? I watched their
do.
debate yesterday. I
We
had to
should
leave because that other guy was just so disgusting to listen to.
talk to him and then start our quest.
Yeah.
I have
don't know
not
if
had
he's
my
there.
coffee yet. Do you still have eye crust in your eyes too?
No, gosh, no.
It's like to the point where like I've like used my index finger in my eye, like digging,
You
right?
could go take
And it's
a few minutes
still
to go.
there.
Yeah, go wash your face. Go whatever, man. Like,
No.
Oh,
Wash your
Latter-day
face with
Saints.
borax.
Hey,
Wash your face with borax, bro.
What is borax?
It's the
That
best
is
stuff to wash.
that like stuff that you wash your laundry in, isn't it?
Yeah, I wash
What?
my
A
body
bunch
with
of
that.
and other things.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's like all. It's the best.
I
Okay,
have a box
you
of it. I
guys are
never
gonna have
thought
to
about putting it on my face. Sorry, see what?
you guys are gonna have to
Huh?
You guys are gonna have to teach me how to do laundry. I don't know how.
Oh
No,
my
seriously, like
gosh. Yeah.
just rinse your hair when you get in the shower and you wet your. Just put a bunch of borax scalp, scrub it for like 3 minutes. It'll be soft. Like, expensive shampoo product you've ever bought. My lady didn't believe me after like she did. That's all.
Oh, look, Dandelion, she's got her 9-year-old doing laundry. So step it up, see. She can help you too. We'll both help you. But yeah, the borax, that's interesting. And Geppy
Yeah.
says it's just a natural salt. I guess just because it's always been in the laundry detergent aisle, you just always
Yeah.
think it's something maybe that you shouldn't be using. But
I
now
love
that we-
me and
So how
borax have
was
been through.
Oh, sorry.
What happened?
Oh, I was just gonna ask, how did the debate end up going yesterday?
Pretty good. I got back for Craig. Action.
You're breaking up for me.
Oh.
I'm not sure what happened.
Hello?
Oh, hey.
You hear me?
I think so. Keep talking. I can't
Can you hear me better now? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So now, again, Craig's one of my favorite superheroes. And so I just showed to just get his autograph, but I guess I caught him in a bad day or something.
So he
He was in a
doesn't
bad.
always act like that? Because that was just horrendous. And there was like no moderation.
Yeah, yeah, no, like
That is terrible.
I've noticed I get him to spiral pretty much better than anybody else.
Oh, okay.
I found Craig's. And I just push his buttons. So what his whole point, what he tries to do is he's only there to try to you until you figure out what your trigger is. He doesn't care about trying to prove the globe or trying to disprove. All he wants to do is make a flat earther look stupid. That's his whole point. That's what he gets paid for by whoever pays him, right? So he'll talk to you and needle you with this and that and throw things at you until he sees you get it right. And then he'll capitalize on that. That's his whole tactic. So nothing he says to me phases me. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm putting quarters in the swear jar every time he swears at me. But I figured out what triggers him though so much. Yeah, but you know what triggers him more than anything? He's talking about 9/11. Oh my God, he got so mad.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if a relative of his died in 9/11 or what. But that's why I just kept bringing up 9/11 as ground zero. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did really piss him off though.
Yeah, he was
If I could do
super angry guy.
I could do that. once a month, I'd be happy to piss somebody like that off, make them spiral out of control, you know. But yeah, so
Yeah, I don't want to make people spiral, but they just tend to do it themselves because they get triggered. We
yeah,
can't help that.
I mean, like, I don't know. He's a good one to do that.
Yeah, I had
An hour and a half before the debate.
seen him before. Oh, sorry, what?
James, just an hour and a half before the debate, and he was like, "Hey, can you fill in this other guy who was supposed to debate? I can't get a hold of him. He's flaked out." I was like, "Yeah."
Oh.
I didn't even know how I was debating, and then he told me. I was like, "Yes." I would rather debate Craig from Fight the Flat Earth than anybody else.
Oh, that's actually what his channel is called, Craig.
Yeah, Fight the Flat Earth. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what his FTF is. What a loser.
Yeah. I know.
Sorry, I shouldn't say that. That's not kind. My bad.
Yeah, but
He was just
Yeah,
not a positive individual.
if you ever go to his channel, he dresses up as Batman on some of his.
Oh my gosh. I wondered what
Yeah,
he did
so-
for fun in his spare time because he doesn't seem like he'd have a lot of fun in life, actually.
Nah, his whole time is like making videos about Nathan and then try to put down flat earthers. That's all he does. So
Yeah, and he was quoting McToon. I was like, oh dear, what do we have here?
I know.
Like, check out his website. I'm like, no.
Yeah, right. Go to his basement. He's got a kid in his.
Oh, jeez. But anyways, I just wanted to touch base. Good to see you here
You too.
and chat with you.
All right, thank.
Yeah, so we're doing Precious Metal Takeover right now. I'm not sure
Cool.
if you heard the intro that C did. So
Okay.
yeah, let's see if there's any. Oh, there's a few. We have a question that we usually do as well. I could ask you the question before we move on to somebody else if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay, so there are hypothetical questions that we do. So this is an interesting one today. So if you could choose between 7 elements, water, earth, fire, air, light, darkness, and electricity, which element do you think you'd represent control if you had the choice?
Fire.
And why?
Well, I was a firefighter for like 2 years, so I know the fire's behavior and what fuels it and how to contain. You know, I don't know. I've like walked through fire or like on the fire line, cutting fire line. I just like fire. I kind of like a little arson. Create fire a lot.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thank you for answering.
Thank
the
you.
question.
All right.
All right. So we have. Where did that person go? Woke Soldier 31. Are you there? You're VC verified.
Yo, what's up?
The firmament. Even though I probably shouldn't say that. How are you?
I'm good. You guys can hear me well? I'm driving right now.
Yeah, good enough. Your quality is not too bad.
Cool, man. The question was what element?
Yeah,
would
you can
say
answer that for sure.
the element I would want is water because of the value of life it brings. You know, without water, we're nothing.
That's true. No, that's good. So, how long have you been in the server?
This is gonna be my second day. Less than 24 hours in total.
Less than 20. So, well, welcome. How did you find the
Thank you.
server?
I got a buddy that's a flat earther all the way, and he directed me to here. We always just play Overwatch, and then he's always trying to preach, and then I'll back him up on things. And then he just said to check this Discord because you guys always have a live stream or whatever.
So, what, if you could describe to me what you think the Earth is, how would you describe it in detail to me?
The way I see it, and the way people have seen it, and the way we experience it is flat and stationary. But aside from what I can see, that's all I can tell you. I can't, like, my buddy, he's going into like magnetism and how that works on the world, and like different cycles. So there's like a lot of things that are past the flat earth. The flat earth thing is just a fundamental truth, but then after that, what's there? And I don't know.
Thank you for your honesty. And for joining the server. That's awesome. Do you have any questions or anything that you wanted to discuss specifically?
I don't got any questions. Like I'm a pretty well versed person that has seen both. So I went to engineering school. I got my engineering degree. So I saw what our school systems teach us, and then I've seen kind of like a slight awakening of seeing the mystics at work, you know, of how they've lied to us for a long time. And I don't really have questions anymore towards it. I just want to listen on to what's the plan moving forward and what are we going to do? That's what I want to hear.
Yeah. I know. I agree. That's good. What are we going to do? That could be a good question for us for another time as well. What are people
Right. Like
planning?
Like, I don't know if you guys know, like, Celebrate Truth. Those guys were YouTube flat earthers from the beginning. And all they do is just play the same video and talk about the same stuff. And you're just like, okay, we get it. So what are we going to do? Like, are we going to come together as a community? Are we going to do something? Are we going to try to build up our spirits again? Or are we just going to let it happen and just talk about it?
Yeah, I struggle with that as well. And I think that is important to build community and for everybody to come together, because just even where I am, things just keep getting worse. And people are just getting further and further away. The world just keeps progressing. I don't want to, well, we can't talk about those things here, so maybe move along. But thank you for joining the server, and feel free to join in at any time, and we'll hopefully see you around.
Thank you.
That other person I think left. Okay. Hey Box Ops, are you there? Maybe not. What? Dandelion? Seriously? That's cool. I might have to go back and listen.
So I got a question. Is this like are people here mostly new flat earthers, or
No.
what kind of like Discord is this all about?
So I can answer that if that's fine. Right now, we are doing a program called Precious Metals Takeover, which is basically a code word for moderators have to mute. Sorry, but that's just how it is. I'm just telling it how it is. So right now, it's like a special program, but usually the people in here are very well versed and experienced. There are people who do their own like YouTube videos, measurements. Indio, for an example, one of the wisest people I know. He's talking about like geodetic surveying. He talks about like it at like a congressional and legal level, and how like Effie has always won in court historically. Like, there's so many arguments. Quantum Eraser is really good at talking about certain topics, like certain measurements, mathematics, using the R of 3959 to disprove a lot of their claims. A lot of people here like do our own footage and recording and stuff. We're very, very well versed. Well, I'm not personally. I know like the basics of everything, but not the details. But a lot of people here are very well versed. But this program is to help the people who aren't very well versed or don't speak often to kind of get to that level. So I hope that helps.
Honestly, I feel like communication about this is one of the hardest ways to show someone all of these truths that you guys spread. And I feel like if you guys add presentations to your Discord, people could follow them with visuals as well. I think honestly, it's within your own eyes. Once your eyes see it, it's something different, because as a kid, you're growing up and you're seeing all these things that inspire you for greatness. And when you talk bad about it, well, then you're just like putting down people that their hope is about space and their hope is about science. And if you show people all the errors, all the, how do you say, it's not conglomerate, it's pick and choose what each thing is, and you have to believe it as a whole. But if you believe it as a whole, it doesn't really make sense. So when we're talking about trying to spread the message, we look like crazy people because we're demeaning what their purpose is. When you're a kid, your whole life you want to be an astronaut or something like that. You want to go out to space, and you're tired of this world because you see around you, and what do you see? It's just hate and division. There's good in it, but we don't concentrate on those things because we're too preoccupied with survival and trying to make sure we pay our bills. So, long story short, I feel like if we could, well, not me, but you guys, if you guys could start presenting things with visuals, I feel like more people can understand the bigger picture and can understand what you're trying to get with.
Well, Indio and QE actually are very good with giving visuals when they explain things, because Flat Earth is about what we observe, not theories, not mathematics. Now, sometimes we'll use mathematics, but only if it's their math to try and disprove their model, because the models are a reification fallacy. But we kind of play the game, and even when we play the game, we still debunk it. We're basically the antithesis to their claim. We're on offense, they're on defense. They're defending their ball. That's how we set it up. There are many times where we actually do give visuals, especially with something like the Black Swan.
Yeah, the Black Swan and all that. Yeah, those are really good visuals, but people just tend to ignore it. I'm pretty sure you've watched Nathan Oakley a lot for you to mention that, and you see the guests that he has are always either condescending or defensive, as you say. What do you think is going to be a good path to avoid these confrontations and have people just communicate human to human instead of communicating defending religions, pretty much?
My personal opinion?
Yeah.
And is this for debate or trying to persuade people? Because I think there's a big difference between introducing someone to Flat Earth and debating them.
Right, yeah, there is. Once you debate, you're pretty much fighting for what the truth is. But I think it goes along in terms with what you first mentioned, is showing them first, not debating.
So I guess in that case, I'll answer for both. if your goal is just to tell like a friend about it, and this is a friend like you can trust, that isn't like that's known you for a long time and probably won't just abandon you. From my personal experience, the best way is not to tell them about one specific argument, but to introduce them to a lot of the major ones, like the vestibular system, axial rotation, seasons, circumnavigation, things like that, Marconi, long distance observation, like just introducing the very basics of these, moon landing fakery, like just giving the very surface for these, but not going into a whole lot of detail, just a little bit for all of these, and then have them ask questions. That's in my opinion, because then it opens up a discussion and then you make them curious, and then they're asking questions, and then you have the chance to control the pace of it. That's for like someone you trust, like an old friend, for an example. Now, if you're debating and your objective isn't to convince the other person, it's to convince the audience at that point. So in that case, I give the complete opposite advice. Stick to one subject, make sure they don't gish gallop or scattergun, and hold them to their claims. Ask them to demonstrate things. If they can't demonstrate anything, well, there you go. And trust me, they can't. Just ask for a demonstration anytime someone makes a claim. It's that easy. It really is that easy. And anytime someone tries to reverse the burden of proof or tries to strawman what you're saying, call them out for it and ask for a demonstration. It's really all you have to do. It's honestly that simple. I hope that helps.
Yeah, I used to, when I first figured out, it was pretty much my sole purpose to spread the message. And even with close friends and relatives, you know how that goes. So people just give up on trying to spread the message. So that's where like I'm at right now. It's like, do we continue spreading or do we act on things now? I know like a lot of people are or making YouTube videos, but that only goes so far. And that only will reach a certain amount of people. I feel like if we start building communities and we start doing our own scientific experiments, that would be the better path for flat earthers instead of talking about it still.
I would agree with you, but there's big tech censorship. And the thing is, these people are not as well versed as we are. So like, if you hand them like a giant stack of evidence, like a giant, huge, like scholarly paper, the way they will think, from my experience, and this is just my experience, someone else may have had a way better experience, but for me personally, they're not going to look at it. They're just going to be like, oh, well, this is too long, or explain to me the short version. And then they debunk that. They don't even want to look at the full thing. So now they will if it gets like accredited by some university, because appeal to authority fallacy, right? That's how these people think. It's appeal to a majority and appeal to authority. Sadly, that's just how these people think. So you have to deconstruct that. But then they don't want to listen to that either. So like, it's better to just stick with hard evidence. So like, I see where you're coming from, because by doing hard demonstrations, like our own experiments and observations, this is hard evidence. So like, I see what you're saying. I wouldn't say it's a bad idea. I think it's a really good message. Activism is very important.
Yeah, I do like when people are out there doing their activism and flat smacking, because they control their narrative. They control the situation by just talking and just sharing what they know instead of having debates. Activism, I think, is a really good action when trying to spread the truth, because you're not there to convince someone. You're just there to feed the seed in people's minds and hearts.
Well, just to give you an example, because I'm someone who like takes my own photos, does my own observations. The best photo I took was actually recently, and it was actually while we were driving. And some people have heard this story, other people haven't. So just because I'm someone who tries to do activism as well and gather my own evidence, because when I see things that we talk about, I get so excited because I'm like, oh my gosh, I witnessed it. I can repeat it, you know, because we do experiments and observations that are repeatable. We don't do these things where we just write it up in a textbook and no one can prove it. No, we say things that we can actually repeat. And the feeling of actually being able to capture something that we talk about here is like the most amazing feeling in the world, because I finally did that. And it's a little, I'm going to post the photo here, but it's a little blurry because unfortunately I was in a moving car when I took it. But okay, have you heard the argument of specular reflection? It's one of my favorites. I'm not the most experienced in it, but I really like talking about it.
No, just talk about it for a second.
Okay. I'm going to post the photo. I know you're driving, but I'm going to post the photo. But basically, specular reflection is like a perfect reflection in water. So basically, specular reflections prove a flat Earth because you cannot have a perfect reflection on a curved, smooth surface. They'll always be distorted, and clouds are also flat, and they level out over the Earth. But the ball doesn't account for this. So that's why it's one of my favorite arguments, because it's just really simple to understand, right? And I took my own photo of specular reflection, and I'm like, holy crap, it's real, you know? Like, and specular reflection is so hard to observe in reality. It's not common, but it does happen. Because most reflections are, so like you can kind of see the blur on the bottom. We were going like 30 or 40 miles an hour, but I tried my best to focus the camera and I captured it. And you can look in the water, like the reflection is so clear. I took that myself. I'm so proud, right? I'm just so happy. Like I'm contributing to the truth. It feels amazing. You know?
Yeah, I know about this. It's like the salt flats where puddle of water reflects the entire sky perfectly. Yeah, and I agree with you on reflections, because that's how reflective bodies work. They need to have a flat surface for it to not be distorted. If there's any curvature, there's distortion, as you could see like on a reflection of a car. When the body's reflecting something, you could see the distortion of the image on the body. But when it's a flat surface, yeah, it's a mirror.
Actually, distortion should be present there, just like the curvature, the imaginary curvature. But because there is no curvature, there is no distortion.
Well, like, something I like to do. Okay, so this is why taking my own photos matters. This is why you guys taking your own photos and trying to like experience the things we talk about is so important, because people like to do like this reversal trick to try and like prove to the audience that they're right and look correct and on the side of science, right? It's like this whole game. It's like this whole show. It's Chinese theater, basically.
Okay,
And
but,
basically,
what? Sorry, Sai, to interrupt you. I want to ask you, what will be their counter argument to specular reflection?
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
You're fine. So the counter argument most people say is they use the classic argument where it's like, oh, well, this photo's not a large enough distance to show curvature anyway. It's so small you can barely see it, right? That's what they go with. I promise you, I've talked about this before with people. That's always the argument they use, and people bring up their best argument first. So people will be like, oh, well, specular reflection isn't possible because it's just so small, you'd barely notice it. And then I'll show like a longer distance one. And they're like, well, that photo's not real. That'll be their second thing they say is, oh, well, that photo's not real. And then I'm like, okay, how about this one? And then I'll post my own. Then they'll say, well, that one's not real either. You can't have perfect reflections. And I'm like, oh, so you're telling me my photo is fake. The one I took and experienced. Really? You're going to deny my photo, right? Because I can say that because I contributed. Like this photo and is mine. It's great. It's a feeling. Like when you actually contribute, you can pull that card and it feels great. And then once they call you a liar, it's like, well, you can repeat this yourself. This is something we can observe in reality, and you're denying it. Like, here's the difference between our positive claims and their positive claims. We don't even have to make positive claims because we can demonstrate ours. They can't demonstrate theirs. Like Cavendish, for example, is not observable in. It's not. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, to interrupt you. I just want to add to this argument. You have to take into account these people who make giant telescope mirrors. These mirrors are very big, large in diameter, and they are very, very precise, flat, like the 1,000th part of a micrometer. That's how flat, precise they are. Because if they have a concavity or convexity of 1 micron on a surface of a 2 square meters, you will get this kind of distortions in the images you will be taking. You know, it will affect your imagery. Yeah. So, has to be flat.
The difference with the difference between our positive claims and their positive claims is that we can demonstrate our positive claims in reality, and they have to manufacture their reality to fit their claim. They make the claim and then adjust reality to support it instead of observing and then forming a conclusion like the scientific method. They've thrown the scientific method out of the window. We still follow it. They have rejected it. They form the conclusion and then try and get evidence to back up that conclusion. And then once they're called out for it, that's what they accuse us of doing. And it's like, no, I took this photo and then I formed a conclusion after taking this photo. And I'm like, oh my gosh, specular reflection is the truth. This isn't possible. This is not possible on a globe, on a ball.
I can tell you to, Sai, I can tell you to pick your ruler, print that photo that you did, print it, and then with the ruler measure the size of the house, and then measure the size of the house in the reflection, and see if the sizes match. You know, that simple it is.
Sorry, I just got reminded of this song from Mulan, and I'm like remembering my childhood.
Are we promoting Disney here? Okay.
Listen, Mulan was like our family's favorite movie. Okay, like I loved Mulan. It was so great. Best Disney movie out there. Sorry, but my family likes Disney, even if they do have Club 33. Anyway, looks like we have a new face here. It's Soup Hapfleet, I think. Soup Hapfleet. Oh, they're not in voice chat, but if
No,
they do
they
join.
were, and then they just left.
Aw, man.
I know, but they just popped in so quick. I didn't have time to like interrupt and be like, "Stop the conversation." We have a new person. Usually they stick around for a few minutes, but maybe they'll come back.
What if we ask?
You can do that to me.
What if we go on?
No. Very good. Keep going.
It's just going to Among Us. What? Well, why are we posting Among Us? Anyway, Sue Paffley is back. Welcome to the
Hello.
Sue Paffley. How are you?
I am well. So first of all, I just want to point out, I appreciate the introduction. My name is pronounced Superfly, and I'd like to welcome all of you to the club of knowing how to pronounce the name correctly.
Oops, my bad.
It's okay. Literally everyone gets it wrong the first time, and it's actually done intentionally, and I appreciate you for going along with it.
Oops.
Well, welcome to the server. How did you find the server?
Thank you. Some friends. Oh, I have some mic issues here. I need to get a new mic. It sounds okay, but it's terrible. So some friends of mine recommended it because they said that this was the best place for a legitimate discussion and information about the flat Earth. And so I wanted to get some actual real people's opinions and hear what people are actually talking about instead of just relying on the mainstream media and content providers on alternative platforms. I think it's always good to talk to actual people to get their opinions on it.
Sure. Honestly, you can have the wheel. What questions do you have?
So I think my biggest question, if we were to accept flat Earth as truth, what does that mean for us in our day-to-day lives, and how can we use that information to better ourselves?
That question's more speculatory. My personal answer, I would say, it means that. So it's the big picture, basically. This is not the end, but the new beginning. Basically, it means we have to second guess everything we know. We have to think how small and detailed they're willing to go to deceive people. Because it's not about why would they deceive. Because that's usually one of the first questions people ask is why would they deceive people? That's not really the right question. It's we observe the deception. What can I do about it? And realistically, there are many options. We can just, tell other people about what we observe. We could try and research the other side and see what valid arguments they have and see if they match reality or if it's a reification fallacy with the model that they claim. There's a lot of things. It's very significant. It's something that's kind of hard to articulate. If someone else wants to answer that question, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'll jump in for just a second.
Hi, Paul.
Hey, how's it going?
Congrats on silver.
Thank you. Yeah, so a lot of people ask the question, actually two questions that are really difficult to answer, right? One is, why would they lie? We don't need to go there. And the other would be, how does this change my life? And I always tell people that we can't explain how something will change your life because we are not living your life, right? So there's no definitive answer on how something would change what you do on a day-to-day basis. That's like asking somebody who has just found their religious savior and asking them how it changed their life and expecting that your life would be changed in the exact same way. The problem is we can't figure out and give you a definitive answer on how the end of your journey or how your journey is going to affect you, right? Because everybody gets affected differently by different things. So the big question, or the biggest thing to first think about, is figuring out the facts of the matter. Because a lot of people want to skip to the end of the book and read the conclusion without understanding any of the actual content of the book. And I don't know if you've ever done that in school, but I have, and I certainly gained zero knowledge from skipping to the end of any books, right? And those books generally haven't changed my life because I just read the conclusion.
I just wanted to say that's really well said, man. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I really like the way that you frame that.
I think that's a good point to make, but honestly, I think CI really answered my question the best when he was like, it's basically coming from the concept of skepticism in general, because I think oftentimes in today's society, we take things at face value, and sort of like what you said, we jump to the end of the book to try and get the message, but we miss the content of the meaning that message is delivered in. And I think that's very important. And that's why, you're talking about being skeptical. I think being skeptical in general is something that a lot of people take for granted. They're like, yeah, I'm skeptical. I just believe what I believe. But I think, when you're going and saying something that drastically counters the narrative, that is where, you really have to look in and say, well, what are the limits of skepticism? And frankly, I think, we put too many, society, so when I say we put too many limits on skepticism, and that actually doesn't allow us to be skeptical. Like, I see a lot of people who will cite, like, articles, and they'll cite things as facts when they really haven't dug in and understood the things that are being said, And that's ultimately what I think society is doing right now. And I think that's why this movement is so, seen as contrary to society, even though it's, honestly, I think, because I've talked to some people in the movement before, I think that it's a community-based thing. And I think society itself is getting away from the idea of community. And being a community means establishing your own values and figuring things out for yourself. And that's not what society at large wants anymore. They want you to buy wholesale in to the great lie. They want you to buy wholesale into everything, right? You can't just accept one part of it and then question another part of it. You have to accept it all. That's what they want. And so questioning any part of it is going to get you in trouble. And that's kind of why I'm here, to see, well, these are the troublemakers, right? These are the people saying the things that people don't want to hear. And so I wanted to see what is actually being talked about here. I was very interested, CI, to hear you talk about specular reflection earlier. It's a very interesting phenomenon that I've only heard like a couple times. Oh, cut out there. Do you think that that's like very damning proof, or do you think that that's more of like, well, this is just another thing on the pile?
Well said, by the way.
I'm sorry? It's C? Say?
Yeah, is C still there? CI, are you there?
I'm talking to my dad right now. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. No worries. So Dandelion here in the chat says, some people say they are skeptical, but actually are only skeptical of ideas outside the mainstream. I think that's a very good point. Because to be skeptical means to be skeptical of everything, not just, what is accepted or what is not accepted.
I'm back. Sorry. I was called on earlier. What was the comment or question?
Well, it was a lot. So, but basically, I was pointing out how I agree that really, like, skepticism as a value is something society is kind of getting away from. And I think it seems to me like, this is that society of troublemakers that everyone is saying, well, they're not being skeptical in the right way, right? Because it's not about necessarily being skeptical anymore in terms of, the mainstream and what they believe. It's about, well, they want you to be skeptical, but they want you to be skeptical in the right way. And, this community and things that I've heard about Flat Earth are always been poised as like, well, yeah, they're skeptical, but they're skeptical in the wrong way. And I was curious to see, do you think that there is a right or wrong way to be skeptical, or do you agree that skepticism as a value is a good place to start from?
I actually agree with both of those things. I think there is a right way to be skeptical, and I also think skepticism is where we should start. In a way, that's actually the answer to my to the first question you have, which is kind of funny. But yes, there's a right and wrong way to be skeptical, because what really is skepticism? Because the way we see it is questioning things. So if the definition of skepticism is questioning your reality, then yes, we should question literally everything. We should see if we can verify it, and then we can hold on to it. We can hold on to that positive claim if we can verify it, and question the ones that we can't. And that's what this is really about. I mean, some people will even make the argument like this will bring you closer to the creator if you are creationist or religious. That's something to think about, but you don't have to be in this server. We have moderators who are atheists. So the great thing about this community is it is truly diverse. We have so many different people from so many different locations, from so many different backgrounds. People with master's degrees, people dropped out of high school. It doesn't matter, because everyone has their own talents and specialty. There are people who are really Go ahead.
Is there any gay people on the server?
You're talking to one.
Great. Fantastic. We have representation.
But we have so many different people. That's what I love about this place. That's what keeps me coming back. And truth be told, it's amazing, because we are able to open our mind. And like I said before, this is not the end. This is the beginning. There's so many things more than just what we are standing on. There's so much more. There's so many I won't even say lies. There's so many things that need to be called into question. And opening this door allows you to change your mindset and look at things completely differently. And that's what's important. It's really not even completely about the shape of the earth. It really isn't. Like, that's ground zero. It's really about, how should I look at our world? How should I look at other people?
Yeah.
What is their motivators? Why am I here? Because it answers all of those questions.
Yeah, I think I absolutely agree with that. I think one of the things, though, that you brought up, you talk about, like, well, we're skeptics, so we can, evaluate beliefs and figure out where we're going to build that foundation. But, I want to point out that I think you also have to occasionally retest, your beliefs, and retest the things that you were once skeptical about. Because I think a lot of, like the globalists, like what they really do is they forget that truth can change, right? Things can change in this world, and just because something was true at one time doesn't mean it's true forever. And so we can't just accept something at face value and be like, well, we did the research on it, it's done, right? We have to continually retest these values and make sure that they're consistently correct over time. Because otherwise, just because something was true 50 years ago doesn't mean that it's still true today. And I think that's one of the best things I've seen from the Flat Earth community, is the fact that people are willing to go out there and do the test themselves. Like, they don't rely on the tests they see online. They don't rely on, things people have done before, just documentation. They go out and they do the tests themselves. And I was looking at the laser tests earlier, and man, I hadn't seen those. That is amazing that these people are going out and actually proving, right, what they're saying. And they're not just like, oh, well, we did a laser test back in the 50s. There was a study done. They're like, no, we're doing it ourselves. And I think that kind of espouses the values that are being discussed here. And you're absolutely correct when you say that Flat Earth is just ground zero, because it really is. There's much more to this than just the Earth is flat. And people don't seem to see that, and I think they don't want to see that, because seeing past that initial veil of like, well, okay, well, you can't accept this. How can you accept the bigger truths? Because frankly, flat Earth is on the lower end of the importance of the number of truths that are out there. There are much, much more important things that you won't even think about. You'll refuse outright because you won't accept something as plainly, like, obvious as the flat Earth.
Superfly, you mentioned that truth changes. Could you clarify that? Could you give an example?
I mean, a perfect example of the truth changing, right, is, well, I was going to say that, but I was told not to talk about that. So we're going to talk about something different. Give me a second to think. Another example of the truth changing is, well, I'll put it to you this way. A lot of the people, I don't want to name names, but a lot of the people who specifically are espoused today as being like terrible people in history, in their heyday, they were actually they were still controversial, but they were much less universally hated. And I think, especially with Donald Trump, that's what we're going to see in the future as things changing, right? People looking at things that happened in the past and then rewriting it. Because that's what I'm saying, is like the truth changes in a way that the narrative that's being told changes, right?
Right. So the truth always stays the same. It's just people's opinions and how they accept it is changing. Is that what you're arguing?
Well, you can't really know fully the truth, right? You can only see, you're looking at the truth through like a pinhole perspective. You know what I'm saying? So you can't really know everything that's involved. And so because of that, it's a journey of discovery where you can find out things that you thought were true, but actually turned out to be not as picture perfect as you imagine, and there are additional details to it,
I have two important questions to this, if that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So, I have two questions to address what you just talked about. So these are more philosophical. So, most people here usually don't like the whole like philosophical hypothetical thought exercise, so I apologize. But I feel like it's really important because it's addressing mindset and how we view reality. So my first question is, does change really exist? Or are we constantly repeating the same behavior? And my second question is, does reality, the medium, change or just the perception of it?
It's excellent questions. I think when we talk about the foundation of belief, because that's where it really comes from, the only thing that we can know to be true, really, is our own selves. Because even though, solipsism and the idea that we're brains and vats and everything like that, and all, that whole concept, that's actually irrelevant, because even within those theories, right, the most important element is the individual. It's yourself. And so, to thine own self be true is really the only way forward, because when you start accepting things that you're told on face value, and we start accepting things just because that's what's normal, that's when you start to lose your sense of self, and you really have to go through and analyze everything from an individualistic standpoint, right? It would be just as dangerous if the people in here blindly followed what was being said as if, they blindly followed the mainstream media. The point is to think and be skeptical and actually come to your own conclusions, because that is the thing that is meaningful, not something random outside of yourself that has to, maybe you never even interact with, or maybe it's never even meaningful in your life, right? But everything to you that you do, that you experience and you think is meaningful. And that's why we have to be very careful with what we accept as belief. And we have to constantly challenge those things.
Well said.
So are you saying that the truth is subjective? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying the truth is subjective.
Just the perception of it.
I appreciate the introduction, though, but I had just hopped in here because I wanted to come in here later and talk about some stuff, but I was about to make lunch. But I'm glad we kind of got to talk about it. That was cool, little intro. But I will be back later, man. I think I think, especially with the way you addressed what I said, I really appreciate you, like, seeing it on the level that I was trying to present it instead of trying to twist what I was saying. Because a lot of people do that, right? They'll take your argument and they'll be like, well, you're actually just trying to say this, but in a sneaky way. And it's like, no, I'm not trying to fool you. I'm actually trying to present my own thoughts and, like, have a discussion. And too often I think people have agendas, and it really aggravates me when I'm trying to have a legitimate discussion and people have an agenda to try to tear somebody down or misinterpret what they're being said. So I really appreciate you, understanding what I was trying to say, because it was more of a philosophical point, and that's something I think a lot of people tend to avoid. But frankly, avoiding the philosophical is how we got into this position in the first place.
Metaphysics are important because if we don't have metaphysics, we won't have creation.
Absolutely.
Or at least we can't understand it. But yeah, great to have you here. Welcome to the server. I'm so happy to have you here. Awesome conversation. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Please do come back.
I will. Thank you.
Redford, do you want to talk with some of the new people?
Yeah, there's a few of them. So I guess I'll go in order the way that I ping them. So I make songs. That person changed their name. Are you there?
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry,
Hey.
I was mad. I had to put the little one down. What's going on?
No problem. Welcome to the server.
Ah, thanks. What are we talking about today?
Oh, well, we're going to go back to the topic of the Earth. What is the Earth? What do you think? If you could describe to me what the Earth is, that would be great.
So, like I stated to the gentleman above, really, I don't know. I feel that we don't have a true. We're in a misinformation. I see active motives for that. So I can see both sides. I can take the professional accredited scholars and take for what they say at a grain of salt and understand that there's probably government intervention, that they want to manipulate the masses for some diabolical reason. But I also can relate to the Earth being flat. I can definitely relate. My real question around the Earth being flat is, what is the flat Earth on? Because we're questioning space at this point. So what is our disk on? What is it? What's beyond the disk? Does that make sense?
Disk, yeah. So shape-wise, I don't know where your head is, but we don't say disk. That's flat Earth society.
Elliptical. What do you?
So there's
how
no
do you
shape.
describe it?
We don't know any shape, but what we truly can understand is the ground level. Like, how far do you think that we have dug before you can't dig anymore?
I believe I know I had the number on that.
There is a number.
It was in Russia.
Yo, Justin. Hey, this is
It's
Precious
Precious. I
Metal,
was just-
man.
Yeah,
Let's
thanks,
let's
Brad.
see
That was a
if
good
Red for Bear handles this one.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thanks, Red. Thanks, Justin. So, where did you even get this concept that it's a flat disk, anyways?
Really, just probably mismarketing. Probably just I'm guilty of stereotypes in regards to understanding the flat Earth philosophy, just as many other different. Oftentimes, people are about a lot of different things. So please, I'm definitely up to being enlightened into the philosophy or theory.
That's good. That's good that you're being honest, because that's not right. We don't think that it's just a disk flying through space. Nobody believes that here. But definitely, like, these are things that we can't answer, right? I can't go under the Earth and tell you what's under there. So that would just be speculation, right?
Yep.
And there was the borehole that was dug. I believe it was almost 8 miles. I think that's what it was, as far as they got. So they're making claims about things within the Earth that they can't even actually go and validate.
Does the flat Earth, or what do you like to be called? What does this community like to be described as?
Well, the Discord is called Flat Earth Discord, so lots of people like to be or identify as flat earthers. I mean, I've said it. It's not my favorite thing because, I mean, there is different terrain, right? It measures flat. We can definitely debunk what the globe model states based upon the measurements, etc., that they give us.
Level earther, flat earther, etc. is fine.
Yeah.
Do you believe in pressure? Not being funny, but do you believe in the concept of pressure?
Well, yes, there is pressure. Like, what kind of pressure are you speaking of, actually?
Well, the reason why, from other theories, from the data I've collected related to this, not really collected, I'm not too fascinated into the inner workings of the crust, but similar how we cannot go as far down into the ocean is because of the amount of pressure that is pushing things inward. So when we're trying to dig, the deeper we get due to the pressure, it pushes it in, and we can't dig farther. We don't have the technology to do that today. Lasers are going to be allegedly the next frontier in this space, but that's still to be debated in a lot of ways. That's my understanding.
Okay, so regardless then, okay, but I don't understand what that has to do. Okay, so regardless if pressure, they can't actually dig.
It, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon
me? The other gentleman switched it to the layer of the crust. I don't know why we went that direction.
There's something you said about this pressure, and I didn't understood correctly.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying like diving in the ocean, and that is liquid pressure. And then when you actually drill into the ground, that's actually not pressure, because it's drilling. You are drilling through a solid material.
So, do you believe in gravity?
I don't believe, but I know what gravity is not.
So with gravity, it pushes inward. So the deeper you're going, again, I'm not. I'm no.
Hold on, you're making claims that you can't even validate right now. No. Hold on, actually, I have a question for you. No. Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
can
please.
I ask you a
go
question? Are you new to Discord?
I'm very new to Discord.
Like, as in a few minutes ago, new to Discord?
Like my kids use it, so I just logged on, checked it out.
Okay, so this is a new account that you're on. So I think some of us are a little skeptical based upon the questions that you're asking. Why are you coming in from a brand new account if you're not new to Discord?
Well, I'm asking. Well, I was just interested in the subject. I'm not even pushing an agenda. I don't know what you're to be skeptical of. I'm simply saying I even structured my sentence as I don't know this. I'm not a geologist. That's why I'm open-minded. I don't know why you're coming from a defensive stance. I haven't said anything. I don't think that was just saying what
we'll give you some leeway then. It's just we get a lot of trolls in here. You're talking about it being a disc, right? That's very trolly, flat earth society things that people talk about that we don't believe here, right? So,
well, I guess I don't grasp. I don't grasp because again, my apologies if you took that as offense. I'm not. Okay, yeah, I am very new to Discord, so I did not know. My understanding of which when you think flat Earth, you're thinking a disc, you're thinking flat plane, and then you're thinking a crust from underneath. Like if you Google
again, wouldn't you have this visualization from somebody else? Like, how did you come?
Yeah, when you
Google. Fair enough. So so if you go to Google and type in flat Earth, I've looked up flat Earth theories, I've looked up concepts, and they're all right here.
Results from Flat Earth Society. Flat Earth Society is a governmental registered organization by governmental officials, which are not officially declared to have registering this.
What are the fundamental differences?
Sorry to interrupt. Can we just keep can we just keep this as a one-on-one with Redford, please? Thank you.
Go ahead, sorry.
What are the fundamental differences between your two? Again, I'm not looking to offend anyone. Now I'm questioning how I phrase sentences, so you're making me second guess how I phrase something because I don't want to offend.
Well, it's not about offending. It's just if you say something, we're going to hold you to that, right? If you're making claims, we're going to be like, okay, well, you need to back these things up, right?
Well, I want to claim because you asked me to enter this conversation. I want to state that I have no basis to dictate. I have no credentials to really dictate an opinion or try to sway your opinion. I'm more here to learn about your opinion than I am to say my opinion. But I am trying to express my opinion, my thought process on this theory or theories. So I'm just trying to come up with my own idea.
Okay, so we don't really follow theories. We don't follow models. We go based upon scientific method, things that we can actually validate, things that we can prove. That's what we discuss here. Because without that, we can just pull anything out that we want and state it or try to make an argument about it, right? So we don't talk about those things, right? Here, we like to keep
you don't talk about them. You don't like weigh those into your just not even considerations, just understand all the cards on the table kind of idea, less than
yeah, but if we do that, right, we have to go with things that we can validate because otherwise we're just making up stories. I mean, I have different ideas on things, but I'm not going to use that in an argument because I can't validate those things.
So can I have kind of the flat earth, or again, can I have just the 101 on your foundation of belief of
it's not
the
a belief. It's not a belief system is something that I believe, right? It's just not something that I can even prove. I just believe it, right? These are things that we can prove.
Okay, and I get what you're saying. So can I have the 101 on the whole thing? I'd like just a quick one paragraph on like what is the whole, why are you different and what is it?
Why am I different? Oh my goodness. I don't know if you're word. Okay, so if you look in the voice text at 13 minutes past the hour, Old Dude posted a Flat Earth wiki page for you. You can read about that if you'd like. Maybe that will be helpful to you.
Yeah, definitely. I think that would definitely expand my knowledge, because again, I didn't come into Discord stating I'd love to discuss this, because I love to discuss it, but I feel very in a position of combat. I feel like I can't express my views properly, not because they're questioning or insulting yours, but I feel like I ask you kind of like a one-on-one question, and it's more condescending than it is educating. Does that make sense?
Let me help clarify something for you. We're not snowflakes. We're just fine. What we try to keep the conversation on is verifiable reality. And we try to use the scientific method to test our claims, right? And so if you're going to come in here and ask us about our opinions, all we're going to tell you is that we don't have opinions. What we do is we observe reality, then we test it, then we see if we can repeat that, and we try to keep it very concrete, very objective. So you're not going to get a lot of opinions from us unless we specifically say that we're speculating or whatnot. But in general, the idea of the Earth being flat is what we can observe, what we can test, what we can prove, and we've done all this, and we can objectively say that we have tested and the Earth is flat, stationary, and there is no space. Now, if you want to discuss those with us, we're happy to. Just don't think that we're snowflakes. We just try to keep everything very objective and very concrete. So I hope that kind of.
I didn't know you guys get a lot of trolls. I didn't think that you guys.
I told you that. Actually, I don't know.
No, I know you did. That's why I'm saying I didn't know that prior to you telling me that. So my apologies if I came off incorrectly. It was not on purpose or intent.
I'd like to ask you a question real quick.
Yeah, please.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
Why do you believe that you live on a ball?
And this is, I think, falls in line with religion. I think this was a concept that possibly, in my world, my reality, it may have been a concept that was indoctrinated by family, by just what is the word? A European, North American, pseudo-Christian philosophies that really I don't know if I was, as we all might have been, manipulated by society's thought processes for other motives. So again, I'm not saying that I believe it, but I'm not going to say I don't believe it. I'm going to say that I don't have enough direct visibility. I don't even want to say education. I don't want to say just visibility. I can't go to space. I can't see enough, but I can try to formulate my best unbiased opinion. That makes, but I understand what you mean based on scientific fact, which is why I'd like to switch, if it's okay, to. I understand the high level. I understand the laser concept, but would somebody be able to do a deeper dive for us on just the high levels? Because I understand it, but like again, I don't have the firsthand knowledge on it.
So, would anybody, and please keep it to one person, so it's like a civil conversation. Would anybody like to walk him through the 3 points? Any?
Yeah, I could help him with the 3 points.
We can do a one-on-one sometime if you don't want to take it for the whole.
Wait. Who said they would do it? Who said that?
It's Big Bang Gucci's. That's me. I can do a one-on-one with you sometime, I guess.
Are you a flat earther? Because like you're new to the Discord. We don't recognize. We need someone to be recognized.
Yeah, I can take it.
Okay, get you can do it.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Sai. Sir, do you know who and when in mankind's history measured that the Earth is a globe, sphere?
I do not.
And what method did he use?
I do not know.
Okay, no problem. By the way, this is not a IQ test, a contest, or anything like that. It's just a simple 3 questions to establish where we are. Now, second question is in regards to the rotation of the Earth around its own axis. Do you know which man and what method did he use to prove that the Earth is spinning around its axis?
I do not.
Great, no problem. And the third question is related to the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure. Can we have a vacuum next to gas pressure without a container, so that you can demonstrate that the vacuum of space is actually a real medium that we can travel to?
And how do we prove that?
Yeah, can you have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container?
So, like, not in it. From my understanding, I've not done any experiments, but from my understanding, on a small scale, you cannot, because the not even length versus width with the circumference. I'm sorry, it's not big enough to make that. But at a certain level, yes. But again, I could be wrong.
Okay. To make sure that we are communicating on the same thought wavelength, can you define to me gas pressure?
I think just because I lack the textbook definition of it, I think it'd be better if you explain it to me.
Okay, gas pressure is given by the number of the collisions of molecules hitting the walls of the container.
Interesting.
So the antecedent for gas pressure is a container. And once you have gas pressure, automatically you also have gas pressure gradient.
And containment, you have containment.
These things always go hand in hand. They are never separate one from another.
So I understand what you're saying. I don't know if it's me personally, but it's. I get the words you're putting there in the sentence. I understand that, but when I try to apply that to an actual visual reality of a test, that's where I'm being very vague. I'm seeing vagueness. Like, what was do you have the name of the actual test that they performed?
There isn't.
I'd love to do my own.
The thing is, to determine gas pressure, you need a container. Even if you use a barometer, that itself is a containment for the surface for the molecules to press on it. But what this conclusion brings you to is that there's no way it can be demonstrated. In reality, you can't demonstrate gas pressure at a container, but yet you to believe that's true, because the heliocentric model claims that you are living in a gas pressure environment without a container. The container being gravity is, it's been proven that it's omnidirectional even at the surface level, and a molecule in motion remains in motion and attached to them by an external force. So gravity wouldn't be an external force. Apparently, it's all being dragged around, and that's why the planes don't experience Coriolis and differences in directions rotating. It all leads to the same conclusion that obviously we're not living in a rotating gas pressure without a container environment, as I said to be, and that's what it should be. That's what it should unfold for you.
What is the thought process? Go on. Did somebody have a question?
Just a quick question. Yeah. Do you understand? Do you know what the behavior of gases are? You know how gases behave? They expand.
I have a high level understanding. Yes.
Okay. They expand always to fill all available space. That means logically that if you don't have a container, you don't have gas, because it will expand and just go everywhere. There won't be any gas.
Okay, let's get back to the point.
Can we please keep this as a one-on-one? I would really appreciate it. I want this to stay civil.
Yeah, unless he.
Yeah, I don't mind as long they come in a civil manner, one at a time. Yeah, I say it's okay to have someone else's questions also. But
Well, I'm sorry. The only reason I came in is I didn't know if he understood why you need a container for gases, because that's the reason why. I just wanted to make sure he
I think it was helpful.
It was. I was just trying to bring it back so we can get back to getting over the 3 points, so everybody else then can join back in the conversation. That's basically it.
You were not able to demonstrate to me gas pressure without a container, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so to sum it all up, based on these three simple questions, The globe Earth, for you, sir, is a belief by choice. You have choose to believe without evidence. I don't want to call it a fanatic belief, which that's what they are, but yeah, just give you like a tip to think about it, take it a little bit more serious, and yeah.
Do you believe in not believe? Again, I understand you do scientific studies to formulate this. Do you believe? I guess what is space then?
Space. You see that infinite vacuum of space, which we have been presented by sci-fi movies, Hollywood. It doesn't exist. The sky is what it is. When we look at it, yeah, we do have that kind of perception, like it's going indefinitely. Like when you look into two opposing mirrors, it goes to infinite. But yeah, hey, you have to demonstrate that it is actually that far away and deep. To speculate what is about what it is, that's just speculation, because all we can do about the sky is to observe it. Nobody has a piece of sky in his pocket. Yeah.
So I definitely respect that. First off, I definitely respect your thought process on that. Thanks for walking me through this again. I really appreciate it. It's been really helpful. Where we diverge, I guess, is when you're basing that on when I'm watching through media, when I've been manipulated into thinking a certain way, which in a lot of ways I know I have, and all of us have in some circumstance. But I'm more referring to when I look up, when I walk outside and I look up, I can see stars, or alleged stars. I can see alleged suns. I can see alleged Jupiter when I get the right telescope. What are those that I'm visually
with the
seeing?
naked eyes? When you look at a star in the night sky and at Mars with your naked eye, what's the difference between them?
The planet, which is made up of different types of material, is
No, when you look with your eyes in the night sky, no telescope, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Your eyes. You look at the night sky. You look at a star, which you don't know the name of it, and then you look also at Mars. The star that is called Mars.
Well, Mars is a planet, not a star, but I understand what you're
You're
saying.
making a positive claim that Mars is a planet, so you must prove that, so please don't.
The way...
Well, yeah, again, if this is a bad direction for the group, we can change it.
Yeah, I'm trying to point out that there is no difference in what you see with naked eyes when you look at Mars or at any other star in the sky, except the size of it. Some look very, very tiny, and some of them look a little bit bigger. None of them is as big. None of the stars is as big as the sun or the moon. None of them.
And the theory that they provide, the globalists believe, is that's closer to us, so it's perceived bigger. And the stars are made of fire, and it is based on it's very heated.
Actually, a very complicated fire. Is not ordinary fire. It's a nuclear fusion, perpetual nuclear fusion fire. self-sustaining, self-fueling. Have you ever heard of the concept of perpetuum mobile?
No, I've not.
No? Well, that's something which is physically impossible to exist because it's something that functions and works forever, and it cannot be destroyed. It will provide you energy. It is an energy source which is drawing it out from nothing. It creates energy.
Are you saying that?
To be fair, that's not what they claim, though, right? I mean, they do claim that the stars burn out eventually. It just takes a really, 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 really long time, right?
You can never test that, though. You can never, they'll just tell you these stories. You guys lap up everything about what they say.
Well, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That's what I was hoping to say to him. Is they're unverified.
Hold on. You don't
if we all dogpile on him, like it's just not going to be good.
Yeah.
I am feeling a little.
Okay. Well, hold up. Hold up. Have we wrapped up the 3 points here? Have we wrapped up the 3 points? Get.
Yeah, it's wrapped up. Yeah.
Okay. So then, can I ask you a question then? I make songs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So what do you know about Flat Earth right now? What do you know? Tell me what you know.
From what I've gathered for this group,
no,
so
just even before, just in general, what do you know about Flat Earth up until now?
Yeah, before coming here.
Do you want a visual representation of
just be honest, speak your heart, speak your truth.
Yeah, just describe to me the best way.
And that's why I was leading into more of the space direction, because I can grasp that whatever chunk of dirt or whatever the planet is made up of, we could be any different shape we want to be. But what we're still where I can't understand is space. Like we can see space with the naked eye, regardless if it's the dark matter, the black, or the stars, or we can see something out there. So if you're saying that doesn't exist, or that is something else, that means something's pointing down towards us.
Who's saying that though? I'm asking you, what do you know about Flat Earth? And you're let's just describe to me what you think Flat Earth is. Like, you're talking about space and stars. That doesn't really
at a high level, at the highest level, an elliptical type of shape that's not a globe, but it's like cut off at the top. That is where our plane, that it's more of a plane than it is a globe. And then there's I don't know if it's a chunk of dirt under it. I don't know, but I believe it could be covered around with the ice shelf around it. That is this is what my understanding of what I've been shown, told, whatever you want to label it as. But, and that's the whole, I don't, do you partake in the whole idea of the dome idea?
I mean, that is something that I can't go and physically prove. However, as you know from the 3 points, if you're claiming that there's gas pressure, right, we live in a pressurized system, then you would need some sort of containment.
And what is the containment's made of gas?
Okay, but how can you contain gas with gas? How does that work? How can you even replicate that on Earth?
So now it sounds like it's going to the atmosphere is what we're talking about now.
Well,
okay, well, hold up. Wait, you're diverting. Actually, let's get back to
I promise I'm not. I promise I'm not.
Yeah, you are, because the question was to describe what you think flat Earth, right? What do you think of that? What do you know about it, right?
Well, what I know about it.
Again, on to something else. So
what I know about it at the 1, 2, 3 point, it's a flat plane with surrounded by ice shelves with the possibility of may or may not be a dome, floating in space. That is my direct answer to answer your direct question. She's asking what my opinion is. Again, I could be completely
Yeah, and
wrong.
that's
I'm
fine.
just
Okay, sorry.
not trying to
let me
insult
get-
you.
Just give me a second. Okay,
Sure.
so now you've admittedly said that this is just something that you've seen, right? And a photo picture somewhere that's given you
Visual
this idea?
concept, yeah.
A visual
It was
concept.
what it could be audio. Somebody told me, described it sometime when I was young. Maybe Google images when I Google flat Earth. That is
Right.
the image that everything shows. The 20 other million conversations we've had with different types of personalities and different knowledge bases. So that's why I'm not here to tell you anything. I'm here to learn more and
I
just at
understood.
bare minimum
You are
understand
not
your
in
you can
control,
throw out a
you
lot of
are
those things.
genuinely interested
get.
to learn. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. So basically, those models, those things that you have in your head, those pictures that you have, basically it's best to just throw those out, right? And come in with an open mind and actually things that we can prove, right? So that is probably going to be the best thing.
And that's and I can definitely understand, and I'm only going to call your thought on this and a theory, not because it couldn't be fact, but because in my perception, I guess I'm not fully.
Then it can't be a theory if it's something we can prove just because you don't understand.
Well,
it.
I
This is
understand,
why,
and that's
this
where there's
is why
possibly
we
proof.
are particular with words, right? Because we can use these things because people aren't aware of what they say.
Well, I'm more describing my perception. I don't understand the mechanism.
But just because you don't understand
proof.
something doesn't make it a theory.
Well, that's why I'm trying to learn. That's why when I say theory, I'm not saying it in the. It's more of just to group something. The moment that I understand the mechanism of how you prove it's true, as soon as I understand that, that is no longer a theory to me. That is fact.
Okay,
But
and
if
you
I'm
were
still not
talking-
understanding the true basis of how you're proving it, I can't myself label it a fact. And I'm sorry for playing semantics. I'm just, I'm not meaning to insult you in any way. I'm just, I feel like
Yeah,
I'm
but
being
just
attacked
because
for
you don't
using certain
understand
words.
it and- well, yeah, but it's just like because you are being so, I don't know.
So
It
I
is.
apologize for what I'm being.
Well, no, it's just, yeah, you're trying to use the words almost like against us, just within your context, but that's not what those words really mean, right? In the grand scheme of
not
things,
with
just because
no-
you don't understand something
No,
doesn't
he's
mean I can
trying
call
to
it
be
a
smooth.
theory.
I'm
right?
trying to.
Yeah.
I'm trying to verbalize it. I don't even know how to. I don't even know how to properly structure the way I'm trying to say something. And I feel, and I understand that you've probably been attacked in the past by some of the verbiage I'm using, because I mean, I'm sure a ton of people that would love to debate you
Not
on
even
this.
attack. It's like the
I'm not
accuracy
prepared
of
to
like
debate you
using
on
the words properly, right? And you can't change the definition based upon your understanding. That's not really how that works.
Hey, wait, can I point out something very important
Can
here?
we please keep it as one at a time? I really am not asking for much. Can we please keep it one-on-one, please?
Yeah, but staying focused on the topic, you need to understand that the burden of proof is on your side. So we observe a plane, not a planet. We observe it as flat. When I go to the top of a mountain, like I have twice throughout my life, I observe it as a flat horizon at the top of the mountain. So we directly observe it as flat. So the burden of proof is on your side to prove that it's curving. We also observe it as stationary, except when an earthquake happens, which is a very rare, different thing. You know, they don't claim that earthquakes and rotation are the same thing. So we observe it as stationary, not moving. We observe the sun moving overhead, the stars moving overhead, and the moon moving overhead. So the burden of proof is on your side to prove to us, show us how you managed to prove, or somebody managed to prove, that the earth is moving and that the sun is relatively stationary. And we also do not observe a natural vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum. And so when someone tells us fairy tales about the vacuum of space existing above our heads, you know, we need to see evidence of gas pressure without a container due to gravity in order to believe that, or
But I thought
even
you
consider
don't
it as
believe in-
possible.
I thought you don't believe in space, though. That's where I'm not understanding.
No, space. Hold on. There's space between you and I. There's air between you and I, and there's space between you and I. But space between you and I is not the same thing as the claim of the vacuum of space. They claim that if you go directly upwards, eventually you're going to run into a place where there's no air at all, and you're in a very powerful vacuum, and there's somehow a very powerful vacuum between one point and another point down here without there being a solid barrier. They claim that, and that's nonsense. That would violate natural law. But you got to keep in mind, the point I'm trying to make with this is not just all these 3 points, but what I'm trying to say is we have the base axiom where we observe a flat, stationary Earth, and we do not observe a vacuum of space above our heads. So the burden of proof is on you to prove these 3 things to us. Do you understand that?
I think we're talking about 2 different things when we talk about space. I'm not referring to space and length. I'm talking about space as in when you look up the dark areas that are not part of the... I'm talking about...
It's a fairy tale. What I'm saying is there is space between you and I. That's one thing. Yeah, you're right. That is 2 different things. And the second thing that you just talked about, the second thing you just mentioned, that's like Hogwarts. It doesn't exist. It's just something they just made up and put in your head. That's it.
Then what
Unless
am
you
I
have
looking
evidence
at?
to the contrary.
And what am I looking at when I look up?
You're looking at unverified lights. Unverified lights. You have to go up to it and physically touch it in order to verify what it is. Until then, I'm not going to make up some story about what they are. I don't know what the hell they are. I wonder sometimes what they are, but I don't know. And until I go up to it and touch it, I can't verify it, and you can't either. And anybody telling you some fairy tale about it, they're just telling you a fairy tale about it. Fuck the fairy tale.
I can definitely agree. I wouldn't even say agree. I can definitely respect that position of we don't know what it is, so we don't want to label it. So that's pretty interesting that you bring that. That at least gave me a...
Yes, this is...
That was more of the answer I was looking for.
And we...
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, honestly, guys, I've hogged the chat up a lot for a while now. Yeah. Is there anything else anybody'd like to ask me? I mean, it's been awesome talking to you. I'm sorry again at those points that came off.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. You said you are an expert in gas pressure.
I never said I was an expert in gas pressure.
Or like
I actually
very
said
knowledgeable.
the opposite. I said the opposite of that.
Oh, I see. Yeah. My bad then. No.
Well, yes, thank you. Thanks for joining us and the conversation.
Yeah.
And participating.
I look forward to having more.
Yeah, just so like now you understand a little bit more just because of some of the things that you were saying. We do get a lot of trolls on here saying these things, and yeah, just keep coming back.
Just correct me if I'm coming if I use the wrong terminology.
Well, and that's the thing, right? I mean, a lot of us, I don't think, even really realize just the words have so many different meanings, right? In the context of them, and it just kind of being in here does make you more aware of that, which is a good thing.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah. By the way, whenever you hear the term Flat Earth Society, know that those people are exactly the opposite of us.
What's the differences between at 1, 2, 3 points? Very direct. What are the difference between your society, their society versus your community?
Well, they make the most craziest claims.
I'll give him one sentence. They make claims they can't back up.
Anything was too crazy in this, and what you guys explained to me so far?
Dave, what were you saying?
One sentence. They make claims that they cannot back up with evidence.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah, and beyond that, there are some of us that have a suspicion that they only exist so that, for the purpose of making us look crazy. So they'll start out at the top of their website saying the Earth is flat. Okay, that's true. And then they'll say a bunch of crazy, stupid nonsense after that. And then people will go to that at the top of Google search results when they type in flat Earth to Google. And, they'll look at that and they'll be like, oh, these flat earthers are crazy. I'm not going to look into this anymore. See how that works?
You guys have given nothing but direct answers to all of your facts, and honestly, I've learned a lot. I didn't think anything crazy came out of any of the conversations. I think you guys are all very level-headed and very reasonable.
Oh, I recommend you to come back and listen to us when we talk about sextant navigation, all these things which are long time lost knowledge and technology. People nowadays, they don't use them anymore. But actually, those kind of tools would have been possible to be used for navigation only if they were living on a flat world plane. Yeah.
That was deep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another thing, level-headed, level Earth. You know what I'm saying?
Be the hologram.
Oh, I see what you did there.
The heliogram.
Nice.
Hey, my question was just how do you deal with your family?
Heliograph?
Wait, hold on, Big Bent or whatever your name is. Can you just wait until we're done this conversation? Don't interject while people are still talking about something else. Thank you. Though.
It is
Just
kind
hang
of
on.
rude. That is kind of rude. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, I recommend you also to look, search what is a heliograph and what those people use it for, because it's a very interesting communication device. So
I'll definitely look that up.
And I'm sure when you were checked in, you were probably told that if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the server, there's the additional information there.
I don't think they told me that, but I'll definitely look into it.
So if you scroll down, just because there's a lot of shadow banning and things going on with YouTube, etc. So a lot of links and stuff that you can't find. There's a nice catalog of information down there that you can check out on your own time. And then if you have questions after that, then come into the live stream and talk about it.
Awesome. Hey, thanks guys. I'm gonna head out.
Redford,
Have a
there
great
was
day.
there
Thank
was
you so much for
someone
joining
wanted to address him.
Thanks for joining.
Oh, somebody else wanted. Or do you have a minute if that person's still
Yeah.
here? Sorry, who was it? Do you remember, Get Piquet?
I believe it was me, but I may be.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Oh, did you have a question for this individual
Yeah, he did.
specifically? Oh, okay, then go for it.
It did.
Yeah, my question was, how do you guys deal with kind of revealing these things to your friends and family? Like my close friends and family, like I can show them evidence and show them things, but it doesn't seem like they want to believe me.
Oh, okay, so not directly to this individual. Okay, so I make songs. So yeah, you. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you soon. Hopefully. Does anybody want to answer his question?
I just dealt with this
family
actually.
members. For example, I cannot convince my parents, but I know my mother saw the video documentary. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And after she saw that documentary, she was like, "Oh my God, the moon landing is literally fake." she couldn't believe in the moon landing anymore. But if I tell her the Earth is flat now, she's gonna be like, "Ah, you're crazy."
Yeah. I mean, I don't. I've kind of come to the point where I can't save everybody. Right. So if somebody wants to have a conversation about it, that's fine. I'm not going to push it on them because I know it's such a touchy subject with certain people and certain individuals. And it's just like, am I going to really ostracize myself from everybody if they don't think it's important? I mean, they have different beliefs and values than I have. Right. And we don't butt heads on that and stop being friends because of that. So I've kind of just, I've mentioned it to some of my friends that, are more open-minded about these things. I've mentioned it to one of my parents. It did not go well. But again, I guess I come at from a different standpoint than I think a lot of people. Like Boxoff says, he's super blunt about it. And yeah, so I guess it just depends on, and the people that you're talking to the best, right? Your audience, your friends, family, and do you I mean, somebody explained this to me once, and I thought it was a really interesting concept because I didn't think about it that way. Where it's like you're imposing into like their base, right? By trying to force this, quote unquote, force this information, spread this information to them, but they don't want to hear it, you know? So I just kind of like, well, if you want to talk about it, great. If not, well, I'm not going to hate you or cause issues because of that.
Yeah, that's kind of like me and my clan leader. Because I play Call of Duty. And
oh, I was like, clan leader. Interesting. Okay.
For like the past, I don't know, maybe 2.5 months, I've been talking to them every day and just like going over everything, with the politics and the fact that, if you think you're free, whoever told you you're free, that is your enemy. And gave precedence to it, and now they're starting to go, okay, well, what about this and what about that? They're actually starting to, question things. And I said, yeah, but the biggest conspiracy of them all, right, is the one that really matters, and that's where your feet are. That's where you live. They tell you you live on a wandering star flying through space, but you really don't, because it's a flat and motionless plane. You feel no motion whatsoever. The world's flat, man. No, it can't be. And I heard his girlfriend going, I fucking knew it. So, yeah, it all depends on how you bring it to people,
Yeah, and I think too, just waiting for the I know it sounds kind of cheesy, but like the right moment. Like I've had this with one of my closest friends actually, and a couple weeks ago, right? We were outside, right? Be like, yeah, what do you think the stars are, right? Like kind of plant little things and just see where they are, and then don't force it. And even like Fact says here, just using specific terms, right? That maybe won't trigger them so much, when you're trying to get this across to them. And then just plant little seeds, right? Like at one point I said to my friend that I didn't, I thought space was fake, and that didn't go well. So I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's not push this further. We'll wait a bit and, use different terminology, different things.
Yeah. That's like, space. A lot of people think space is outer space. Space is just simply the distance between your hands, the distance between two objects.
Yeah.
And then this concept of outer space, this is very esoteric. This is very, what do you call it? Occultish. Right? Because that represents blue, which is the color of chaos, as opposed to the color red, which is the color of law and order. But remember, they want order from the chaos. Makes sense, right?
So did that answer your question that you had? What was his name again?
Me?
No, the other individual. What's his name?
Yeah,
Yes,
that answered my question. Would I be able to ask another or no?
Of course you can. Then I have a couple for you.
Do you kind of get a sense of nihilism once you realize that everyone has been lying to you about, well, not lying to you, but, there's a group out there working to make sure that you don't know the truth about, the world that we're living in? Does that kind of give you a sense of nihilism? Because I found that for myself.
May I answer?
Yes, please.
So nihilism is this philosophical concept that nothing is worth anything because there is no end. Like the end is simply the end. There's no significance or meaning to the end. I feel like there's more desperation by not knowing, because now that we have significance, now that we understand our significance and we understand the situation, now we can look forward to learning more. Because the thought process is a very classic interpretation of the scientific method. We start knowing nothing, kind of like Socrates. We know nothing, but then we question things, and then we prove them, and then we hold on to the things that we can verify. And once we know what is verifiable, it actually makes life easier, not more difficult, because we know what is true. We know what we can verify, and we know what we can't. It's very easy. We know what is, and we know what is not. to use Parmenidean language, I guess. Like, to answer that in like a more simplistic way, no, we are not nihilists. Oh, like I would say like half of the people here are creationists. But that doesn't, but in a way, I'm not using that on a religious basis. I'm using that as a way, like, people have hope here. We're not hopeless. We look forward to waking up. We look forward to every day we wake up. We look forward to talking with people on this Discord. That's why we continue to do it each and every single day. We have things to look forward to, so we are not nihilists.
And I interject.
Go ahead.
You know, when you start finding out that, you know, there's a lie afoot, great deception, there's two different outcomes, right? You'll have those ones that were lukewarm in their convictions that will just completely reject everything and turn nihilistic, which means, you know, the only thing they care about is keeping the lights on their house. You know, they still have to go to work. And then you have the other ones that will sit there and look deeper and try to find a deeper understanding into the actual scriptures to help explain how the world truly is. So you have different reactions, and that's based on the background on how the person was raised. Very rarely will you get a devout atheist to turn to a believer in God. An atheist means one without the belief in God, or one that claims there is no God. So the thing is it goes back to your core beliefs, to how you were raised, right? And it makes you search things out a little bit better, especially when you know that you cannot trust all things written by man. Now, I know there's a little conundrum there because, you know, scripture was written by many different men, different people, right? And it was all compiled together. There's a misconception that it was written by one person. I don't know where they get this idea from. Probably that zeitgeist crap. But it's just one of these things to where if you're not willing to investigate things to the fullest, then you're not ever going to be able to get to the bottom of the nature of reality on where your feet are. A lot of people will look to the sky to try to figure out, you know, where their feet are. Wouldn't it be easier to look down to find out where your feet are than it is to look to some distant light in the sky to try to say, is it physical? Is it round? Is it flat? You know, who cares? It's a star. It's a light in the sky. Instead, worry about the ground, you know? It's like Earth means dry land. Planet means wandering star. It's where the word planetus comes from, is the Greek word for wandering star. Other than a star that is fixed. So basically it's talking about the planets. and then we called them, through academia and all that, and paganism throughout the years, we've called these wandering stars gods. And they still have the name of these pagan gods. So is believing in space a step forward or a step backward? I believe it's a step backward. And that's what I mean by space, is outer space, right? Not the distance between two objects, not the distance between me and you, because technically that is space. Mic out.
I don't think it's nihilistic at all once you come to the understanding. For me, it then gave me the knowledge of who my enemy was and what I was actually fighting and why things didn't feel like they were going smoothly. And when you're in deception, you don't know your enemy and you're playing to their hand, and it becomes a battle. So I actually look forward to every day fighting against whatever deception I'm being put under and making sure I live the truth the fullest I can. So I'm not sure that it would be nihilistic at all if somebody does come to this. Maybe you go through a grieving process of losing what you thought was the truth, I think a lot of people forget they go through stages of grieving a lot of times with this stuff. And maybe that's maybe what you're trying to express, but I find it's more nihilistic on the other side, where you basically have no purpose. You won't even be remembered once you die. There's nothing after this. Like, there is nothing else after if you believe in the heliocentric evolutionary based idea. There is nothing.
Yeah, but the pen is mightier than the sword because the words outlive
I think it is this sort of like I went through the stages of like grief when I first had my new I had not beliefs, but the facts were laid out to me. It was kind of like a stage of sorrow.
The new knowledge that what you thought and believed and had kind of put your hopes and dreams around is destroyed. So it is like a death of something. So I always kind of look at it, because that's what I've seen, even in myself when it first happened. Yeah, I went through it really quick because I didn't hold on to it much. It wasn't like a person. But it is the stages of grief. Anytime you lose something that you have dreamed that was real and that you were going to participate or be part of, or that you're involved in, it just happens. It's just part of it.
Right, because these beliefs, we tend to make them part of who we are. I think that's why people get so insulted when, you're just stating facts and it's going against their belief. They take it as a personal attack. So it is part of a grieving process and part of going through all that, unlearning everything that you knew. I mean, I went through it with numerous things that I studied for years, right? So
me too.
It is hard. Flat Earth was the easy one for me. Everything else was really difficult. So I get that feeling. Pardon me?
Sorry to interrupt.
No, continue. What did you say?
I was going to say, what other things have you discovered that have changed your opinions on other, things?
Okay, so history was my big one because that's what my degree's in. So spent a lot of time in it, right? A lot of time devoted to that. And I always kind of held on to it, even though I knew things, right? It was my own cognitus. So just coming to terms with that there's so much stuff that they lied about, and just the truth of, mythology and even things like that. Like, I knew they were all stories, but the further I get in, it seems like there's another interesting aspect to that we're not.
Can you go into that? That's interesting with mythology.
Oh, well, I don't want to go too far into it. I mean, we can go into another room at some point and talk about that, just because the live stream's supposed to stick to the topic of the Earth. But we'll just say, like, even with Saturnella and things, this different things of certain groups of people allegedly partake in, that seems to be based upon these quote unquote gods with a little g that are just interesting.
Before we do that, can we wrap up?
I'm not going to get into that. Yeah, we'll have to go into another room. I don't want to talk about that in the live stream. But yeah, we definitely can wrap it up.
Okay, thank you guys.
No problem.
Oh, you can still stay. I just wanted to officially wrap up with Redford because we're actually doing a program right now.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll take 2 minutes, and then everything will be back to normal. But Precious Metal Takeover ends at 3:00, 2 p.m. Central Time. Any thoughts before we end, Redford? What did you like about today?
I thought it was a good conversation. I know it gets everybody's passionate about the topic, so everybody wants to give in their 2 cents. But I thought it was still a constructive conversation. And even with people participating in the chat, I thought it was good. So thanks everybody for the turnout and for participating.
I think we learned a lot. The thing we as a community still need to work on is the one at a time thing, in my opinion. But I think that'll come in due time.
Yeah, and I think people
honestly,
part way, they don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and honestly, just paying attention more to the chat, and that's on both sides. That's on our side. That's also on their side too. Everyone in general just needs to look at the chat more often because there's a lot of important things being said, and some people just don't even look at the chat because from time to time they'll just be completely irrelevant posts in there. Someone will post a GIF of Among Us or something.
Yeah, and actually Dandelion was posting, and I think I might do that. She was posting just the picture that we have of the Precious Metal Takeover and the voice text. So maybe
that was really helpful.
Remind people. Yeah, that was awesome. She's always very helpful. So thank you, Dandelion, for that.
Thank you so much.
And for the idea. I'm going to take that.
Yeah, that was really good. I'm probably going to do that as well. The reason why I wrote the allegory of the cave thing, is because it was dealing with what the person was talking about in terms of like what the truth is, how do we live after we figure it out. So I think the allegory of the cave is like the perfect analogy for that. But
Oh yeah, the analogy of the cave is great. Yeah, there's actually a 5-minute video. I know it's like from TED Talk or whatever, but it's actually really good. I remember when I came across that years and years ago.
I wrote like a short.
Yeah.
I wrote like a short summary about it.
Oh, okay, I'll read it after. Yeah.
And I even made like a drawing on a chalkboard about it. See, people criticize my generation like, oh, you guys don't even know what a chalkboard is. You don't even know what a whiteboard is. You do everything digital. That is dead wrong. Chalkboards are awesome.
I am shocked. That your generation even knows what a chalkboard is. I thought it was all whiteboards now.
Wow.
I don't like chalkboards. Hurt my ears.
Hey, Enoch.
Hey, Enoch.
Whoa, whiteboards. That's racist.
Oh, come on.
Jeez.
Anyway, thank you all for going with Precious Metals. Hopefully we'll work on the one-on-one thing, but from this point forward in Precious Metals, I personally will be strictly enforcing the one-on-one thing. I hope that's okay with everybody, but it's a very important skill. I think things could have turned out very differently, and I think we did a really good job at keeping things civil. So thank you all very, very much. This has been Precious Metals Takeover. Thank you, Redford, for being my other host. I mean,
Thanks,
you did better than I did. I only spoke at the beginning. Anyway, yeah, program's over. Mods can unmute. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you all. We can resume.
Hey, Redford Bear, did you just say I'm shocked or I'm chalked?
Chalked, clearly.
I was just making sure.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
I feel so terrible for missing it.
Yeah, where were you? It's all good though. Hope you're doing something fun.
I didn't mean to miss Precious.
I think Tom Brady is having a nap. He's hot miking and snoring.
It's okay. I got it covered. There's like a couple of people I muted on PMT that I'm going to have to unmute. So I'm going to try and remember their names and unmute them. It looks like they're offline. Oh, wait, no. Oh, I can't unmute unless they join a voice chat. That's kind of a... Yeah, if anyone who I muted earlier is listening, I promise it's nothing personal. It's really nothing personal. It's just we really need to do like a one at a time thing.
Yeah, it's just pretty personal.
It's really not personal. It's just like one at a time.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we got to do the one-on-one, so it has to be that personal.
I did not sleep well. Like
I'm having a hard time seeing. Sorry.
No, you're okay. On one hand, I really want new people to speak up. On the other hand, if like 5 people are fighting for the mic, that's not really good. Especially like when I personally say I want new people to speak, and Redford, please provide your thoughts on this as well. I want the people who are not very confident to speak. Yes, you guys are going to make mistakes, but you guys need experience.
I think we all make mistakes.
Yeah, I agree. That's
So,
the whole point, right? Have that safe environment. Oh, sorry.
Are you talking to me, C?
I don't think I muted you. No, I'm not talking to you. I mean, you can respond, though. You can respond.
No, I was just like, wait a minute.
You're so quiet all the time,
Confidence,
Joshua.
you don't know me.
Well, you changed your icon, so I didn't recognize you at first, but I'm like, oh, you're the COD Mobile dude.
I was like, yeah, if you're talking to me about confidence, yeah, I'll make an ass out of myself just for comedic, material.
So I think the biggest problem is when there's like a dog pile is
Yeah.
it tends to happen when somebody is kind of having a conversation and the room can't seem to recognize that it's like a one-on-one conversation, and you don't know the direction that the person is having the conversation is. You don't know the direction they're eventually going to end up on. And I understand a lot of people want to get to that end, but you have to allow people to get their concepts out in a way that's best for them, maybe not the way that you would do it. And a lot of people have a hard time just being able to listen to where somebody's going.
I know where you're going with this.
I wrote something, a very important point. How can people learn if we do not have the opportunity to learn? And I don't like using the word failure. I like to use the word learning opportunity. So keeping that in mind, how can people learn if we don't give them the opportunity? How can people learn if they don't fail? So that's why even if someone's slow or doesn't hit every nail on the head, we should still allow them to take, like, they should be the one controlling the gas pedal to make sure everything's going the right pace. But even if it's not the speed we would drive, like some people go 85 on the freeway, other people go like 70. Right. Not everyone goes the same speed on the freeway, but we're all on the same, highway, freeway going to the same place. So even if it's not in the same lane or the same speed. So this is how I envision it. And this is an analogy I like to use. Okay. I like this car analogy. So we give the new person the wheel, but we give our people, the one person who decides to talk with them civilly, the gas pedal. I think that's the best way to look at it. Because if you have a bunch of people fighting about whether to go the speed limit or not, I mean, at that point, you're just going to crash in a car accident. And the person controlling the wheel may jerk it to the side and, airbags, right? We don't want airbags. We don't want airbags.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Say there's a new person that comes in and they start asking questions, or better yet, not even the only questions that they're asking is about belief. And some people will entertain those beliefs, and other people will shut the word belief down right away because belief cannot be proven, right? If it can be proven, then it is something not to be believed in. If you have evidence of something, then you have no reason to believe in it, right? That's the thing that people have a cognitive issue with. But I've been noticing for the past 3 weeks that there's been a lot of new people coming in, and it's like they watch the same video or something. They go, okay, well, we're going to go here and refute it. And they come in here and they start talking about beliefs and they abstract. And then 4 or 5 different people will try to prove a point to that person that they're just not understanding that, oh, well, you guys believe in this and you guys believe in that. And it's like, it's not about belief. It's about testability, repeatability, refutable things, And it's like, I don't know why so many people have to step on each other, but it's a lot of silvers, right? I've noticed it's not so much those that don't speak up, because if you speak up, you get silver. I mean, I don't know how that whole thing works, but I know if you speak and participate, you get ranked up. Those that just have VC verified usually don't speak up. So that's, if you have VC verified, start speaking up, start bringing, questions, postulations that you have to help you better grasp the world for what it is. And that's the thing. It's like somebody said the word colleague the other day, right? But colleague means, work companion or college companion, and we don't work together, and we've never been to college together, so we can't really be considered colleagues, but more like flat earth proponents. So it's like one of these things to where, or non-globular proponents, I should say, because the Earth itself isn't really flat. It's kind of bumpy and hilly and full of valleys and stuff because it just means dirt, right? Earth. It's like, why do they call them earth movers when they're excavators? I mean, come on now. So, I mean, it's just one of these things to where I'll notice one person will talk to somebody, and that person's not really understanding. They're not looking at any of the proof because they're driving a truck or something. And 4 or 5 people will try to, bring it back to that one point that the guy just dismissed. And it's like, instead of doing that, we need to make sure that he's able to see what's going on. And in the meantime, he needs to, be going through this. But if he's driving, then really he shouldn't be using a computer or anything like that while he's driving truck commercially. So, I mean, it's neither here nor there, but I mean, we all have the ability to catch up on stuff, Those people that will sit there and spend hours watching a movie and say, oh, I didn't have time to research something. Well, you're lying because you chose to watch a movie instead of read about something. But I'm not going to be the one to call you out on it. Just be like, yeah, isn't that interesting? You have the time to watch the movie, but not the time to, read something that would take about half the amount of time that movie did. So, I mean, anyways, I digress. It's like we all try to get our word out there, and we see somebody struggling with somebody because of cognitus or whatever is going on there. And everybody will try to help the other person out, not realizing that by the act of trying to help them out by breaking into the conversation is actually derailing it further. So I think that's where that whole thing comes from everybody dogpiling everyone. That's just my thoughts, though. Mike out.
Yeah, the text channel is a good place to interject in a one-on-one conversation. If you feel that the conversation is getting off into the weeds, you can let the individual who is having a conversation know in the text. But I feel like a lot of people feel the need to jump in and make a correction to the conversation via voice, maybe a little too prematurely. Just tends to happen. It's human nature.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not one for policy or anything like that, but I remember this one place I was at. It was a panel, 10 members, back in the days of Hangouts, where everybody was streaming from Hangouts. And the host would tend to talk a lot. And when they were done talking, they would always, let everybody know by muting and then saying mic out. Because sometimes they would have to mute because, their child's bugging them in the background. So it's just one of these things, like if we can come up with some kind of a talking stick, once one person's, handling it, nobody else butt in, let them handle it until they sit there and say, does anybody else want to try? You know what I mean?
Over and out.
I can ask real quick, is the guy that was asking questions at the end of this like 20 minutes ago, are they still here? I don't know who it was. I'm driving.
Yeah, he's deafened right now. It's I make songs, so.
Okay. I just want to give him a chance to ask you more questions. I thought it was a new person. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, he's deafened and muted. I don't know. I think he had to take care of something.
I got a question about Tom Brady. He's a globe skeptic and not here to learn and a pretender clown. So those are 3 unique tags. How did you get those, Tom Brady? Can he talk? Guess not.
The football player?
Yeah, he's off today. Well, he plays tomorrow, right?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to sports.
And just his supermodel wife let him get on Discord today. Go ahead, all day.
Sorry, my friend. Yeah, I've unmuted you, Tom. You can speak up.
I do know Tom Brady was asking earlier in the lobby if he could be a mod.
Come on, Tom. Don't be shy.
See him lighting up. I don't hear him, though.
Ah, was that what the mic mute was for then?
Oh, he's sleeping. I can hear him snoring.
Yeah. I'll put you back on mute just now, Tom. Just for your personal safety, sir.
Yeah, we don't want to hear you talking in your sleep. Okay, Halo, their tag is, the light inside is broken, but I still work. They're muted, though.
Yeah, here we go.
How you doing, Halo?
I'm doing pretty good. I just have a question for you guys. Do you have proof that the Earth is flat? Do you have evidence?
We have empirical proof that you cannot have gas pressure without a container, something to contain the gas pressure.
All right. So do you believe
We have proof that all water, all liquids, especially water, finds its level while at rest. And it does not ball up. We have proof that you see too far. Those are our proofs.
I have a question. Do you have evidence that we are in a chamber full of gas that can be released at any time, or there's a possible lid?
Yeah, you have gas pressure
burning up.
Imagine a tire, right? A tire on a car.
Mm-hmm.
Inside of it is gas pressure, which is higher than the pressure that's outside of the tire, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you were to ventilate the tire, what do you think would happen? Do you think that gas pressure would remain inside of that tire?
No, that will leave.
Equalize with the bar pressure.
It will equalize.
Thank you. So how can gas pressure not equalize with a total vacuum, which is stronger than any kind of vacuum we can create in a lab?
That's fair. That's fair.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to talk. Equalization would occur.
What about gravity?
Property of thermodynamics.
Do you believe in gravity or a central point?
Well, what do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean by gravity, though? Right? No, we have different definitions of the word gravity. There's the notion that Newton put out.
Yes.
The notion that Einstein put out. And then you have something called specific gravity. Right. Specific gravity is also known as relative density, the phenomenon that, air is light and, carbon dioxide is heavier. Some people call it buoyancy, but it's all relative density, aka specific gravity. Oh yeah, and the vernacular, right? So you can use gravity in a sentence, like gravity to denote something that's extremely heavy. Like, I don't understand, or I don't think, for instance,
as a force. Gravity is seen as a force that pulls downwards.
actually that force has been debunked by Newton, or Newton's force has been debunked by Einstein 106 years ago. I don't know if you know that.
I don't. Can you send me
Newton, right?
Mhm.
He proposed centripetal force as the force of gravity, which is opposite from centrifugal force, which is a word that he made up from Latin. Right? The origin comes from Newton. Newton states that mass attracts mass, which we cannot duplicate in any lab, in any circumstance, anywhere. However, Einstein, 106 years ago, with the special theory of relativity, came up with space-time warp. The bending of space-time creates gravity, according to Einstein. And he says, not a force. So gravity is not a force.
All right.
And then the vernacular, it's like, for instance, with the Matrix, right? I don't think you understand the gravity of your situation, Mr. Anderson.
No, yeah, I know that.
You know what I mean? Like, you're a deep shit, in other words. So it's like...
Here's the thing. When we talk of central force and central mass, meaning something at the core, do you believe there is something in the center of our planet, even if it's not spherical?
What do you mean by planet? Once again, Earth is not a planet.
How so?
Earth means land. Dry land. Right? Why do you think they call them earth movers? They're excavators, but they are called earth movers. Bulldozers, they're called earth movers. What do they move? They move dirt. Planet comes from the Greek word planetas, which means wandering star. And it's funny, you remove the T from planet, you have plane.
That's pretty interesting. I didn't think about that. Okay. Yeah. So, when something is considered flat, it's considered 2D, like a line. Now, let's say we take that line and I have you draw that line.
On, you're talking about two-dimensional flat world.
Yeah. Do you think
look at a piece of paper? There's 3 dimensions to paper.
There is 3 dimensions, yes. I mean, but the paper is one of the most flat materials that we can use that comes close to 2D, which is why I'm using this as an example. So, if we overlap that paper, you can see more of the, that it layers itself. So it's more 3D than it would be 2D, kind of like a line. Now, I'm saying it's not necessarily
what I'm talking about.
2D,
I'm talking about when you write on paper, it actually indents the paper. So you create valleys. So it's more like, the Earth itself, where you have hills and valleys and stuff like that.
But if the Earth is flat, wouldn't we be able to just poke a hole right through it and see what's under it? Necessarily, just so.
What's the deepest hole that man has dug?
It's about 8 miles deep. It's the hold on, I had it up here earlier.
It doesn't matter the name of it. I can't remember the name of it myself. But yeah, it was an 8-mile hole, right? Mm-hmm. It's more like 7 miles. But anyways, they didn't make it all the way to 8. So there's a reason why they didn't get any further. Do you know what that reason was?
Why?
It was too hot. The drill heads kept melting.
All right. Yeah, because the deeper we go into our, let's say, plane.
That's not entirely true. That's a little bit.
The deeper we go, the hotter it gets, which is what.
That's not true.
Yes,
so what are you saying? So hang on.
Wait, hold on. Let me speak.
Look at the super deep trench, Marianas Trench. That's 7.5 miles deep at its deepest point, the Challenger Deep. Mm-hmm. That water is 32 degrees down there.
And then anyway, that's not exactly what happened on that. What happened is they ran into a substance that was 400 degrees, something like that, but wasn't melted rock. Rock doesn't melt at 400 degrees. It wasn't the mantle. It was a substance, they didn't really know what to call it, but it was similar to peanut butter, and it clogged up the bits. Didn't melt them, it clogged them up so they wouldn't function, and they couldn't push the material up the pipe and exit it. It just didn't move. That's exactly what took place. And
Okay,
it was only like,
Okay, let's talk about
it melted down. My bad.
In peanut butter.
hey, don't
have you been in
interrupt,
a situation before?
you keep this up and I'm going to mute you. You take your turn. Don't be rude and interrupt. Anyway, yeah, that's what took place. And so this, if you want to move to a different subject, you're the one that brought this up. And I want to know why you brought it up, because what's your point you're trying to make about this borehole that only made it 7.8 miles deep? What's your opinion?
The Earth cannot be flat. So it may have a flat surface. We may be standing on a flat surface, but that doesn't mean the Earth can necessarily be flat. So it has depth. So that's
not what we claim. That's exactly what we claim. So I don't know what you're getting at. We don't claim it to be anything other than what you just claim. We don't make any claims. All we know is that we went down 7.8 miles. It's at least that thick. And yeah, there's probably more to it than that. But since we haven't been there, we don't know what it is. And they make all these guesses, and they say they're sending S&P waves and all this horseshit, which is a lie. They're not. You cannot identify what is down, like the core or whatever people think is down there. That's an impossibility to identify until you physically observe it. Anything other than that, it's just a guess. It's not science. It doesn't work. And if you think it does, you're sadly mistaken.
All right, I have a question for you. Do you believe in air? Do you believe we breathe air?
Hi guys. I'm sorry to interrupt. May I interrupt?
Sure, go ahead.
Because you, Halo guy, you're basing your argument off of a straw man. Who told you that the Earth was 2D, or that it was paper flat?
I'm not saying it was paper flat, but I'm saying if something cannot be flat unless something cannot be flat unless it's 2D. When you start giving it depth, it becomes a 3D shape. So
yes, okay, but who told you?
On the space of the Earth, right? But does that?
But nobody's claiming it's 2D.
And nobody's. Well, when
nobody's claiming.
It's possibly to a 2D.
Nobody's claiming that anything other than the surface is flat as well. That's the only thing we claim, is that the surface we stand on is flat. Water seeks its level. All the water on the Earth is flat, period. From edge to edge.
Don't understand here, buddy. Just a second. What you don't understand here is that flat is not a shape. It is a surface description.
Yes.
I never said flat was a shape.
You're trying to straw man into saying that the Earth is a two-dimensional object, which it is not. It's observably not. And you know this for yourself, so why the fuck are you going with this straw man?
I don't know. Anyways, so another question. Do you believe we can walk to the edge of our plane? Like we could walk to the edge of the Earth and just jump off?
Let me just help you just a second. Any question that you're gonna ask, if it starts with "Do you believe?" or something like that, you should try to rephrase it and ask, what do you believe? What do you believe? And we will tell you what we believe. Don't imagine what we're going to believe and ask us if we imaginations. Okay?
I'm asking a specific question because I just want a specific answer for that specific question.
Yeah, you want a specific answer to your straw man.
I'll answer him.
Okay, let me ask you my next question. Do you believe you can walk to the edge of the Earth and jump?
No. That's the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever heard.
Okay, we don't want to have to disarm the straw man every time you open your mouth.
So. Wait. Okay.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, dude. Nobody walks off the edge and jumps. It's not a floating disc in space. That is not where we live. It is not. You've got to take it out of this heliocentric model. Don't take this flat Earth and take it and stick it where the globe Earth exists, because that is
I'm not sticking it where the globe Earth exists. Okay.
Well, there's no edge to jump off of. There's nothing to jump off of, dude. No.
Okay, then what shape do you think our Earth is?
Hang on. I know one thing, right? It is not a sphere.
Okay, it's not a sphere. It's
Thank
not
you
a
for
sphere.
asking a question that wasn't a straw man. I'll answer that question. We don't know the full shape of the Earth. We don't have a claim on the shape of the Earth. We measure the surface, and it is flat, and therefore not a globe.
And neither does anyone else. Neither does NASA or anyone else. They do not know either. If they tell you it's a globe, they're lying to you. Globes don't have flat surfaces on them. We know we live on a flat surface. We know that because it cannot be a globe for that reason.
Remember, size also matters. So it's also on how big.
Oh my God! It's not that big. Especially when you have a radius measurement.
Where's a flat spot on a ball? Where's a flat spot on a ball? Show it to me.
Okay, fair point.
That's 3,059 miles radius, right? Supposed radius.
Yeah.
Right. What shape do you believe the Earth to be if it's not spherical? Out of curiosity.
We already answered that question. We do not know because we cannot go beyond the 60th parallel. It's called the Antarctic Treaty. No one is allowed to go past that. And the government agents that are past that are not telling us the truth about anything. So how do we know? And I don't think they know either.
Hello, who can know?
Exactly.
Who can know? Well,
yeah. For example, I cannot know. God Rocking cannot know. Hello, you cannot know. Listen this, hello. I cannot know. God Rocking cannot know. Hello, you cannot know. My wife cannot know. My mother cannot know. My best friend cannot know. I know all people cannot know. Only somebody who said that it's from NASA and showing the pictures from the space can tell you that they know. But
most pictures from NASA show the Earth as a sphere. It's spherical.
Yeah, great. But listen this now. Listen, but that's great.
Most.
But listen this.
Wait a minute. We got a problem here. Most. Wait, he said most. Wait a minute.
We have a huge problem here.
Mars. I said Mars.
Yeah, obviously, God Rock, and we can tell God Rock, and we got to unwind. Listen, guys, you got to unwind this from stage one, right? Stage one, unwind it because he's stuck in a cartoon. He doesn't understand. He's been lied to. You're going to have to start slow and start over.
Did you know, my friend?
That means that they are showing that.
My friend, that NASA admits on their website, you can go there yourself and look at their images, and they do not claim to have any real pictures, not a single fucking one. They're all CGI or artist renditions, admittedly by NASA. So if you're going to sit there and tell me that they've got pictures of the Earth from space when NASA themselves tell us they do not, you are very uneducated, my friend.
Okay,
very uneducated.
And pictures in space. We've launched satellites into space to photograph.
What did I just tell you? NASA admits they have no real photos from space. They don't have them. They do not have any.
Have you heard of the Hubble Space Telescope?
Yeah, but how that will make? Listen, Camel. That's all right. NASA, blah blah blah. But how that will make curvature in the nature?
How's that going to make real pictures that don't exist? As well.
Curvature in the picture. I mean, take an orange, for example.
Yeah, that pictures what you see on TV. That's what NASA is showing to you. How you will that produce in the nature? When you go in the nature, it must curve because it's showed on television. That means also in nature it's curving. It's not only on television.
let me tell you something. When something starts from a central point, it goes in all directions.
No, listen, man. I will repeat again. That's what you know. That ball from the space. Listen, man. This is the only point. That ball, what you see from the space on TV, that's the reality. Okay. And then when we go to the reality, there is no that curve. That's the problem.
That's what I just told him a minute ago, and he's completely ignored every bit of it. I told him, show us a flat surface on a ball. He said, oh, it's bigger. I said, yeah, but the entire surface is flat. We've measured it, and we know that water seeks its level. It's flat. Now show me this circle, this flat spot on this fantasy ball you're talking about. Where is this flat spot on this
ball? Do you believe in
ball?
rising sea levels?
Answer my question.
No. Stop it. Listen, relax. Hey, real quick. You got to listen to the questions, or we can start the conversation over. We're just trying to do this step by step, guys. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I've already explained to him that there's a flat surface, and so therefore it cannot be a ball. So he goes right back to this fantasy picture of a ball from space when I just got done telling him that NASA admits that they're all cartoons. So he's taking a cartoon.
Belief. He's got the word of belief.
I know. He's taking his cartoon.
Yes.
And saying it's real, even when I give him evidence that he can actually verify for himself to be true. He can actually go to NASA's website himself and read that they have no real pictures from space. But then he's going to say that this real picture from space says that it shows it's a ball.
Halo, are you reading the voice text?
What is wrong with you, dude?
I have a question. So,
we're not
even
going
if
no.
Are you reading the voice text?
There wouldn't be a flat surface because there's still mountains and hills and what have you. We can have a what?
Stop.
Hold on. Before you move on to your next 50th question, you said that NASA had pictures or whatnot. So those things are, like Sasha was trying to explain to you, those are unverifiable by the normal person like you and me. So can you tell us something that you and me can just go out and do to verify that it's a ball? Something like the average Joe can do.
The average person, okay, we'll take a commercial airliner for a second. Its cruising height is 35,000 feet-ish. You can see a curvature through your window if you look out the window. I know because I
only at the corners. And what's the manufacturer? Is it Boeing or is it a different manufacturer?
You have Boeing, you have Airbus.
Boeing's windows are curved, buddy. Boeing's windows are curved on the inside.
Hey, you know what? Let me sympathize with them. I'm gonna play devil's advocate because I said the same thing 7 years ago, bro. Let me tell you, I'm not mad at you because this is actually one of the few claims that I will allow. You thought you saw curvature. I did the exact same thing. Guess what happened? When somebody said the F word to me 5 years ago, they said flat Earth. I said no. I got shots from 38,000 feet. It's curved. Watch, and then I bring my own photos up, and it's flat forever. They convinced us in our minds that we're seeing curve, but you won't. When you go back up in a plane, you'll never see curve. That's why we have 1 billion photos from aircraft, and none of them show curve.
Okay, then how does the sun and moon set?
No.
Okay. Yeah, that was nice. Yes, hold on, wait, real quick. That's the point. Listen, that's the thing. If we have a hard time, right? Hold on. Listen, that's the point. Listen, that's the heavenly body. That's the celestial body, right? The heavenly bodies above us do not have anything to do with the fact that we're on a flat surface. In fact, they actually depend on it, right? So the reality here is that's not going to give you Earth curvature. We have to start with the Earth. If you can't find Earth curvature here, then we don't have to explain anything. That's the point. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for addressing that.
How do you believe the sun and moon?
Just a second. I just want to go back before we
answer my question
and jump over to the next subject.
Don't talk over Drake.
I want you to at least admit, are you following the live stream voice text chat?
Hold on.
Hey, are you following the live stream voice text chat?
Okay, I'm here. Sorry, I'm on mobile, so some things aren't.
Okay, I posted a video for you showing you Neil hostile witness.
I see what you mean by the plane windows, by the way. That's more to keep pressure inside the plane, I hope you know. But if you look at the
and that distorts your view. And I have here a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that at 3 times the height that you were at, the horizon is flat. So it was just the windows, right?
I don't think so. If you look at the center of the window, only the edges are curved. So only if you look towards the edges, you will see curvature.
The edges on that picture, at the ground level, the plane isn't pressurized, so they're gonna bulge out far more when it's up there. So can you admit, if you watch the video of Neil Hostile Witness Tyson telling you that at 3 times the height, you would not be able to see Earth curve? So it would be flat. The horizon, it's flat, okay? That's according to your priest, okay?
Yep.
3 times the height. So can you admit that you were just seeing distortions in the window?
I won't admit that because it depends on which area of the window you're looking out of. It's kind of like a glass ball or a bottle of.
Wait.
You that you cannot see. It's flat.
Kind of like
and
it's
from
the
all-
shape the glass takes that will render. So most of the windows are actually flat, like towards the center. It's more
those
flat.
airplane windows have a
Now, I can
technical
prove this to you. Actually, by
No,
going to
no, okay, listen, bro. Listen, the point is they're showing you Earth curvature from the ground. Do you think we should be able to see Earth curvature on the ground?
No, because the Earth is big.
There it is. Right. So there you go. So you shouldn't be able to see Earth curvature anyway. So it's obviously a mute point.
No.
But
The higher up you go,
you're not listening. You're not listening. You don't have evidence. You don't have a claim. So here's the reality. You can't tell us when Earth curvature can start. That's the problem. You don't even have a claim. Here's the point. You don't even have the ability to tell me when Earth curvature should start to appear, and you never will.
He didn't understand what you said, XO. He doesn't understand that the plane windows showed curvature when it was sitting on the runway.
Right.
They actually showed curvature of the Earth on the runway. Okay. So at the higher,
right?
Huh?
I will get a glass cup and show you.
Dude, you're talking. You know what, dude? You're talking about shit we've discussed
it's
1,000 times before. Now.
Yeah, the glass cup can't save you. Go ahead.
Take a glass.
Someone mute him.
Okay, moderator. Okay, relax.
Let
Leluca speak. Please.
What is wrong with you? Listen.
Relax, please. A moderator's going to speak. Just relax. It's okay.
Just a quick question, because I'm getting confused with what you're saying. Are you saying that the windows do have an effect and give some type of distorted view?
Yes, but it depends on which area of the window you're looking at.
Okay, so then
of the window, the edges of the window are made the way they are to keep pressure within the plane and to fit the body
we get
of the
that.
plane. But towards the center, it is more flat. As you know, some shapes will have a flat surface. So if you look out that flat surface, I want a picture of that.
Hold on. You are arguing for our side. Do you understand that? Because what we're saying is when you're up at 38,000 feet, whatever you see in the middle, it's a flat horizon. Then at the edges, you might see slight curvature due to the distortion of the windows, not because of the curvature of the Earth.
Not just for that reason either, because he didn't listen to the fact that you explained that Tyson, his priest astrophysicist, says that at 3 times that altitude, curvature cannot be seen because of altitude. You're still not high enough. At 3 times that altitude. So now what you got to do is you got to go up to 3 times 38. You got to go to 100,000 feet and then come up with a new excuse, my friend.
Also posted a picture from 100,000 feet from a weather balloon where the horizon is completely flat. So what are you talking about? Can you admit that this is just something that you thought you saw? It's not something
not something that I thought I saw. It's something I know, because there are
so Tyson lied. So the astrophysicist lied. Is that what you're saying? That you can see it at 38, even though he says it cannot be seen? There, you're not high enough. You got to go up 3 times that height. So he's a liar. So he's a liar now.
Right. So does that
I
make
don't let
sense?
this scrawny little nobody
Light curvature you may see. Listen, it may not be noticeable by
Why
the
y'all letting this little kid bait y'all?
There you go.
I would have shut him up a long time ago.
Tell me,
what's the
how,
difference
if
between
the Earth is
seeing?
curving, to you seeing it through these curved windows at 3,000
Hold on,
feet?
is it Halo?
How
Is it Halo?
it flat at 100,000 feet?
Is it Halo that we're talking to?
Yes.
Yes.
Halo, what's the curvature rate of the Earth? What's curvature rate of the Earth?
I don't know. I didn't calculate that.
Do you know of anybody that has?
Hold on, y'all. I didn't ask for a calculation.
let him-
I asked
yeah,
for
let-
a known
let me
actual
speak.
measurement. Can you give me that? Not a calculation, a measurement.
The curvature is about 1,640 miles.
1,006. That's just a random number you pulled out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Are you talking about 1 degree of 69 degrees?
We should give him an applause.
What exactly are you talking about?
I think he asked you for a curvature rate. No, just a rate of curvature.
Rate. Sorry, my bad.
So let's say, hold on. At 400, or at, let's say 41,000 feet, how far should you be able to see on a ball that's 24,901 miles in circumference? I can already tell you, it's 247 miles. That should be the limit of what you actually see. That should be the end of the Earth where it's round. And you can't see past that because it's a ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we have 1,200 mile pictures, dude.
Yeah. So how come from 41,000 feet we can see up to 600-700 miles easily? How come? How's that possible? Where's the z-axis curve?
Uh-oh.
You're looking for this side-to-side curve. That's retarded, first of all. Where's the z-axis terminating curve at? Where you're looking straight out, and it should be a descending ball. Squared function out from you. Where is that?
The naked eye can't see that far. You do know that,
The
right?
naked eye can't see that far. So every time I've
No,
ever
the naked
flown,
eye can't see that far.
Hold on. Every time I've ever flown, I've flown about 100 times. I've flown over 2 oceans. Every time, like when I saw Hawaii 172 miles away, are you saying I couldn't see that?
I'm not saying you
we can see
that.
it. You can see mountains. You can see mountains hundreds of miles away. Driving through Death Valley, I saw mountains 98 miles away.
All right, if we're standing on a flat surface, wherever you stand on the Earth, you should be able to see Mount Everest.
No. We are standing on a flat surface.
Okay.
He brought up Mount Everest. He said Mount Everest. He's lost his mind.
Wait, in which direction can you point me to where Mount Everest is?
Wait a minute.
I would like
How
for you
tall
to
is Mount
turn
Everest?
on your camera.
Hold on. No, we're going to make you think. How tall is Mount Everest?
Mount Everest is
8,000.
Google.
It's about 38,000 feet, something like that. It's a big mountain, right?
25,000.
Let's say, hold on. Let's say it's 5 miles high. 5 miles.
29,000 feet, almost. Yeah,
Okay.
29,000 feet.
Okay, so let's say it's about 5 miles high. Now, if I stand in my position where I'm at, it's about 5,000 miles away from me.
All right.
Okay. Do you think it's still going to look 5 miles high from 5,000 miles away?
No, but you would still be able
What
to see
percentage of angular resolution is that? 5 miles in 5,000 miles. That's 0.00001.
These are well-known facts about perception and angular resolution. You can look them
Do
up.
you think that things do not get smaller? Hold on. Do you think things don't get smaller as they go away from you because of perspective and angular resolution?
I do believe they do get smaller because of.
I mean, by the time people are 3 or 4 years old, they kind of figure out perspective. Oh, that thing's farther away because it's smaller. Now, how small is a 5 mile high mountain 5,000 miles away from me?
Very small.
0.00001. That is infinitesimal. Well, it's indistinguishable. It's not even a pixel. It's 1,000th of a pixel.
The eye cannot resolve it.
Nothing can resolve that.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of perspective, back to the sun and moon. How do you believe the sun rises?
No. You're not running away.
No.
You're not running away from this.
No,
You
answer
said
my
you
question.
should be able
Answer
to
my
see Mount
question.
Everest. No,
You brought up
I want
perspective. Answer my question and stop interrupting me.
That
Okay?
answered your question?
Answer my
No,
question.
what do you think
Yes.
about it? No.
How do you
We're not
believe
gonna
the sun
whistle past-
rises
Don't
and
get mad.
sets?
Don't get mad. Don't get mad. What does that mean then?
You went on about perspective just now, on how small something may seem. I mean, the sun
does
is
that
very
mean to
far
you now?
away from us. I mean, the sun is very far from us. We can see
The
it.
question
in the
is,
sky.
who told you to use that line of reasoning?
No one did.
No
told
one
me
did.
that line of reasoning.
No one
From
did.
perspective.
You practically recited from every anti-flat Earth website. You recited it to us, and no one told you to say that. Like you didn't read that somewhere. You come in using everyone else's argument, and you think you weren't told that argument.
Can you answer my question?
We are talking about why you used
We're
perspective.
talking. No. You're dodging.
Oh
my
yeah.
I'm gonna answer your question.
No.
Wait.
No. Don't break my stride. Don't break my stride.
Are Lewis or I don't know how to say your name. I'm not just saying Lewis.
Aurelius, Latin.
All right. So since you brought up perspective when we brought up Mount Everest, we see the sun in the sky. It's like a tiny dot, right?
Hold on a second.
So
You have already now understand you don't understand perspective, right?
The sun may
You clearly do not understand perspective, and now you're going to talk about things that you see in the sky that you can't validate or reach or test.
Yeah.
You have the chemical composition of the sun. Do you have a piece of it in a jar? Can you tell me what it is? And how do you know what it is? How do you know how far away it is? How do you know what it's doing? How do you know what the sky is? How do you know what anything is beyond the realm of Earth? How do you know? Why are you making assertions that you can't validate when we have a flat land? We can stand on Earth.
Answer
we can measure Earth. We can measure the ground that we're on. Why do we need to look up?
Hey, buddy, answer.
We are on the ground. Why do we need to look up?
How do you believe the sun rises and sets?
It doesn't matter how it rises and sets. Well, you're saying.
Yes, it does.
Hold on. You're saying. Listen to what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. Listen. You're saying rise and set. Just the description of the sun infers that it's the thing moving. It's the thing moving, not you. So it has nothing to do with us. It is unrelated to the Earth.
Yes, because we are moving.
The name of the server. The name of the server is what? The name of the server is what?
This helps prove. Wait.
The name of the server is what? 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yes, that is the
We're
name
not
of the server,
talking
but I'm
about
here
the
to
sun
debate.
and the moon and the stars.
Wait. But you're
We're not talking about the sun, the moon, and the stars. Why don't you have any empirical, physical evidence?
Listen, how
Why
do you
don't
believe
you
the
have
sun
any
rises and
empirical,
sets?
physical evidence?
Please stop dodging and answer the question.
I'm not dodging. You're dodging.
I am not dodging.
When we
You're not
talked to
answering
you,
my
when we
question.
started using actual real numbers, hold on.
No, you
when we
brought up
started using,
perspective.
I'm just going to mute you.
brought
I'm
up
just going to mute you.
perspective.
I'm just
Okay,
going to
then
mute you.
Do that.
I'm just
do that.
gonna mute
Listen, I'll ask someone else.
Mimus.
I'll just mute you.
John, you seem to be civilized. You're not interrupting me every.
No, it's okay. I'm not civilized, and now your server muted. See, what happened is the moment that we started giving you real, actual numbers that you can actually put into calculators and check this out yourself, and you can actually go out and do measurements, and you can check measurements. The moment we got to that, you wanted to start talking about the sky because you know that you can't do anything with that. That's exactly. The person who is dodging here is you. You are the one dodging the question. We want a measurement. We don't want a speculation. We don't want a theory. We don't want a model of how the sky works. We want hard and fast measurements of the Earth.
Mimus, actually, this guy, at the moment, he...
Are you serious right now? Are you
reached
serious
the
right now?
point where...
I was
Mic
asking you a question. I can't have a debate if you're gonna mute me. Okay? I can't have a debate that way.
Yeah, dude, you were
I'm not interested in your point of view, though.
Okay, if you're not interested in my point of view, where's the debate at then? Come on now.
The debate is that we're not debating theory.
Yeah, it's
we're
over.
not debating ideas. If you want to go do that, you go to a religion server. You go to a philosophy server. If you have something to refute measurements, do you have something to refute measurements? Do you?
No.
No, you
I
don't.
currently know.
So when I go outside,
I'll have to bring up statistics.
so when I go outside, hold on. When I go outside and I see a lighthouse that's 31 miles away, and the top of it should be 500 foot below the curvature of the Earth, but I see the entire lighthouse.
All right.
How is that possible?
It's believed to be 92 million miles away from the Earth.
All right, I'm just going to ban you now.
No, I'm trying to debate you. Wait.
No, you're not.
No.
I just asked you about measurements.
I'm trying to debate
I just asked you about measurements. Where did we get the measurements?
Listen, the sun
Who measured the distance of the sun? Who measured the distance of the sun?
Hypothesis, a guess.
So it's not a measurement. Why are we talking about ideas? And it's not even a hypothesis. What's the independent variable? What's the independent variable? How do you have a hypothesis?
Well,
how do you have a hypothesis? You don't have a hypothesis. You have a piece of speculation.
But anyways, you brought up perspective when I brought up Mount Everest, and you did it again with this lighthouse. So I'm going to ask you again, how do you believe the sun sets and rises?
What do you mean, how do I believe? I see the sun sets, it sets. That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Wait.
It is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
It is completely irrelevant.
It is irrelevant. So why do you want to talk about it?
It is relevant because
it is not relevant.
Like the phases
it's
of the
only
moon.
relevant to you because
can you
you have a model. Stop. It's only relevant to you because you have a model in mind of what the Earth and solar system are, and so you're fitting your ideas onto something. That's all it is.
Hey, bro,
And
stop
I don't
telling
care
me.
about the ideas. We're not talking about the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell an admin to curve his tongue or anything, man.
I'm not
you
telling
need
him
to
to
realize where
curve
the
his
fuck you
tongue.
are.
I'm not telling him to curve his tongue. I know my place. I'm just guessing.
Actually, the reason why you asked that question about
evidence that it's
sunrise and sunset.
For instance, the moon phases is actually the Earth's shadow blocking the moon. It's not.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Even
it
in
is.
your model, that's not what the moon phases are. Even in your model, that's not what the moon phases are. You don't even know your model. The moon phases are not caused by that. What you just described is a lunar eclipse.
Hello, can you again? I was interrupting you a half hour ago. How moon?
When I got him, don't interrupt.
What about this?
Christ.
You do believe things align, correct?
Hold on a second.
This proves.
Hold on a second. You mean align? So you want to correlate? You want correlations?
Sure. But
okay. Okay. Do you hold on? Do you drink water?
Yeah, I drink water. Why?
Everybody drinks water, right?
Yeah, we all drink.
Okay,
water.
everyone dies. Water is the leading cause of death.
Water is the leading cause of death. I mean,
water is everybody drinks water and everybody dies. Strong correlation.
Yeah, correlation.
I mean, we all do get old too. I mean, you can drown in the ocean. I mean, we could drown.
No, oh my God.
Blah, blah.
Okay, stop trying to flex the IQ you don't have.
I'm not flexing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to point out.
What was the point I just made to you?
That we all drink water and die.
No. Holy cow. You drew a correlation. What is a correlation? What is a correlation? You called it an alignment. That's incorrect. It's called a correlation. It's a statistical correlation. You're like, oh, well, the moon phase happens and it happens this much with this, so it must be related. When it might not be related at all.
If we were standing on a flat surface, we'd be able to see the sun day and night.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Wow. Let's start by nighttime. So,
No. I asked, how do you know that?
Because we have.
Hold on. That means that you know what the solar system is, which means you are adapting a model to fit something.
No.
Yes.
No, listen.
In your mind, the only possible explanation has to fit what we're saying. Stop. The entire conception of what you believe is wrong.
Please let me talk.
I'm not going to let you talk.
Then
there will never be a point. As long as you try and present your religious beliefs here, you are going to get interrupted.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know why you keep using the word belief and asking about belief, Halo.
Yeah.
A belief is
I
something
try and
that cannot be
eliminate all the
proven.
beliefs I have in my life. I want knowledge. I want justified true belief through knowledge.
How do you let me rephrase then. How do you think?
I don't care how it all works.
Listen.
Because
No.
Listen. Hold on. No. What's
Let me
first?
finish.
Hold on.
I said let me rephrase and let me
That's it.
finish.
I'm done. I'm banning him.
I was talking. Okay, then do that. Be a fucking
Goodbye.
What part
Let's
of
not
science
get
is imagination? What part of science is thinking? None
I'm
of
not
it.
interested in your imagination. I'm not. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Somebody shoots.
I'm just going to server mute him because I'm not interested in his ideas or his imaginations or his weird wackadoodle religious philosophies about how the sky works. All right? He doesn't get that if the earth measures flat, nothing he believes about the sky is even true. Nothing. The first measurement, every model that he believes in is derived from first having radius on the earth. Everything, parallax, everything depends on that. The assumption of how far away the sun is relies on if you have a radius or not. And because he's not willing to back up, to pause, and to actually think about what he believes, I'm just going to get rid of him. Do you think that's fair, Halo?
No, but I do. Okay, can you give me camera permissions? I have a model. I would
No
like
one
to.
has camera permissions.
No, you need a claim first. You need a claim.
Camera permissions. I don't want to see your dick.
Hey, Halo, he asked you how you knew that. Halo, he asked you how you knew that, and you can't answer. That's the point.
Everything you believe is based on radius. Where'd you get the radius from? Everything, when you say the sun is 93 million miles away, hold on a second, child. When you say the sun is 93 million miles away, that's based on already having a radius value of the Earth. Where did you get it from? Where did you get the radius value from? If the Earth measures flat, guess what? You're wrong, period. It doesn't matter what you speculate about or what you think about. If the Earth measures flat, then everything after that, everything used to derive radius from that is wrong, period. End of story. And that's just the way it is. I don't understand how you don't get that.
You think
that you can't start from a delta
you think the,
and try and get the principle.
How do you think the sun rises and sets? Out of curiosity.
It doesn't matter
rise.
because it's not related
Why does it not
to.
matter?
It doesn't
It is not
set.
related to what I live on.
Yeah, if we're standing on a flat surface, we would be able to see the sun day and night. You do realize this, right?
Halo, have you
That
been
is
paying
based on
attention?
you. Hold on a second. That is because you think the sun is 800,000 miles across and 93 million miles away. That's why you think that. Where did you get those measurements from?
NASA.
Where did they get them from?
They're taking guesses and what have you. Now, I mean, they send probes into space all the time. They track its movement.
I asked you where they got them from because I can answer this. It was Kristen Huygens. And he measured the transit of Venus across the sun and then calculated the size and distance to the sun. And you know what he said? He said Venus is the same size as Earth, so we can just calculate it like that. We can derive 93 million miles away from it. That's how he did it. All right. Do you know who told Kristen Huygens that Venus was the same size as Earth?
Who?
Communed with angels. That is literally what happened. That is what he claimed. He communed with angels and used some weird sacred geometry. Damn. That's how he got his measurement.
Wait.
That's how he got his measurement.
How long ago did he make this claim?
This was in the 18th century.
All right. That was then.
Wait a minute. How did he? Hold on a second. So he was right, you're saying?
I'm not saying he was right. He could have been wrong.
Schizophrenic psychopath
He
was
could have
right.
been wrong. Listen. They didn't have the technology we have now. That
They don't have the technology now. What are you talking about?
Yes, they do. We have.
How can you go to a place that doesn't exist? There's no such thing as space. I got news for you. There's nowhere to go. There's only Earth.
What about
there is only Earth. There is nowhere to go. You are not getting away from here. There's nowhere to
No
go.
one leaves
There is
until
no
it's
space.
time.
About the moon? I'm not here to waste time. I'm here to actually.
There is no space. There is no space. It's let me ask you. Can I ask you something? Have you ever played? Hold on. Have you ever played Horizon Zero Dawn or anything?
The babies.
Have you ever played like Horizon Zero Dawn or something like that?
Well, no, I haven't.
What have you played Skyrim or Fallout?
Skyrim or Fallout? No, I haven't played those either.
Christ, have you ever played Minecraft?
With what we're discussing now.
Well, even Fortnite is on a flat plane, man.
Yeah, most of these games are put on a flat plane because that's where you. What does this have to do with it?
So on your flat plane in these games, let me ask you something. Is there a sunrise and sunset and the stars move around? Hold on. The stars move around. Is there a sunset and sunrise?
Yes, there's a sunset and sunrise.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it is impossible for those. Hold on. I'm talking. Why am I getting interrupted?
You're not getting interrupted. I wasn't finished.
So hold on. Your game platform is flat, as you know, and yet there's a functioning sky around it. How does that work? How does that work?
Coding.
It can't possibly work according to you. They would have to model a round world with a dome sky.
No, the thing that I'm thinking.
Have you ever been to a planetarium? You ever been to a planetarium?
Yes.
And you lay down in the seats and you see the entire sky projected above you?
You've seen the map of the Earth, right? You've seen the flat map of the Earth.
So, hold on. Have you ever been to a planetarium and seen the entire sky projected above you? And it's all spinning around. Works perfectly fine. Because planetariums, guess what? They're flat. On the ground.
Yeah,
you don't know what those points of lights are. You don't know what the sun is. You don't know what the moon is. You're taking somebody's secondhand word for it. Now, if you want to believe NASA, hey, that's on you.
I'm going to post this GIF for like the 4th time. Halo, please look at the live stream voice text.
Hey, Halo, why does that sun set in that GIF?
That's perspective.
No. It gets smaller. Hold on. It gets smaller because of perspective. When he's pulling it back and the glass is in front of it, it gets bigger as it goes away and sinks down. Why?
Lensing.
Well, I mean, if the sun was pulled closer to us, you realize we would end up something like Mercury and burn alive.
You have no idea what Mercury is.
What the fuck is his malfunction?
Everybody
what are you talking about malfunction?
Stop, just memes. Everybody be quiet. I will mute every single person in here.
You're gonna mute everybody because
I will mute everybody because the moment that you're about to be on the ropes, everyone wants to interject. How do you know what Mercury is? How do you know? How do you know? And by the way, you believe in space, right? You believe in space, right? See, this is what I keep telling you. You're deriving all these things from radius. What Mercury is, how far away the sun is, you're deriving all this from radius. But you don't have a radius. So you don't have a justification for saying what Mercury is or what the sun is. You have no idea. If you do not have radius, you don't have anything that follows radius. I'm not sure how this isn't getting through to you.
So,
hold on. Tell me what you have. Hold on.
Are you the one that flew?
If you don't have radius, hold on. If you don't have radius, what do you have?
Well,
if it's not curved, what is it?
Most likely flat. But
why don't we measure curvature anywhere then?
Flat Earth.
Edge of the Earth.
Why don't we measure curvature or use it for building anything?
It was flat.
Could you walk to the edge of the Earth? Let me go back to that really quickly.
The edge of what? What edge? What edge? Why would there? Hold on a second. Why would there be an edge?
There isn't an edge. You do know that.
Why would there be an edge?
Well, you say it's not a sphere. So what other shape could it be?
Hold on a second.
If you say it's not
Hold on
a sphere,
second.
what other shape could the Earth be?
Hold on a second. No. You're trying to tell us we have a model that we believe we're a disk spinning in space or something.
I'm not saying you're a disk spinning in space.
Okay,
I mean,
then why would we have an
they
edge?
depth to the Earth.
Why would we have an edge?
Depends on the shape that you believe the Earth to be.
What shape?
Other than that,
I just say it's flat. I don't think it has an inherent shape. What are you talking
flat,
about?
It's 2D. If it's flat, it's 2D. Meaning I should be able to dig.
That's not what flat means. Flat is grade. That is not two-dimensional. Two-dimensional is less than three-dimensional. A grade is still in the third dimension, you troglodyte. It's not two-dimensional. Don't be retarded. Don't say mongoloid nonsense.
Mongoloid. All right. Still, would we be able to walk to the edge?
Hold on. Is my flat granite table? Are you two-dimensional flat granite table? No. Okay. What are you, stupid?
I'm not stupid.
Why would you ask?
Why are you disrespecting me? I'm just trying to have a educated debate here.
Because I think you're inherently dumb and pretending to be smarter than you are. And it's coming off really bad.
I will accept the Earth is flat if you can prove to me it's flat, because it may not be a sphere.
Wait. No, you won't. No, you won't.
No, I will.
You will not accept it because the moment that we talk about real proofs, hold on. The moment that we talk about real proofs, you run off and want to talk about the sky. You don't want to talk about the Earth. You want to talk about the sky.
Right?
Why is that?
Dude, man, whenever he makes a point, shut up. When this dude makes a point, you have to respond to the point, okay? You don't just get to run away and ask a different question, then ask a different question, then ask a different question. That's not an intellectual debate. That's dumb. So when he makes a point, you're going to respond to it specifically, okay? You're going to acknowledge that you were wrong or you're going to rebut it. You understand?
Some numbers I can't bring up because, okay, let's go to infinite real quick because spheres and circles are somewhat like infinite. If you put
conceptual.
It's kind of like the number counting system.
Conceptual. We don't deal with the conceptual
number of times. I mean, we have our 0 to 1, but then we have smaller numbers in between.
Numbers aren't real, buddy.
Breaking it down.
No,
you think math is real? Hold on, y'all. Do you think math is reality?
Wait.
Hold on. Do you think math is reality? Do you think math is reality?
If I think math is reality,
no, it's not.
You can't.
Don't
no
tell
one knows what reality is. No, I don't think math is reality. Reality is whatever you want it to be. That's what you believe it is. Some people believe reality is a simulation. Other people believe reality is an illusion.
No, reality is not what you want it to be. Once you grow up a little bit, you'll understand that.
Math is
reality is the same place that all of us are existing in physically. It is the place, and we even developed a method so that we could all check each other. It's called the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
So that we all know we're experiencing the same place.
All right. If we're on a flat surface, we wouldn't be able to go from. Okay, remember Columbus.
Hold on. Why are you saying if we were on a flat surface we couldn't do X? We have done all those things and we are on a flat surface, so that's immediately false.
That is this again. Yep. That also goes back to the size of something. I can have an extremely.
No, it doesn't. That has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does.
It has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does.
That has nothing to do with it. Explain to me. No. Explain to me why that won't work on a flat Earth.
Well, I mean, Columbus believed.
No. Explain why it won't. Don't say if it were, it wouldn't work. Say why it wouldn't. Tell me why it wouldn't.
Some things wouldn't happen. I mean, like, for instance, again, the sun and moon. They wouldn't
I need you to be specific. I need you to be specific and back up your claim with evidence. These are all positive claims you're making. You said this would not happen if the Earth was flat. Why don't you tell me and tell me how?
Can you do me a favor? Can you grab a ball and rotate it around your, orbit it around the light bulb?
Stop. Nobody navigates with a ball, for one thing.
No, because, again, I don't believe the Earth
Hold on a second.
Spherical.
The moment you get a ball, you ignore all the visual data that you have and assume that it's something that you don't experience. Why would I do that?
Can you please just get a goddamn ball and orbit it around your light?
No. Why would I adopt the model to humor your hypothesis?
You're not humoring my hypothesis.
That is exactly what I'm doing.
No, I'm asking you to do me a favor.
Why don't you get a circle, put north in the very center of it, Now, which way is left and right? That's east and west. And it's going to take you in perfect circles around the north. You realize that, right?
Okay.
See, the problem is what you don't understand is navigation works the exact same on a ball and on a flat surface. Works exactly the same. Because north has always been the center.
All right. What about south? Do you believe in south? Because south is believed.
You mean, do I believe in south?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Can you show me a compass? Is there a compass that points south?
Yes, most compasses do point south.
No, they don't. They do not. Compasses only point north, buddy. South is the antipodal position to the direction of north. North is a place. South is a direction.
You have the north and south poles, bro.
There is no compass that points south.
Right, but okay, let's go to the South Pole since no compass points south.
That's not the. Right. By the way, that's the ceremonial South Pole where you're going to go. It's not the South Pole. The moment that you go and get all these little expeditions that go into Little Barber's Pole, that's the ceremonial South Pole. Sorry, ceremonial. No compass points south. Compasses point north. The directions of east and west are derived. Directions of east and west are derived from a 90 degree, are derived 90 degrees from north.
So admit
south
you were
is
wrong.
180 degrees of north.
Admit you were wrong.
Yeah, I was a little less educated on compasses, I'm not going to lie, because I don't study compasses if you didn't know.
Well, I took navigation. I took navigation when I went to my temporary flight school, and my Green Beret dad taught me navigation.
Wait, you went to flight school?
Yeah, for about 6 months before 9/11 happened. And then the price went up $15,000.
Wait. You went to flight school?
I went to flight school for about 6 months to fly Cessnas. It was $75 a pop. It was great fun.
What is the cruising altitude of a Cessna, out of curiosity?
Oh, it's not high. It's like, I don't think we ever took it above 8,000 feet, ever.
Above 8,000 feet?
No, right. We never really took it above that. We were always just student flyers.
An aircraft that can fly higher than 8,000 feet. Okay?
Who cares? What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, we already had that conversation earlier. He's already been explaining.
What does that have to do with this? Are you talking about windows? And look, hold on, wait a minute. This goes back to you thinking that you shouldn't see a z-axis curve. You think you're just looking for a left-right curve out of a window.
Yep.
Like, how dumb are you? You think you live on a beach ball? Do you think you live on a beach ball?
I believe we live on a ball. Because
okay, believe what you want. Some people,
if we were on a flat surface,
some people believe
that's what I was saying. Can I talk?
Mormons believe they'll get a planet when they're dead.
Can I talk?
Can I talk? People have wacko beliefs.
Are you going to stop? Can I talk now? Or are you still going to go about it?
No, because we already went over this.
Hey, you're going to get muted if you keep on just running around with random obfuscation, just so you know there, buddy.
Yeah, and plus we already went over this point. You were dismantled on it because the moment that we talked about you not being able to see the z-axis over 700 miles when you're at 41,000 feet, when you should only be able to see about 247 miles,
I'm pretty sure you
busted because your rebuttal to that was, what about Mount Everest? And then not realizing that was 0.0001 of a degree. So you already got busted on this. I don't know why you're going back to it.
If we were on a flat surface, the sun and moon wouldn't rise. You do know that, right? Because of the sun's size compared to the Earth.
Why not?
The sun is much.
Hold on. Why not? Tell me why not. Yep.
Well, the sun is actually a sphere. It's been observed as a sphere.
Really?
Yes. Really.
Where?
I mean, crazy. I mean, NASA has photos of that.
So we're going back to NASA. So it sounds like all the information that you have is to space agencies.
Yes, because they take
all of it.
Yes,
so you're saying the church. You're saying that the church agrees with itself everywhere it is.
Well, yes. I mean, the church is a belief. NASA uses actual facts that they find and evidence that they.
Do you know who started NASA?
So where does NASA say they go? Where does NASA say they go?
NASA said they went to outer space. America put the first man.
What's the pressure of space? What's the pressure?
Does space have pressure? I don't think space have pressure. It's believed to be a vacuum, meaning no
Right, it's a vacuum. Okay.
Therefore, it has
Now, what are you
pressure.
breathing? You're breathing 14.7 psi, right?
Mhm.
You're breathing 14.7 psi.
Yes.
Okay. And there's no pressure in space, right?
There's no pressure in space.
Okay. So how is this not a second law of thermodynamics violation?
I don't.
What's the definition of pressure?
Let me pull it up.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, the best place
I
to
don't
go to
know.
NASA.
Some of
They
these
have a
things
definition
I
of
don't
pressure.
know off the back of my head. Some of these things I don't know off the back of my
Okay,
head.
well, required
Like,
for pressure.
You might
Required
not
for
know
gas
slavery
pressure.
off
Hold
the
on.
back of your head, so hold on.
Required for gas
Oh
pressure.
my God! Or
Required for gas pressure is a container. How does the gas that you breathe stay on Earth?
Gravity.
Gravity. So, in what direction does gas expand?
Outwards. Gas goes outwards.
In infinite directions. In every possible direction. At 500 meters per second. At 2,000 miles per hour in every single direction, right?
Yeah. Yes,
okay. That's interesting. What's the direction that gravity pulls?
Downwards.
Down. Well, gas expands in every direction. Goes up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it goes up too. I mean,
Goes up.
heat rises.
Okay.
Rises.
So
Heat
gravity doesn't hold it down, it goes up.
Well, that's a little bit hard to explain. I mean, we're on the Earth due to gravity because gravity pulls downwards. If you were to
Really?
jump,
Do you have evidence?
Yes, because we have the center, our core, and as you said, things expand outward.
Hold on. We have the center core.
Go.
No, you don't. You don't have any evidence of that. So, because you don't have a radius, for one thing. Where are you getting gravity from?
Gravity is what ties us. That gravity is what's pulling us down. What's the calculation for gravity?
So wait a minute. Is the air attached to the Earth, or is it not attached to the Earth?
It's not attached to the Earth.
It's a different frame of reference, right?
Uh-oh.
Yes. Well, I mean, the Earth was formed over billions and billions of years ago. So
how did it get the gas in the first place?
It got the gas from whatever smashed it before it got what do you call it?
Cool story, bro. Where did it get the gas that you can empirically prove?
Where did it get the gas? It got it from the asteroids that smashed the Earth like billions and billions of years
cool
ago.
Story, bro. None of that's proof. Those are all just stories.
Oh my!
They're all hypotheses. I mean,
no, they're not hypothesis. What's the independent variable? Hypothesis is something that's part of that's leading up to a scientific experiment. It has nothing to do with speculating. This is a historical speculation that you're making.
Okay, what about slavery? Was slavery real?
Yes, slavery was real.
More about slavery than you've ever learned.
Hold on.
Okay,
we have reams and reams and reams. There are people still alive today who are just one generation removed from it. Are you retarded?
No, I'm not retarded, but you seem to be.
Slavery ended in what? Hold on. Slavery ended in Slavery ended in 1864. Hold on. Slavery ended in 1864. We have written accounts. We have eyewitness accounts. We have court cases. We have documentation. Do you have documentation? Do you have documentation from 3 billion years ago?
No, we don't, because we weren't around.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Or you have some wacko, stupid religious belief.
It's not a stupid religious.
It's a wacko.
Yes, it
no,
is.
I didn't say just stupid. It's a wacko, stupid religious belief. It is literally, you are a schizo. You are a schizo if you believe in billions of years. You are a schizo.
How can you date rocks?
Okay. If we can what?
Can you date rocks?
Date rocks? I don't know. Do you think you can date rocks?
No, you cannot date rocks.
Do rocks have personality? Are you sexually?
Can you date a rock?
Rocks can.
You cannot date a rock. So how old do you think How did the fuck
Matthew learned son?
Someone believe they can date a rock?
How old that rock
I met a guy who said he was dating his goddamn houseplant. True story.
Okay, you're a fucking retard.
He was actually drunk on tequila, but still.
You think there's a way to date carbon that's accurate?
No, I'm saying that's what the.
Do you think there's a way to date carbon that's accurate?
I don't think there is, but I'm telling you.
So you don't believe in carbon-14 dating?
I don't believe you can date a rock. I don't believe you can date. I think you can. I believe you should be able to date other people. I mean, you can believe what you want, but
you're a fucking retard. I'm not talking about
guys. He's
shit.
spiraling. He's spiraling.
Yeah,
I'm talking about finding out the age of a rock, finding out the age of organic matter. You think there's a way to do that?
Yes, you can actually find out the ages of certain things
How do you think they come up with the age of a rock?
due to how the rocks are.
It's circular reasoning.
I mean, look at the Grand
It's a
Canyon.
logical fallacy
He's
called
just
circle
lying.
reasoning.
He's just literally spirally lying now.
He's spiraling. Yeah, this is just spiraling.
He's just kind of believing.
Halo, are you aware that you just got like thoroughly Halo, are you aware that you just got intellectually eviscerated? I'm genuinely curious. Are you aware that you lost every single point you brought up for the last 30 minutes?
Yeah, kind of. But that's because certain things I'm not highly educated on. We have to get mom. All right.
Are you on the spectrum by any chance?
What spectrum?
Guess not.
No. Again, I'm not highly educated on these topics. You do know this, right?
Well, if you're on the spectrum, you would
You're not
be on the
educated on
spectrum.
why you're
real
lawyering.
quick.
Why are you
real quick.
lawyering for him then?
Yeah, that's the point. The whole time you've proven this is a religious belief, Halo. That's what we
It's
told you.
not
Now
a
you've proven it
religious
for
belief.
us.
I'm not saying
Yes, you have
It is. Look.
absolutely proven it. Thank you.
You said you don't really fully understand this. You're not educated in it, yet you are defending it like a Roman Catholic. Like a Roman Catholic defends the Shroud of Turin.
Yep.
Listen, you
You
guys
can't even talk about it. Yep.
So I could stay longer. I'll probably be back when I get back home, but I have to go.
Halo, do you understand that you're stuck in a circle of believing in a belief?
It's not a belief. There's
Yeah, it's a cartoon TV religion. Halo, it's a religion you learned about on television. Halo,
Before you
it's a
ban
religion.
me,
Yeah.
before you ban
I'm not
me,
going to ban you. I'm not going to ban
well,
you.
that's what you were threatening to do earlier.
Because you wouldn't shut up.
Because I wouldn't shut up, you kept interrupting me, and I was
Well,
trying
I
to make
can
it
interrupt you.
and you would
I can
start
interrupt
bringing me.
you. I don't
This is
believe in free
literally
speech either, so that's okay.
this is literally what happened earlier.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
see,
care.
All right, Halo.
you've
Halo,
even
go bow
interrupted
down
me when I
6
was
times
speaking, Halo.
east to your globe model. Go bow down 6 times east, pray to your globe model, and then try to learn about it before you just come spouting your religious beliefs.
The circle of belief that
He's
you're
gone.
in is just as round as the halo on your head.
I bet he plays as the arbiter.
Hey, I'm Master Chief, remember?
I know.
Sad. It's sad what has happened to the children. Sad day.
Yeah. And see, that's yeah. It's all by design, man.
Yo,
And besides
Austin.
that, I thought school was supposed to be secular, so why are they teaching a globe religion?
Hey, Austin, I just want to say when you were on Santa Monica Pier and you were having a debate with the dude with the mask and he was Googling constantly, that shit was classic, bro.
Yeah, super funny, bro. Every single question, bro. He Googled every single question. He knew I was wrong, but had to Google it every time.
Right. And then when Google would kick him something back, he'd be like, look, see, I'm right. It's like, no, you didn't even have a claim. You just Googled it.
That was fun, though, to see Austin versus Google.
Sometimes I'd even try to save him some time. I'd tell him what Google would say, but he'd still have to look it up. And then he'd be like, yeah, that's what it is.
I did that last night to this dude with the Selenium Eclipse, or however you say it. Dude, debated the dude for like 3-4 hours on the Modern Day Debate Discord. And man, he was right up there with that dude with the ponytail. Probably the top 3 most indoctrinated people I've ever talked to.
Yeah, it's wild because even when I thought this was a globe, I would have never been like that. You know, like, I would have never like preemptively knew I was right without knowing what I thought I was right about. You know, like that's wild.
I even asked the dude flat out, I said, can I just ask you out of genuine curiosity, what gives you the confidence? Like he was just positive that we're sending radio waves 1 million miles away to a satellite and all this stuff. I'm like, what gives you this confidence? Can you just please tell me? It's just hubris, of course, but
Yeah, derived from popular opinion.
whenever there's someone new over that comes into the server and they're just curious about the thought process behind flat Earth, I personally don't see anything wrong with asking a bunch of questions, unless you want to make it into a debate. But I never saw him as trying to make it into a debate in the first place. But asking a bunch of questions, I think that's completely normal, and I don't know.
Well, yeah,
It is normal.
That is normal, but like whenever you ask a question and then someone takes the time out to thoroughly explain it, and you don't even acknowledge all the effort of the answer or what the answer was, you don't acknowledge that, oh, I was wrong when I said it wouldn't work on a flat Earth, or I didn't understand it that way. You just constantly pretend that you didn't just get the answer, and that person's still wrong. Right? There's only so far that can go. You have to be honest enough to acknowledge it. And
yeah, the moment that perspective was explained to him and why Mount Everest could not be seen 5,000 miles away when it's only 5 miles tall, the moment that was explained to him, he should have had a thought process. He should have asked some more questions based on that. But no, he wanted to move on to the sky.
And he asked,
they got a wall up. They're going
He whistled past something that literally devastated his position. It devastated his entire line of reasoning. But he just wanted to whistle past it and move on.
How many times he asked, if you believe, how you can put in my mouth what I believe, even if I didn't tell you what I believe?
I just want to advocate for the server real quick. If I'm a guitar teacher and I have a student come to me and I'm teaching him guitar and he says, well, what about the drums? Well, then I actually have to turn into a psychologist and find out why they're acting this way. So if I continue to, if I continue to allow my student to talk about the drums and the tambourine, I'm not being a good teacher. In fact, I'm allowing this person to stay crazy. Thanks. Go.
And not only that, they're coming to you as a guitar teacher, and every time you try to teach them something about the guitar, they're just combative and trying to rationalize and battle you on everything. It's like they're not trying to learn at all.
Right. What about the drums? What about the drums? Yeah, what about the piano?
He's never picked the guitar up, but he's going to teach Jimi Hendrix about the guitar. That's what he was doing.
How can I learn the guitar if I don't know about the piano?
That's not actually how you play the guitar.
Under the
That's why it becomes obvious almost immediately when someone's not genuine, when they're just coming to go to war.
You know, the problem is I think a lot of these NPCs are genuine. I just don't have any respect for them. It's pretty much what it's down to.
Under the analogy, I think he's just here to know what the hell is music and not trying to learn each and everything. And if you want to expect people to not immediately believe in a globe, then you don't expect people to not believe, but more like comprehend a completely alternative perspective. It's just normal.
Well, Conan, that's the point, is that they can't comprehend. That I can't even start to teach them anything if they're literally trying to listen about something else when I'm trying to teach them about step 1 and they're on step 37. That's the whole point. I first have to teach them how to learn.
But it will all come together later. It will all come together later. That's at least what happened with me.
Conan, let me expand on your metaphor. Let me expand on your metaphor just a little bit. Let's say someone does want to learn the guitar. All right. And you say understanding musicality is important to playing an instrument. You would agree with that, right? So maybe having questions about other things, yeah, that's fine. But what if the person has no musicality? They have no rhythm. They can't hear music. They don't really understand it. And you don't know why they're even trying to learn the guitar, because you know there are those people. It's the majority of people. It's a small segment of the population that wants to learn a musical instrument, because it's a very small portion of the population that has musicality already inside them. They've already got some kind of like draw to it or gift for it. And so they parse a lot of information automatically. So they might play the guitar and immediately they understand that there are some principles of like tone, like that would go along with other instruments, and those questions start formulating in their mind, and they understand that. And that's what I'm talking about, is you can immediately tell when someone is thinking, and it's dangerous for that person to even put on their thinking cap.
I mean, we all understand what you're saying, Conan, right? Like when you hear about the Earth, you have a million questions, and that's natural. But like, it's just like when I go on the street, they come up, they want to ask me a million questions. On the college campus the day I go, they all want to ask questions. That's cool. You should have questions, right? But when you make claims where you think that you have the intellectual high ground, and you're like, you do know that flat Earth is so stupid, you would never even see the sun rise, and then someone explains to you why that's patently false, right, in detail, and you can't say, oh, okay, I was wrong. You just immediately go back to another, flat Earth's so stupid that then you're not being honest, right? And if you're not being honest, then you're actually being very disrespectful, and you're just intentionally wasting someone's time. So.
People with healthy minds gravitate to logic. And so when you know that something is necessary for something else to exist prior, then your mind will automatically eliminate the delta as a possibility.
If you have no pride getting in the way, though, and indoctrination.
To continue to use the analogy, he refuses to pick up the guitar and the pick. And we keep trying to put the guitar in his hands and the pick and showing him how it works, but he keeps throwing it on the ground.
He keeps screaming, slobbering.
And he just keeps telling you how bad you are at the guitar, but he can't play it at all. He's teaching the teacher how to play the guitar, but he's never played one, and he's not listening, right? So it's like, what do you do?
Yo, guys, thanks for the unmute. Thank you very much for that. And what's up, Witsy? Good to hear your voice. And also, yeah, like someone said about musical people, and I was definitely one of the people that learned to play the piano, guitar, drums, and also and like obviously I do a lot of rapping. I made a song about Flat Earth, and like you hear it all coming out there, like the spiraling of like when you realise, when you uncover it, and how your mind spirals out of control, and you try to think, no, this, not that, and it's literally, I put my experience down in everything that I do in music. When I done like a gaming one when I was younger, and this just happens to be, an element of just how my experience it. Like I talk, and I got another song come out about how the Globers turned on me, and how they handle matters compared to the Flat Earthers. When Flat Earthers, I used to think they were stupid. When obviously, when you actually get to know them, you actually find out that actually they're not the crazy ones. The crazy ones are the people that tell you they're crazy. Because like these people have actually thought about it, and I think it's mad not to think about it. Because obviously, the people that do think about it become Flat Earthers because they think about it. That's why. Because they sit there and fucking think about it. So who else is going to come to this conclusion apart from the people that actually have the time to think about it? Because most people these days haven't got the time to think about it. They're too busy paying bills, getting they're occupied. I've got an occupation. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I agree that he didn't seem like he give too much thought behind each topic, each segment of it. But I disagree on the part where he thinks that you guys are stupid, because at all he never gave the impression, at least in my personal opinion.
You guys are far from stupid, and that's why they've uncovered it. Because it's just like, hang on, these guys are calling this. These guys are calling this stuff out. It's absolute bollocks, isn't it? There's no way that that we're living in. When you look out in space, you can see gas clouds, and they tell you that they're giant cosmos, and they're billions and billions of miles away. But you're looking at them, and they're just like you can see the light coming off them. And it's like glorious, like illuminates the night sky. You see all this like when you go the northern lights, you see all this like electrical sort of display in the sky. It's like maybe this isn't fucking the sun fucking having some fucking static electricity over the magnetic field of the Earth. Maybe it's something else. But how are we going to fucking uncover it if we don't fucking look at it and think about it and all be honest with each other about what we're seeing? Instead, it's about fucking winning points or getting one over on somebody on some sort of semantical bullshit and no fucking objective truth. And it's just sad when I hear you guys argue about it day in, day out, man. I'm just like, oh God, I can't. I've tried to keep up with all the different fucking terminologies and explanations to think something that's just obviously true in it and what's not true. Just look with
I think what
eyes.
she's saying is it's important to take in what she's saying to an extent, though, because it is natural to have a lot of questions. But if someone's not intellectually honest, it doesn't matter if Yeshua floated down and said, "Hey, do you know the Earth's flat?" It'd be like, "No, Jesus, have you never heard of NASA?" Like someone has somewhat honest, or it's pointless.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a good practice to put yourself in someone else's shoes. But I honestly don't know what it's like to be in their shoes and just double and triple down and combat people on something you don't know about. Like when I heard of Flat Earth, I just left it alone. I didn't go to like Flat Earth servers and be nasty people or nothing. I just left it alone.
No, I'll be honest with you. I do, but it's not feelings I've had since I was like 14 or 15. The last time I was that pig-headed was when I was that old, and I was like that. I was an obnoxious, grating teenager who would butt in and stuff like that. And like, oh, I'm going to go give my opinion. But I was a teenager at the time. A lot of these are adults we have to deal with. Adults who just never grew up. They're adult children, essentially.
And they're too bound by spells too. The biggest spell is the spell where there's all these governments and different politics and all this stuff going on. When you've broken a major spell like 9/11 or Flat Earth or something, and you're free from a major spell, and if somebody hasn't even chosen the path to even break any spells, it's hopeless on this topic. Nearly.
Well, that's what I'm saying. People, that's why we're giving up now. I've given up trying to explain to people now because now when I hear people talk, I think I'm not even bothering because the amount of, like he was saying earlier, Memis said I have to teach these people how to learn, and I felt that because before you even explain what's going on, you have to like help them unlearn everything they've learned, and that is just there's so much unwiring to just get a basic concept from them, like an objective reality of what they're experiencing. Like they just fight with everything. Everything's a fight, so everything's a struggle. Every single sentence you make with them is a problem.
That's why it's a choice. It's not even learn, it's a choice. If someone hasn't chosen the path of breaking through and learning truth, you can't force somebody to choose that. It's like forcing a drug addict to want to change and get off drugs. It's a choice. So these people have chosen their life. They've chosen the mainstream narratives. They've chosen to live their life that way. So you can't, no matter what you say, they're just going to battle.
Exactly.
Yeah, Conan, were you here for the beginning of the conversation with Halo?
Oh yeah, and I was quite excited because I really thought he sounded genuine. He's like the most typical average Glober. I was really excited to hear the conversation.
Right. Did you notice that he started off with straw man after straw man and then arguments from incredulity? Did you pick up on that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he has a philosophical problem, but then this is the main problem. I think the idea that people accept flat Earth is more important in the sense of it fixes your philosophical behavior, and it seems like it's understandable that you don't want to be a philosophy teacher to them, right? You don't want to be a psychologist or a therapist to them, right? But that is the important part. So if you don't give, I don't know, I'm not trying to correct or anything, but I myself I'm trying to learn on how to talk about these things to other people. So I guess that's what I'm dissecting. I'm sorry.
These guys only have one philosophy in life.
Professorship dissecting the fucking conversation. Look, just take it as it is, isn't it? Like the fact is, it's okay if it's round, and I hope it is. But yeah, there's a few things that are suspicious, and it's okay for the people to come to a different conclusion. And I don't really think it needs much more looking into. I think that if you choose to have ice cream, or that's up to you. It's not harming anybody, so I don't see the problem with it. Until what they believe starts harming people, or what you believe starts harming people, there's no problem.
Well, more so, what I was talking about is the inconsistencies, right, behind the heliocentric model. So when you're inconsistent, it means you have a philosophical problem, right?
What I do is I have a reasonable doubt that things are the way that they're projected to be.
Right. So never mind. I don't know if I have anything else to say after that.
I was just going to say that these kids, and adults generally, everyone, the normies nowadays, they live by one philosophy, and that's what is popular. And that's it.
It's what is authorized too. It's part of people hurting 101 is creating authorized thought and behavior and unauthorized thought and behavior. They did it back in the day with the kings. They did it with the Catholic Church. It's always been this way that we know of, where there's authorized and unauthorized. So people choose to live the authorized life. It's easier in a lot of ways. You have less issues. You can get along with more people. Like, there's many reasons why people do it. But if they've chosen that authorized life, it's just, they're not going to let you interfere with that choice. We're talking to people who believe that in climate change, and shots and plane shit towers.
There's so many things that not all of us can be experts on. So there comes a time, there comes a limit between anyone's intelligence that they have to just rely on sources of information. Some people don't even rely on their own kind of depth of their understanding of the world. I personally think I'm quite scientific. I personally think that, I can differentiate a lot of different concepts, and I've got a way of getting to the answer in different ways. That other people find, different, like it is. But at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, you do need to delegate some thinking here and there, because you're only one person, but you're not supposed to delegate all your thinking.
True.
You're supposed to pick
I think
and
a lot of people,
choose.
they don't think enough, and some people think too much. So there's never really a right and wrong way to go about things. I'm just glad that everyone does things differently. I'm quite happy that everyone does things differently, where doesn't seem that you're quite happy with people doing things different to the way that you think's fit. And that's where I think that the world is about diversity, right? And that diversity, as long as it's not harming anybody, is fine. I think that, the reason I can go and get a curry, or I can go and get, some chicken and chips, because a world where there's variety and people have different traditions and different foods and different sorts of way of making their money to live.
You mean chicken and fries? Chicken and fries.
You know what I mean? Waffles, waffles and that. You got to think variety is everything. So I'm glad that everyone does things differently. I'm glad not everyone does everything the same. But it's like you want people to be the same as you, and I don't have that same problem.
I think you're just talking about the general psychological aspect of it. But I will say, like, whenever someone comes in, she's right in the sense that we do tend to immediately force them in this debate exchange. And although this is pretty much a debate server, and I certainly understand why we do it, right? If you look at it from a bigger perspective, it's like when these clowns on the college campus come up to me in real life, like, yeah, I could be like, well, no, address what you said, but for the audience sake, when they just start spamming me with questions, I know everyone has these same questions, and I just kind of entertain them because I know there's nothing they're going to say that stumps me. And so for like an audience, it's good. Why in that situation, I didn't mind. Meme was just, he was just hitting him. Every time he'd ask his new question, he'd destroy it. And I think that's good for an audience. But if we're going to talk about like that person leaving here understanding, he did not, because he wasn't intended on listening. So there's a middle ground here where maybe sometimes you do kind of follow them along, even though they're not being, intellectually honest in the debate, but it's for the audience, right? Like where the audience has heard, like I talked to a biochemist while we were getting our Mexican food yesterday after activism. There's a biochemist there. He asked, because they were just casually asking what we were doing. We told them, and like, you're going to think it's crazy. I tell him. And so the biochemist starts asking me all these questions. He genuinely wanted to know the questions, and I just answered every question he could think of, right? I wasn't trying to debate him. So like in the real world, there is something to be said about what she's saying. Like that is, we all know our instinctive reaction was, whoa, I have a million questions now, right? So there's some in between here. Like we kind of have to empathize a little bit. And I think it's not the worst thing ever to when they start spamming you with questions, you just answer all of them real fast. It can be kind of annoying for us sitting over here listening to the exchange. Where
not everyone is as sharp and as accurate as you are and consistent, because I've seen you run laps around people, say everything on point, literally off the top of your head, like you've said it 1,000 times, and people still have the nerve to talk about the topic like they know better when they're having to recite literally notes as they're talking to you, such as the guy who was showing you about the Planck line within the I forgot it. It's the surveyor that was showing you about the curvature of the Earth, and he surveys it, and you use an average and a mean, and you told him about the plumb line or some shit, and he didn't get what you was on about, but you knew more about it than he did, and I just thought this was ridiculous. You knew about more calibrating it and how they set it up, and I just thought, at the end of the day, you can have, if I was in the hospital and I had somebody that could actually do the job, and actually then I'd come up with somebody who was more qualified, I'd definitely take the person who could actually, do it off the top of their head. I don't know. I just think that would be my instinct. That would the kind of doctor that I would have, and what sort of advice I would take. Somebody that can just know it off the top of their eyes. Obviously, he spent a long time doing it. You can even do. You even done a rap, didn't you? With it.
Yeah.
That
Austin
rap
has
was fucking
epic
incredible.
patience too. He's got epic patience, and that's what it takes because with Flat Earth, we're so used to the trolls coming in with the same nonsense that we start to treat everybody that way.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, there could be somebody really asking genuine questions. And
No one.
Austin
Well,
has
my
the
point
epic
being, not all of us can be
patience
as
for
good
that.
as Witsit and recite everything so fluently and effortlessly and educationally and not patronising like me. All I have to do is fucking smile, and people think I'm being an arrogant prick. So I just fucking can't be arsed anymore. Like I literally can't even smile and enjoy what I'm saying when I'm speaking to people about fucking stuff I know about, and without them thinking, oh, so just like with you can talk to people, they can take you more, like they take you more on the chin, and you get to say everything so brilliantly, and yet they just don't fucking absorb it at all, and it's just painful to watch. And then I think, like, how can everyone think this guy, this geezer's Richard put himself out there? He's out there talking to people, trying to explain it, and it's just like you literally are just he's not planned any of this. This is literally the real world that you're watching. This is how people are. They were attacking him, and they thought he was crazy, and it was just like it's just mad. This is the world you live in. You can't even go outside and try to talk about how you look at the horizon and see different things. It's just crazy, man. Because people ostracize you and treat you like you're crazy, like it's mad. But realistically, we all experience a world with no curvature, but no one is interested in it. No one wants to learn it. It's mad.
Yeah, the thing about that, Riven, is no,
Sorry,
you go
go
with it.
I
No,
was
go
saying
ahead.
that, okay, well, the person comes up with the mask at the campus, and he's asking me questions. He's debating. He's on the spot. He's not going to admit the Earth's flat. He's going to keep asking questions. But there were 200 students gathered around in all directions listening to our conversation, and they aren't on the spot. So they're like, wow, he can't stump the flat earther. The flat earther knows everything. He's been right 10 times in a row. I was doing it for them, right? And so if we can just try to look at it from that perspective, even on here, someone else is listening to it. When I first found out about the server, I just listened. So that's what the benefit is. You're not always going to reach the person on the spot because there's too much pride, but just try to be as informative as possible, because when someone watched the surveyor debate, the surveyor wasn't going to leave being a flat earther, but someone was like, why does the flat earther know more about surveying than the surveyor? This is weird. You just want to reach the other people, right? And that's why I'm saying sometimes there's a benefit to just kind of answer a bunch of the questions where they'll find out, oh, wow,
you're right.
they thought of it all.
You are right. You are right. We should do that, and we should like voice it more. And I tend to tackle it like just like I've got a fan piece of it because I have battled it for ages now. So now just like I give up battling with people on it now. Now just like after battling it, I kind of have a reason. I have reasonable doubt. You go and do your own journey. Do you know what I mean? Like that's my journey, and when you catch up to my journey, or you might have even if you. Just don't come at me like with this basic shit like, oh, flat earther, haha, yeah, well, you fall off the edge. What's at the edge? Why don't you go to fucking, why don't you just go down to fucking the Antarctica? Oh, yeah, the penguins are going to get you. It's just like, fucking hell, I'm talking to an absolute Mongol. Do you know what I mean? Like, the level that this person's coming at me with, like, and this flat earth bullshit is just so fucking dumb, because that's all they see. They look on the internet, flat earth, retards.
Yeah, I have something to say about that, Riven. The problem is that, like, since you or anybody discovers flat Earth, and they just dedicate pretty much as much time as possible to research and further into it and learning more and more, we all become more and more confident in our position,
Yeah.
And it just gets easier and easier, and all that stigma disappears really quickly, and then it's totally normal, and yeah, you think everybody should see it because it's so obvious. But we forget that the average person.
From being
No, I'm saying that, like, while we, let's just say average person here.
There that you say, like, you say that you don't the stigma's gone from it because you've accepted it and you've gone, well, you know what, I don't mind because it's blatantly glaring you in the face and you're happy to share it with them. So realistically,
no, but what I'm saying is, let's say a person discovers flat Earth 4 years ago. They spend 4 years researching into it, and through them 4 years, it just becomes more and more normal in their psyche, of course, as it does. Once you get more comfortable with your position, the average person during that 4 years' time, where the flat earther has been researching into every little detail and scrutinizing everything and just fixing up their arguments in their head and everything, the average person's still walking around for 4 years, not changing their interpretation of what a flat earther is. It just stays at that. Flat earthers are advanced.
I know that's what I mean.
they'll always be in that position of complete stigma towards it, you know.
Madness.
It shows the program's working because it's the same thing that what's his name, the fake actor scientist, and all these articles about flat Earth. The same rhetoric and exact wording they use is what these people are using on us. So it just shows the program is working.
Exactly. We're fighting the programming, not the people.
Yeah.
Because you can hear it. You can hear Bill Nye through people. You can hear Neil deGrasse through people.
You could also hear the programming starting to unravel in the kid earlier, because in the start he would not admit the smallest mistake, but towards the end he was like semi-admitting that he didn't know what he was talking about and that we might be right about some things.
Exactly. Dude, it's a tough position that we're in because we're fighting like a lifetime of indoctrination and propaganda and programming. But like, yo, it's just the deal, right? It's just like we have to do it. So that's what we have to do. We kind of, there's a thin line. We got to try to, exhibit as much patience as possible. Honestly, I appreciate the kind words, but I think I still lose my cool too much, right? Like you just want them to feel like they're being lame. That's why I made the shirt. The Earth is flat. Don't make this weird, right? You want to flip the table on them where it's like, why are you making this so weird? Like, I'm just chilling, bro. Like, I know all the answers. I get it. Chill, right? And like that, we have to be patient and work through their programming because I know for a fact, not one and there's always someone in the room that says it's not true. Every flat earther, when they heard out about flat Earth, they had a million questions and they had to wrap their mind around the magnitude of someone possibly concealing that. Even though a lot of it might have clicked with them, they had a million questions. And it took them a while, typically months, to really start to go through these questions and realize it, right? And unlearn things. Just like when people were raised Baptist and found out that, well, they changed all this stuff, but maybe the scriptures could be true. They have to relearn everything. And then 3 years later, they remembered a story in the Bible the wrong way because of how they were taught, right? So we're fighting against like years of programming, and it takes some time, right? So we kind of do have to see that. We're on their team. We're not fighting them. We're fighting the system that has lied to us collectively, right?
And a lot of those epic conversations.
I was just going to say, sometimes they need this reality check, which is kind of what Meme was giving him, just to be able to like look again and not be so utterly convinced in their faith.
No, I think Meme did great because he also answered a bunch of his questions that were technically obfuscation, right? So like that's a good immediately answer the question, but then bring them back to what they obfuscated from. If you just start screaming at them about the obfuscation, right, they're just going to kind of shut down. Like, well, the sun's a sphere. Actually, no one's ever even proven that the sun's a sphere. Even if it was, it wouldn't prove the Earth's a sphere. Well, let's get back to gas pressure, though. That's what we were talking about, right? Like, you kind of aid them in their cognitus being removed, right?
Did you guys?
A lot of those conversations, especially with Austin, because he's in person, they'll actually remember that for life in some cases. And sometimes you're hitting them like a ton of bricks, but then like 3 years later, all of a sudden they're looking into it, and they'll never forget that conversation.
I agree.
I'd like to agree with you, but I think maybe I'll just say it's 50-50. Some won't, and some will forget it immediately. The ego's too strong.
It depends on the energy of the person I'm talking to. I mean, someone's really enthusiastic to understand why I learn it. Because I remember when I met a vegan, I was dating this woman. Beautiful she was, and she was a vegan, and she was like, "Oh, I cook the food and stuff like that, but I just don't eat it." And I goes, "What's wrong with eating meat?" Now, to me, eating meat is like normal, the most normal thing in the world. Never really thought about it before. So she started telling me, she goes, "Do you really want to know why?" She goes, "The reason I don't go into it is because people don't, the stigma about vegans. The same thing with flat earthers. The stigma of it, they don't be bothered with it, so they try to avoid it, but it's not telling people. But when people ask and they genuinely want to know, she would tell me. So she told me. Like, I thought at the end of the conversation, I was like, I'm still going to eat a steak. And I remember saying the same shit. Yeah? The same shit. I remember saying word for word the same shit that people said to me when I become a vegan. Like, I literally was saying my stuff to people like, "Oh, I'm a vegan now, I don't eat meat." And, "Oh, yeah, well, I'm still going to eat a steak later. I'm probably going to eat 2 now. Ha, ha, ha. You're one." It's like, I'm looking and thinking, what in the world? Like, literally, I'm looking at myself saying the same shit, but it's just like a different person. The same mentality, though. So that's me looking back. That's me looking back at the people I'm surrounded by, because that's what people around us think about vegans. And I thought to myself, okay, eating meat. He's wrong. There is they've got a point. And I had the same argument with people. Oh, you know, you were meat eaters now. You're not one of us, right? Like the same shit that happened with flat Earth. Like this is like a psychological.
I think we've got a big expectation on ourselves to, you know, we really think we have a lot of original thought when we're on the outside questioning, but we really don't, you know.
And it happens all over, and it happens with different types of psychology.
And all the same stuff. Yeah.
Yep. You literally parrot the same things that now you say to a flat earther. Oh, you think the Earth's flat? The ones where you fall off the edge then? What you think fucking this water's above us? You think we're a dome? Like, same shit that I used to think. And that's where I know where they're coming from, because I'm like, oh man. And then when you say, when a flat earther goes, oh, I used to think the world was a globe just like you, then you're part of another programming, it might be good. That person isn't going to say, well, you know, I've got ways of determining the world by using my tools. Like, you know, I understand things better. But let me just try to explain it to you. And you just like, the fucking argument goes on and on. I've heard it a million times. The fundamental principles are the same thing. Like, both of you are programmingly arguing your programs to each other. Now, flat Earth ain't really programming, I guess. It's probably the unprogramming of the programming. So I don't want to, like, misspeak about it, because I know someone else might disagree with that. But you shouldn't say things to them like, you know, fucking Antarctic Treaty and all that. I just say things like, look at it realistically, like, who the fuck's going to go to Antarctica on a fucking one-man mission to prove that we are contained? Who's really going to
hate that? I hate that stuff. Yeah. They honestly think, like, people are just thinking, oh, well, where should we go? You know, so some husband says to his wife, where should we go on holiday this year, love? You know, so let's go Antarctica. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Nobody's picking these destinations.
Nobody's
you know what I mean?
going Antarctica, bro.
And they act like everybody's screaming to get down there. And it's like, if there was an edge, then we would have found it, and all this nonsense. You know, fucking idiot.
That's the one wiring I go for, because I say to them, think about it, right? You think that it's just easy for me to go to fucking Antarctica. I can't even get fucking across the fucking country. I can't even go to fucking different cities without some lockdown rules I have to apply to. Never mind getting to fucking Antarctica on a fucking ice boat in the middle of fucking nowhere, going towards the southern fucking pole where no one's allowed. It's all restricted, bad. Do you know what I mean? None of us are going to get there. We'd never get there alive. Would be fucking pirates take over the ship and kill us.
Even if we were allowed to, even if there was no treaty, even if there was no governments guarding it or anything, just the natural elements make it insanely difficult.
Yeah, what do they think's down there anyway? Like, you know, some McDonald's, KFC, you know, gas stations, airports, nothing. There's nothing there.
Exactly. No toys, no attractions, no. That's why they keep us here in the middle. So whatever's out there is out there. I don't care, but something's out there. Do you get what I'm saying?
Most likely.
Something's out there. I don't know what the fuck's out there, but something's out there, man. And all I know is that these people think it's fucking stupid to think that there's something out there. And I'm thinking to myself, how can you think it's dumb to think there's something out there? How the fuck can you do that? Literally everywhere you walk on this planet, this Earth, yeah?
It's because they're under the notion that human beings just have an insatiable curiosity. They're like, we must have explored everything by this point, you know. It's
you
like 99% of humanity are totally docile and don't want to move out of their own homes and local community. Like, they never go further than that, you know what I mean?
Exactly, mate.
They have this notion that everybody's like just running around to explore.
I've travelled around the world. I've come back to people in my local area, and everybody's got the same mentality. Like, when you go around the world and you see different people and how they live, and then you go back and you speak to your own community, people have never left the community and their whole life, and they're like 40 odd.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I've had the same experience.
There's people on the tip of South America many people who have never been to Antarctica, and they're right there.
When someone tries to tell me that they want to go to Antarctica or something, I just tell them it doesn't matter until we solve this issue first. First, we need to figure out what the Earth is, and everybody needs to agree on this or figure out some way that we can prove either way. They can't just tell us. So when we can just tell them, so we need to look at the evidence and stop going into imagination of what could be out there until we have everything for everyone. Most of them don't disagree with that.
You know what, though? I agree, though. Look, we have to, as a community, We have to learn to come together through the call of chaos before we go to the next world. I really think if the whole world came together, we could all make it across Antarctica. But we'd have to work together, which is just basically
For sure.
the only way we deserve
Absolutely.
to go to the next world. Because the way we need to come together to work, show the whole world can work as one. But it's never going to work as one the way it looks. A mess. The whole place is a fucking mess. We're fucking millions of years away from ever becoming a citizenship like across all nations as one, working as one to go to overthrow the powers of the wall. That's what it would take. It took every man, woman, and child across the face of the earth to make this happen.
What was that one lady who actually she was trying to do tests on the so-called globe, and she showed that there was no movement with the Zeppelin she did in New York or whatever, and then she ended up dying trying to go to the edge, so-called edge of Antarctica.
Wasn't that one of the most earliest
Forgot her
female
name.
pilots or something like that? I forget.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure I know. So.
I forgot her name. Who knows if that story's real or not, but
She did
it was like later in life. She said, "The hell with it.
and
I'm
all
gonna
that
go
stuff.
try to see what's out there."
That was Andrea Barnes, and it's hard to verify that story.
Yeah. This story, as far as her dying out there on a snowmobile or whatever in Antarctica, or the Zeppelin, or dirigible or whatever the hell.
Well, the dirigible seems to check out, but the Antarctica is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's hard to verify anything about that.
Interesting story. Yeah, because the thing that they found, there's no telling if that's even real. The note or whatever it was. But these people are on the wrong side of history, though, because this globe lie has only been going for 90-something years, and it's already unraveling.
Yeah, that's why they're rushing to, get everyone chipped and tracked in their one world government and get rid of critical thought.
Exactly. And have you seen that episode of Bonanza in the 50s where there's called Devil on Your Shoulder, or Devil on Her Shoulder?
I
Where
haven't.
the science teacher comes in, starts teaching the globe lie and Isaac Newton and all that, and the Quaker pastor or whatever comes in. They make him look like horrible pieces of garbage.
Oh yeah. I think I remember the scene. I've seen it like here and there. I haven't seen.
They always got
the
some
movies, no.
profound like propaganda each decade. It's like otherwise it would unravel.
It was like an innocent looking woman teacher. She was teaching the kids, and then this priest looking guy comes in with like a black suit and black hat, whatnot, and he's like, "Oh, stop teaching your devil."
And the kids are
stuff or
asking,
something,
"What if you would fall off when you fall off and all that stuff?" Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
That's great. But if without propaganda like that and the fake moon landings, they steadily have to keep on the pedal for the propaganda, or it would have unraveled already. It's so obvious once you see it. It's like, oh, that's why. Like a decade after this, they're doing the moon landing. It's like,
what did you
so
mean
obvious.
by the globe lie being 90 years old?
No, I'm as far as critical mass, as far as it taking place in a majority of people's minds.
I find it mad that like they've already landed on the Mars. Like Mars is like the new moon landing. Like they can even like, there's no way for us to ever know if they've got something on Mars, but they're just basically saying they are. Like they've got like, some cute. They're all in a room looking at some computers and going, "Yay!" Like they've got this little fucking thing in Mars, like driving around doing all this shit. I just can't be arsed with them. And people are just lapping it up. Like, yeah, they've got a rover on Mars. Like, yeah.
I know the guy I talked to last night was sure that they're sending radio waves 1,000,000 miles away to a satellite. It's like, how are you sure of that, man?
Fucking hell, man. These people
come
are
on.
crazy, man. A
Like
million
they speak
miles
matter
away.
of factly. Like, yeah, the gravity and the this, the that. They're talking. When I hear that shit, I hear like Narnia and unicorns, and they're talking matter of factly. Like, man.
Einsteinian, Newtonian, gravitational fusion, nitrogen, fucking atoms, fucking. Yeah, I'm smart. Yeah, man. Mechanical orbits, fucking orbital mechanics. Mass attracts mass, but it doesn't because the moon's going away.
I'm crackhead Stonian.
Come on, man. Don't pick on Rick and Morty fans. Sorry.
If somebody want to answer Matthew's question.
If you watch Rick and Morty, you're automatically smart. Don't you know that?
Absolutely. I second that.
So just do like osmosis. You get really close to the screen, you just get smarter. So what's up, Reasons? I haven't heard you in a while.
I'm all right, man. I'm just hanging about. Every now and then I pop up, have a little bit of fun, and then go back to doing what I'm doing, getting prepared for fights, smoke a bit of weed, just relax.
It is fun, especially the Gulliver death spiral. That's always amusing.
Gas spiral.
The death spiral. When they come in with their gotcha and it fails, and they just spiral into oblivion. You flat earthers! Yeah, I'd go crazy.
You lot can really spin them around the bend. You lot are brilliant. That girl as well. We'll have to you dissect these people and you pull them apart and that. And you guys love it. When someone comes in and they're honest and they're ready for it, you guys all relish it and you really pull them apart. I like to just spoil my food and go straight in. Rah! You guys like to go. No, we'll have the starter first. Let's get the starter going. You really sit them down and really you really grease them out, man. No, because you said this and you said that. You've heard it 1,000 times. It's brilliant.
I got a 17-year-old the other day. He was by that time I was done with him, he was contemplating the meaning of life, like burning incense and shit.
Joking, you broke him down that bad?
Oh man, because he was like, "I'm an atheist. I don't believe in religion." And then I laid it out to him how the globe is a religion, man. All the analogies, priest equals scientist, space equals heaven, blah blah blah. All the same things that they say, it's basically religion without a God, man. I just broke it down so good, he didn't even know what to say. He was just shocked.
That was the first thing I learned when you guys taught me Flat Earth. I thought, obviously it's designed, yeah? And then I thought, well, obviously it's been created. And I thought, well, I can't be an atheist anymore, because I used to be a raw atheist. I don't believe in evolution. I think that, obviously, the rats that live in my sewers today, they can't go through fucking environmental changes to turn them into a fucking human being. Fucking talking shit on the internet. Sorry, I don't believe that a rat can evolve into a human being. So when you follow back the trail of the human race, when the Jurassic, our bloodline that came from the water survived the Jurassic wipeout through like a little rodent, basically, and a rat-looking rodent is one of your ancestors. If you believe you come from the common ancestor with the fucking chimps, the apes and that, then the Homo sapiens, then obviously you also believe that he was a fish one day, and he was a fucking kangaroo, and he was a fucking antelope as well. And don't say, oh, that's not how fucking evolution works. I'm taking the piss out of it, obviously. You fucking donut. So when they say, oh, monkeys and, you don't come from monkeys. Yes, they fucking know that, but they're saying it to fucking patronise you. The reason every religious person patronises you, I used to think Ray Comfort, he's like the biggest cat clown. Now, when he talks about evolution, he makes every person talk about evolution sound and anti-evolution wrong. That's not everyone's argument. That's Ray Comfort, who's a spastic who holds a banana, not knowing it's been genetically modified. And that's what when you actually listen to the arguments, that's how people treat people. Oh, you believe in evolution? No.
Or tell me the difference. Tell me the difference here. Free says, you can't understand the Bible. I have to tell you what it means for you to get in heaven. And a scientist saying, you can't perceive the Earth as a globe. It's just outside of reality. But you need me to interpret these equations to tell you what reality actually is. What's the difference? There's no difference. Zero difference. Yeah, you have someone saying they have specialized knowledge that you don't have telling you what reality is. There's no difference.
Because God said so, or because science said so. It's the same difference.
It's religion without a deity. That's all it is.
They have their blasphemy laws and everything. They're called you a science. They'll literally
Damn
call
right.
you a
The
science
blasphemy
denier.
laws. You got it, man. Heresy.
Blasphemy laws.
Science denier. That's
Flat Earth,
blasphemy
yeah.
laws.
Flat Earth heretic. Burn him.
You deny.
Put him on a rocket to space.
Put him on a rocket to space.
That'll cure him. That's what they say, right? I can't wait till you guys go to Mars. Can't wait till you guys go to space. You'll see. Yeah.
We'll see.
I've been waiting since I was a kid, so and I'm still waiting.
No, I love the idea of space.
We're going nowhere, man.
Most of my
We are
life,
going
really.
nowhere. We're
It's
going
an
nowhere.
interesting. Sci-fi, like Star Trek, is a lot more interesting now that I know that space itself is fake. It's a genuine de-stressing separation from reality, just to de-stress and watch an episode of Star Trek. Because it's genuine fantasy. Like, it's not anywhere close to reality.
I might slow down and watch something now, man. Peace out, guys. Good chatting. I'll be back on again.
See you later, Ruben.
See you later, boys.
Yeah, the priest of scientism with their scientific jargon instead of Latin. The new Latin.
Well, on some fundamental level, it's about power, because it's usually what it's always about. I'm the smartest guy in the room. Let me tell you about orbital mechanics and the temperature of Mercury. You're so smart. You're so smart.
Yeah, it's very appealing to those types. All the different rabbit holes nonsense. They get their gold stars, and they're proud of them gold stars. They got their cookie and their cracker. But what I see it as is controllers. They like to have their little special. They like to pretend they have special, sacred, esoteric knowledge nobody else has. And you had a cult that was practicing this nonsense of a sphere Earth, and a sphere being its perfect shape. And I think what happened was, once they got the technology to see that it's absolutely false, they reversed it and made the flat realm, made that esoteric, and made the globe the exoteric, so that they could hold on to their so-called occult power.
Well, the Goldberg started as esoteric, so
like they reversed the occult.
If you read the Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, right? That's Copernicus's book, where he came up with his little theory there.
Yeah.
So he writes about, in part of it, he writes about the Pythagoreans and
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
how the Pythagoreans kept everything secret because they never wrote anything down. Everything passed word of mouth. So they kept like their secret little metaphysical cult. Their ideas, they kept them secret. One of the ideas being ball Earth. And how would Copernicus know about this like 8 centuries later? That they got outed because one of the stupid Pythagoreans wrote something down and somebody else read it, and that's how they all got outed. And why would he write about it in the Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies? Like
reification.
It's like he's outing. He's like, it's like signaling, right? He's signaling. Yeah, this ain't my idea. I'm paying homage to this cult, and the only reason they already outed themselves when this dude wrote it down 8 centuries ago, and he got caught. So you don't be mad at me that I'm writing it down, because I'm not breaking the rules, man. I'm just following the trend.
Well, that's Kabbalistic lore, basically. Like part of trying to give credibility to your secret society, you make it look a lot more ancient and a lot more revered. And that's Kabbalistic lore. That's who's created and pushing this whole heliocentric nonsense. Like Freemasons, for example, they try to make it look like they have unbroken chains all the way back to Egypt and all that, and they say that Pythagoras went into the mystery schools of Egypt and stole their secrets and got kicked out and all this crap. Who knows if any of that really happened? They could just be backdating and creating lore for themselves. Like Manly P. Hall and Albert Pike would talk about geocentric and exoteric and all that. Let me see, I had one quote. This resulted in two distinct schools of philosophy, one geocentric and exoteric, the other heliocentric and esoteric. While the ignorant multitudes worshiped the house of the sun's reflection, which in the case described would be the bull, the wise revered the house of the sun's actual dwelling, which would be the scorpion or the serpent, the symbol of the concealed spiritual mystery. It's just all part of their Kabbalistic lore.
Well, like, listen, I think this kind of goes to like, why would they lie and why is the Gold story out there? I think there's there is no one reason, right? It depends on the individual. Why does any particular individual spread the idea?
Yeah.
So we have the people that come in here, like, why do they spread the idea? Because they view it as this is my future, right? I'm going to space. These flat earthers are going to ruin that shit, so I got to get rid of them. Right? But then there's the other people, in ancient times, the metaphysicians, right? Then there's the occultists that they got their reasons, and then then there's the so-called scientists. They have their reasons.
Well, part of their religion, these Kabbalists and stuff, part of their religion is trying to conceal certain information for themselves and making the public the stupid profane. So they want to keep the public as far away from truth and reality as they can and keep it all for themselves. That is their religion, to do that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but
so that's motivation.
But what I'm trying to say is that's just one faction.
Yeah.
One faction of the pimps of the heliocentric model.
They're the one that create all these universities and all these things. So there is different people motivated by different things. There could be someone that just wants to make a good living for their family and they're interested in space, so they go to college.
Look, yeah, I agree. They create these universities and these things, and they funnel people that have other motivations for believing it, right?
Yeah. A lot of it's more organic.
So back in the day when how was research funded, right? You would have rich benefactors that paid people like Copernicus, Kepler. They had just rich people that would fund their research. It wasn't universities or governments or anything.
Yeah.
It was, but they were doing it because they were into astrology and things like that, right?
Yeah.
So they wanted Kepler to figure out like how he can read the stars better to predict their own fortune or the fortune of their lineage. So they had their own motivations, but this carries on, right? The people that started the universities in America, like Dartmouth, Yale, Cornell, Princeton, these are the same people. They're the same bloodline, right? You look in their family trees, they go back, they all are intertwined to these same people.
Well, yeah, you got cults upon cults upon cults, and many of these people belong to multiple cults. And the core of most of them, if not 99% of them, is Kabbalah. The core of Freemasonry is Kabbalah. The core of most modern day cults, even the corny Satanist cults and all that, have Kabbalah at the core. Even the Theosophists, that's a big cult.
That's the NASA cult, man.
You can hear, like, when someone creates a new cult, I've had people actually try to recruit me into a random cult, and I hear the terminology they're using, and I'm like, that's a Theosophist cult. And they're like, no, it's not. And then I go look at the actual official website for whatever the hell it is, and they're literally quoting Helena Blavatsky and all these people. It's like, come on, man. Should know better than to try to recruit me. Dude, someone try to recruit me into some Luciferian cult called Asgardia, where they're supposedly trying to build some fucking like Asgard, like some city in the sky that's going to be in space. It's like, You're trying to recruit me, of all people, to a Luciferian space cult, dude. You're barking up the wrong tree.
Luciferian space. I like that. That should be on a T-shirt.
It should be.
That's serious, man. That's good.
Because I've been studying cults and power and religion for like since I was 14. It's like I'm the last one. It's like people that know me know better than to try to do that.
Well, that's that. Listen, that's going to make them want you even more.
Yeah. I've had to cut some people off because they're just so off the deep end. They try to, like, I had my nephew he believes this whole thing that the occult is just a general thing, and that there's people that use it for good, there's people that use it for bad. I feel that it's fundamentally bad. Like, it leads to slavery every time. So he just keeps trying to recruit me in. It's like, dude, I've heard the arguments, I've heard what you're saying, I'm not getting down with the Kabbalah shit. Exactly, occult is to hide, occult hidden. So the powerful people, they want to keep the reality of Earth to themselves and have the exoteric, profane public in the dark, not knowing what the hell reality is. That's what the globe lie is really for, in my opinion, speculation-wise. To maintain occult power, so-called. It's in their writings. Like, they're not super that secretive about it. Most people aren't going to buy a $400 book and go read it.
That's how they keep the truth hidden in plain sight.
Exactly. Even if one random dude like me comes along and gets that one book or 2 books or 3 books and reads it, what am I going to do? Go and rant about it on Discord? Is that going to change their power? They know a certain amount of people, majority of people, are going to be like sheep.
Yeah, it's not going to change anything while they have control of the media, while they have control of what people perceive the world to be.
Yep. And then they get to do, like, even in Blue Lodges and Freemason temples, they do circumambulation rituals where they mimic the circular path of the sun around the center altar. So these people in private don't believe this globe crap, man. Some of them probably are just ignorant and dumb because some of those dudes are just corny, whatever.
Yeah, that's it. Most of them have no clue what it is. They need to have that knowledge to get to the highest degree, but most of them don't know anything about that.
Yeah. And imagine how dumb you have to be in there doing a ritual where you're mimicking the circular path of the sun and not realize what's happening.
That's kind of the issue, though, right? Right there. You know. Well, how dumb have you got to be, right, to not realize what you're doing, right? When you're mimicking the circular path of the sun, right?
Yeah.
That's the point. Is that the members that are inside of there, right? They're deeply woven into effectively what I would just say are almost like hierarchical structures, but within inside of the family, right? So it's kind of like you do this, yeah. Your dad does it before you, and it's kind of like going to mass, mate. You know, you go to mass, and if you don't understand why you're even doing it, it doesn't matter. And even if you do understand why you're doing it, it's just what we do, right? And again, this is what we need for the business. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, the business is reliant upon us coming to this club. So like, there's a Masonic house near where I live, bro. And when there's big business deals going on, like, they stay at the lodge, you know, for free instead of staying at the very expensive hotels here, right? So it serves the purpose in that sense. So like, someone's not going to go, I ain't going to walk around this little thing, right, and chant for a bit, and, you know, save myself £1,000 because I've got to stay in the area for like a month, right? Or save myself, you know, £12,000 because I've got to stay here for like 2 months. You know what I mean? Sorry.
Yeah.
they're going to just do it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's that simple, right? But then it's picking people out of the litter at the end of the day, right? You're going to have people that reflect certain types of personalities, and these people have got access to, let's say, if we have access to the capability to turn people into psychopaths from people that are intellectuals, right? Which I know we do, right? Which is really what MK Ultra is about. Instead of turning this into sort of a mind control thing, think about it more of a quantitative easing toward changing someone's directive of their state of mind by introducing ideas that conflict with the ideas they already hold, yeah? Right? Yeah. Like, that's what we see with Ted Brzezinski and Andrew Murray, and when he goes to Harvard and his whole scholarship, right? So, like, they can do this with inside of the cult very easily because they have these same tools, but just to utilize, not to create, but just to pick out of the bunch instead. So you already find the people with a high propensity to be able to fall in line with these very forms of mechanics that are needed, right? And then you get the people that are very interested in the mysticism of it anyway. And those will be the people that will conduct the next ritual for the next, right? The person that understands it for what it really is the person that really is probably interested in the ritualistic side in the first place and understands what it is. So it sort of continues in that way. Some not caring so much, but some caring in other ways. Each person has a role. They're delegated and departmentalized and compartmentalized even inside of that.
Yeah, definitely. It's the impetus it's an impetus provided so that, like you said, the cream will rise to the crop, so to speak. Or if you get a rich kid in there from a royal bloodline, they'll raise him up even though he's half retarded. But yeah, some people...
A lot of the lower ranks think of it as like a means to get connections, and if you go up a rank, that means you get to sit at a better table with more influential people, and that could help you in your business. And there's also this... They oftentimes have, like, the lower ranking members must give discount to the higher ranking members. So getting up a rank means, hey, you're getting discounts from more people. So that's always good for you.
Yep. It's definitely just a networking thing for some corny old men in a lot of cases. And it doesn't go any further than that for them.
Yeah,
but it's the same thing as a revolt.
Sorry,
Jace, go ahead.
I was just going to say, they become the cloak of kindness, the people that they use to defend. Look, we're just good people, just normal people like you and you. He just wanted to have food with us. It's just a food club. So that's how they try to, like, minimize any, like, we're a nefarious secret organization.
Yep. And they have to do that because if you just had like 10 men running a cult, people would go with pitchforks and take them out. You have to have the actual citizens involved and have the idea that they can be part of it and all that. And they're really, just like you said, they're the bodies. You have to have the people in the different communities involved.
100%. It's really simple to deduce it when, if you live in a town that's very Masonic in nature, right? You look at the way contracts are handed out for the most expensive things in the town, and you look at the way that the local government and the constituency works and who they hand it to, and you price. If you know how to price up a job, right, for construction, and then you price it up yourself, and you're like, all right, yeah, that would probably cost me about 1.2 million to do. Then it gets handed to a construction company that you know the name of the family, they're directly in line with the lodge, and then when they price it up, it comes out at like 3.9 million, right? Yeah. The workforce that they have on the actual job is about half the amount of what you would actually need, right? They drag the job out as well with daily, so that's the amount for the amount of product needed, or should I say for the actual material needed to do the job. Then the job takes twice as long, and they've got double the amount of workers, and all of them, when you look at when you're trying to get a job with inside of it. So like my friend was trying to get a job for a certain project. I'm not going to dox myself, but it was for a museum effectively, right? And obviously he was trying to get his way into it, and he noticed that in the on the roster. He got a job for about 3 days working there because they needed a skilled labourer for 3 days where one couldn't be there to work a certain machine. And he noticed that the last name of like about, I'd say 10 people that were on site, they didn't share the same last name, but there was like sets of 3 people that shared the same last name, right? So it was a family-based thing, and it was an overpriced job, and it was a job that took maybe 2 to 3 times the amount of time of what it should have taken. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, and then you look at who that's funded by. Obviously, it's funded by the government because it's a building that's based around tourism and attraction of tourism. So it's kind of like, you know, the person that owns the building has worked his way with this guy, and this guy's worked his way. It's like the revolving door, right? But worked from the inside out, meaning that like it doesn't trace back to government. It's like a much more advanced way of doing what they do in America, for instance, right? With where you join the board membership afterwards. It's kind of like filling it in from the grassroots level instead, right? So it looks more organic, but realistically, it's exactly the exact same thing. It's just harder to pinpoint it and look at it and go, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, totally. I have a practical example from my real life. My dad once stole a high-ranking Freemasonic ring and wore it to get discounts here and there. And I was with him when he went and got the discount because he was buying glass for my pet cage. I had a little salamander, and he charged asked us like how much he told us how much it cost, and then Dad put his hand on the table with the ring on it, and the guy looked at the ring and it was like, oh, I'm sorry, and then gave us a 50% discount.
Yep. So like another little anecdotal story like that, right? So like, you know, like the marking of the blood on doors, right? For the angel of death to come over, right? So that as to save your family, right? So God had spoken to your family and said, look, mark your doors so that you don't get taken out. Well, something a little bit similar to that, right? We're working on one of my friend's family's house, and I know his dad happens to be a mason. They live on a beautiful property with lots of acreage. They have a falconry. A falconry is something that is highly aristocratic, right? So like to have an actual building that's part of the original plan of a building that's, you know, over 550 years old, with a, you know, full on like iron frame with extremely beautiful iron decorative work on the inside that's like Rococo themed, that matches the Rococo themed bordering on the inside of the house, right? And this is on the back part of the house on an annex, which is where falcons are kept, right? So like, Harris hawks and the various birds and owls and stuff, right? And then we start spraying the windows with these with a certain window cleaner, and it's just really strange. And like on the front windows, on the old stained glass windows, almost like Masonic symbols effectively started to like show up when we sprayed this certain window cleaner on it. And it's completely anecdotal and non-provable at this point, but like it's still something that's interesting to add. And where I live is, like I said, it's an extremely Masonic area, and I mean extremely Masonic. But that's just a very.
I'm back. Hey, where's the pilot that was in here earlier? I have a question for him.
Welcome. Hello. What? Sorry?
Where's the pilot that was in here earlier?
The pilot?
Yeah,
Copy.
he said he was a pilot. Mimas, I think.
He's not
Where'd
here.
he go? Oh, he's not here?
What's your question, Hello?
Okay, so you guys were testing me on gravity earlier, and I said that's a force that pulls down. So if I was to take a plane...
Wait there. Please say everything you just said again.
Said earlier...
Sorry, I'm not being an idiot. I just didn't hear what you said.
Earlier you guys were asking me about gravity and what have you not. But I just thought of something.
Okay.
I was away. So, yes, gases expand outwards and what have you not, and gravity is a down force, pulls everything towards us. If we were to So
a force. Hold on. A
force that pulls downward. Yes, gravity is
Right.
seen as a force, not necessarily.
No, that's not correct.
It doesn't pull everything downward.
Yes, it pulls everything.
So where?
Because we're standing.
What about a helium balloon?
Well, hold up.
Helium floats up because it's lighter. What?
Hold up. Right. So
how about one person go at a time to talk to this guy?
Yeah.
Because I wasn't done.
Yeah.
Well, listen. One person's going to deal with you. We're going to be calm. We're going to be collected. Okay. So I'm just trying to tell you that the current scientific rhetoric is that gravity is not a force. So you might want to catch up. You're still in the end of the 1900s or the beginning of the 1900s.
No, it's a force. We have equations and what have you not to calculate that force on which a rate something will fall, but it is a force that pulls. Well, because we're standing on top of something, it's going to pull us downwards. Okay?
So Einstein's theory of general relativity is gravity a force? Yes or no?
Yes, it's a force.
No, it's the bending of space-time. Gravity is not a force. Why don't you Google? Is gravity a force? Google.
All right, I'll Google it and I'll give you the answer. Let's go.
Yeah, I know what the answer is.
Creation barrier.
We can also give you like 30 citations from publications, scientists, and you name it.
Can I talk now? Gravity, also called gravitation in mechanics.
No, I said type in, is gravity a force?
That's what I typed in. I'm reading you the definition it gave me.
No,
what the
read
fuck
the link.
is your problem?
Is gravity a force? Scroll down, dude. You should get Quora, Physics Forum, bunch of citations. I can post videos from physicists. It's well known that in the modern theory that gravity is not a force. Hasn't been a force for over 100 years.
Gravity is a force.
I think if you just assert it 100 times, I think it becomes true. I heard that.
The portion that you're reading from.
Okay, so I'm going to post citations in the live stream. Citations from Scientific American, physicists, Nobel Prize winners. They're all going to say that gravity is not a force. They're all going to say that gravity is not a force.
Check live stream.
Gravity is the force which something attracts. But let me finish my original
live stream
question.
voice text. No, wait, no. Check live stream voice text now because you can go one.
Let me finish my original question real quick.
Because you're not. You're ignoring what
I'm
it
not
states.
ignoring you. I'm listening.
Go one
to you. I'm going to look at it.
Go one jot down from where you were reading from. Okay, one jot down, and you would see that it says.
So you guys can see.
We know what you're looking at. Where it says it's a weak force, the weakest force, in fact. Yeah, we understand that part, but underneath it, what does it say? You're not going to whistle past this and whistle past the graveyard, dude. Sorry.
Go to Wikipedia, look up the standard model of physics, and it'll say right in it. Gravity is not a fundamental force. It's in the first paragraph.
So
let me finish my original question. Can I please finish my original question?
We'll let you finish your original false premise, and then we'll ignore it for the rest of the time.
Why would you ignore it? You have to answer. You will have to answer to me since you.
So we have to answer with your ill-conceived. Listen.
Anyways,
so we have to answer your bad physics.
We had a pilot in here.
Yeah.
We have to answer your mistaken physics. That's what we have to do. We have to explain your mistaken physics. No, we don't. We don't have to listen. I can sit there and say that things fall because the Earth spins real fast. You don't have to answer that because it's wrong.
Okay, I've muted him because he was over talking you.
Yeah. I mean,
I was asking if I could finish my question. You were letting me go. Because you let me go, you started talking over me to continue proving your point. And now I got muted. That's not how this thing should work. Okay, that's number one.
You're not a mod anyway.
I know I'm not a mod, but that's still
okay. So,
anyways,
complaining about the conversation doesn't.
Anyways,
help it, right?
Let me get back to my question. So we had a pilot in here earlier, and as I said, gravity is
meaningless is not a pilot. I just want to say that he's not a pilot. He's never.
Who was it then? Someone in here said they were a pilot. And I think it was Mimas, because I'm pretty sure it was his voice I was hearing. Someone said they were a pilot.
Never claimed to be a pilot. He claimed to be in pilot school. He took lessons.
Yeah, he wanted to be a pilot, and he wanted to buy an airplane. But I mean, I've known him for like 4 years. This is like 4 years ago. He wanted to do all
He
this.
just said he flew a Cessna like at 10,000 feet because I was asking questions.
Yeah,
I've flown a
he's
Cessna. So
flown a
that doesn't make me a
Cessna.
pilot.
He never claimed to be a certified pilot. You know, you have to take lessons to become a certified
I know you have
pilot.
to
You have
take
to actually
piloting
fly.
lessons. It's like
First,
driving.
doesn't
It's
make
like you have to take driving lessons to be a driver. Anyways, let me ask my question. So let's say we took up that plane, right? We should just be able to fly it right out the earth, shouldn't we? But we can't, and that's because of gravity. As I said, it's a force that pulls.
No,
inwards.
and it's not a force. Hello. It's not a force.
Most areas, it will be called a force.
No.
And I did take a physics class.
Okay.
And it was actually seen as a force. We have have equations to calculate how fast things will fall, have you not, due to this force known as gravity. Yeah. Hold on.
What was that?
His mom.
My mom called me.
So, Halo, anyway, so Newtonian gravity, right, which depicts gravity as a force, has been superseded by Einstein in 1915. So it has not been a force for that long now. Okay? And furthermore, there's no scientific evidence of gravity. And you are stating that because of an airplane flies level, right? It flies straight level. The Earth must be a ball, right? There is no straight line on a ball. What a weird argument. An airplane flies straight. Does it's a ball?
No, I didn't say an airplane flies straight because it's a ball.
Oh, it doesn't.
What I'm saying is,
so it doesn't fly straight.
You can walk in a straight line.
Level, right? Right. So an airplane flies level, right? It doesn't follow the curvature of Earth.
It's level. No, it doesn't.
Sorry.
I think we should be able to. Okay, we should be able to just fly out of the planet. Basically, is what I'm saying. But we can't do that
because
due to
the Earth is
gravity. Gravity
flat.
has been seen
because the Earth is flat. The airplane doesn't follow
in most
curvature.
areas. In most areas, gravity has been seen and explained as a force. Okay.
And that's wrong.
Okay, it's wrong. It may be wrong, but still, here's what I'm going to use to dictate this. So we should take and we should be able to fly straight out, but we can't.
You're gonna stop, Halo. You're gonna stop and slow down a second, right? Because you're just gish galloping all over the place, scattergunning.
I'm not galloping all over the place.
Wait,
Maybe a fast talker. That means you're not. It means you're not fucking listening if you're hearing.
Dude, I'll mute you because I can talk a lot faster than you can. Trust me, right? Just trust me. I'm gonna mute you. You're gonna stop and slow down for a second, right?
So that's the thing that's wrong here, right? Because he wants to dictate what reality is when it suits him. So he wants to use Newton when it's incorrect. Only when it suits him, right?
Yep.
And you heard him say an airplane flies level.
I think he's under an existential crisis.
Well, it's really mind blowing because he said so. The airplane flies level, and it doesn't fly into space. Thus, the Earth is a ball. That was his argument, right? But due to gravity, the airplane follows the curvature, but still flies level. What?
The double speak is amazing, eh?
No, he can come back on that argument 1 hour ago. Why he's putting no airplanes? He didn't move from that Mount Everest and whatever he was saying.
Yeah, he didn't want to concede that it's not a force. He just wanted to say, well, at school they teach it as a force, so.
Yeah, Roger was here 1 hour ago, and I don't know if you was here. It was
well,
spiraling all the time.
No, I wasn't. But we also have Stock Trader MD. Is VC verified? Maybe he wants to ask a question.
I guess they do teach it as a force at the kindergarten level, but I'm not so sure they do at the university level.
It's funny, right? So you give them their facts, right? Einstein, 1915. Their facts.
Yeah, I agree. He's a kindergarten graduate.
Yeah, when Mimas was talking about being at pilot school, which is what he was referring to, after Mimas had told him like 10 minutes before that he's taken over 100 commercial flights, he tried to scoff at Mimas when he said the Cessna, they only took up to about 8,000 feet, you know, going off of that whole Mad Mike Hughes or whatever guy that killed himself, you know, his self-made rocket. He's still under the impression that, you know, even though Mad Mike wasn't even a flat earther, we know that, that he's under the impression that flat earthers think you can go up like 2,000 feet and tell if the earth is round or flat, you know, or spherical or flat. So I don't even know if there's any point to bother with someone at that level.
It's more about ridicule at that point, right? Like, look at this dumb flat earther in his homemade rocket crashing, trying to prove the earth was flat, right? It's just...
Oh yeah, that's all it was.
So
yeah.
how many...
he wasn't even a flat earther, you know? He's just sponsored by flat earthers.
How many glowers do dumb shit and then...
All of them.
Right.
Every day in here. But you know, he just doesn't listen, you know. Mimas told him they've been on over 100 commercial flights. And they try to scoff, oh, you only went up 8,000 feet. You can't see anything at that height. It's like, you're an idiot, bro. Come on.
The point is this: if you say, look, we have observation there, 8 inches per mile square, it doesn't match, blah, blah, blah. And if I say, but what about sunset? And you say, but yeah, but we go on the beach, you can observe it. And I said, yeah, but what about moon? Then we know the answer. Because I'm not listening anything in that case. Because if you are telling me something and I'm telling you something else, it means that I'm not listening to you.
So I wasn't there, but it was something about the aircraft not following curvature. Was that it? Because he probably went out and Googled it and found some...
He said something stupid. He said you cannot fly.
Yeah.
Because you fly straight line because of gravity.
Oh, right.
What that means.
Okay. Yeah, so he found some first hit debunk of flat Earth saying gravity, right? Pouring some gravity sauce over it. But you guys don't believe in gravity.
Yeah, kids like him have never been told no in their life to their bullshit, you know? And they come in here and they just get shut down immediately with their nonsense. And they spiral out.
Yeah, the Earth has to be a ball.
Listen, I asked him to come back. I said to him, look, come back, right? I said, I'll let you even speak your piece from start to finish. I said, you haven't spoken to me yet, right? He's just afraid to even have the debate with us. He doesn't want us to speak. That's why he kept talking so quickly. Because at the end of the day, and then he's invited me to a different server. I've just gone to that server and then just said to the top mod, can I post my server link in here and let's create some back and forth between our servers, like get something going, innit? But like the thing is like he's a kid at the end of the day, right? He thinks he can debate these topics and he thinks he can do so correctly. At the end of the day, like I feel for these kids because they want to defend something, and again, they're addicted to dopamine because of games like his name Halo.
I don't feel for them, you know. Never, you know. I guess I had my stereotypes about people when I was younger, but never would I go into their hub and think I knew better than them. I don't know where the hell that comes from. It's another form of life to me, honestly. It's so strange, their behavior.
Well, yeah, but you got to remember like what they've effectively been through, you know.
What a cozy life.
Yeah, they just
exactly.
They just don't want to give up their space fantasies. That's 99% of the case. These are all gamers, right? Gaming kids, lost in their space games.
You know, you get a certain level of leeway when you're that age, I guess. But if it was a 40-year-old man in here like that, we'd all have just complete disdain for him, you know.
Yeah, no, of course.
So yeah, I mean, you want to act like an innocent kid and be innocent and know that you don't know everything, then I'll have sympathy for you.
You know where to find sympathy? Between shit and syphilis.
In my 80s, 70s, 60s, I will never come in this Discord and start it like that. Never, ever, ever. Even in that time, was not internet, but doesn't matter. Let's say that in that time was internet.
I guess now you're understanding why I said he was a kindergarten graduate. I guess it wasn't catching on until now.
Especially with a bunch of adults, if I see around me in that age. I'm not saying that that bunch of adults should be right, but I will be much more respectful if I'm surrounded. At least I remember myself at the age of 16, or I don't know.
He may be 18, 19 at push.
But man, with 30, I could not put myself with, I know everything, you know.
Well, we know they don't teach it as a force on the university level. So, obviously, he wasn't educated on that level. He was either just out of high school or junior high or whatever. Kindergarten.
It's fair enough that he wasn't aware of it. But as soon as he was told it by Indio, he should have just conceded to it. Okay, I guess
he was a grade school. He was a grade school dropout, man.
Or let's for a moment listen what these retards have to say.
So was I.
Like, I will say, let's see what I, like retard, have to say. Okay, you're clever, you know everything, but I'm retard, but I have something to say. Can you listen that? Go into that and say, okay, this is so retard and bullshit, and that's all right. And you
You're
cannot...
talking from his point of view, Sasha.
Yeah. No, from my point of view, that he needs to listen my point of view. If, you know, he has his opinion, he came here to say everything what he wants to say. That's all right, but we want to hear something what people want to tell you. And to go into that. And go into that really honestly and say, okay, this is bullshit or this is something to look more into that.
It's funny because that kid's a Christian.
I don't see how he could be properly, either one way or the other. He's not educated well enough to even understand what it means. Would be my guess anyway.
At least for me, my experience was, this is so ridiculous. I don't want to even watch it. That was my first opinion about Flat Earth. I don't want to even watch it.
Always seems like that. But I bet you didn't go running out to get in flat earthers' faces.
No.
Well, there's certainly something different.
I was listening debates. I was listening what, for example, what people who defending globe has to say more than what Flat Earthers has to say. And then, like, for 4 years, I'm listening that. I can say only, even if it's something is true, why it's true, it's coming, that defending, it's explained in 20 different ways. One glober is explaining in another way gravity. One glober is defending in another way refraction. How is that possible if it's one truth? It's not about...
There's certainly something different about the people on the server. They're different. Like the people here, we process the information differently. Obviously, we've grown up a little bit and are willing to look at stuff critically. And, you know, when someone says something that's an obvious statement and you can hear there's some truth in it, or you're saying that you've got evidence from a university, or you've got, you know, something from the NASA site that says that contradicts what they say. You know, when someone that's got even a half a brain on themselves, they hear something like that, they should just like, hey, wait a minute. You're telling me NASA has something on their website that will debunk these pictures? You mean that at university level, they don't teach that gravity's a force? Well, you know, we look into those kinds of things because it keys our mind. I mean, there's got to be something different about us, dude, than these people, because they don't use that ability, which they clearly have if they want to. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they don't. I don't know. I mean, you tell anyone on the server that there's evidence, university evidence or citations that support an argument, then you're going to look into it. You're going to look at it and see if it's true. And you're going to, you know what I mean? I mean, it's hard for me to understand why the average person doesn't recognize those things. I guess it's the programming, like what it was saying earlier, and whoever else was saying that. We're dealing with fighting the programming, and it works very well. And they can't they can't hear these things. I mean, they might hear it, but they won't give it any thought because you're already wrong. You've already decided you're an idiot. So it doesn't matter what you present them. Citation, university evidence, university classes, whatever you want. If it's truth and if it doesn't match what they feel already, it's like they don't even give it a second thought. It's like, they probably don't even process it at all. They just wait till you shut up, till they can say something else. They're just waiting for you to stop running your mouth so they can get their another 2 cents worth in. And I truly believe that's what goes on a lot of the time. They aren't even fucking listening. All they're listening for you to stop talking so they can throw something stupid out again.
And I think what they're all missing is, or what they all still have, is the notion that you can actually win life. That's the difference. So they come at everything just like a competition. It's not about being right or being on point with what you're saying or being logically consistent. It's just about getting, backed by the crowd, essentially.
That
And
doesn't
that's what
make any
globalists
sense.
get.
If you're on a job site working, doing construction, you got to go by the rules. You got to go by the blueprints. You got to go by the city codes. There's
I'm talking about philosophical matters and such.
Well, I know, but-
Existentiality, they want to be right about their idea of existence, and they treat it like a competition. They don't treat it like an exploration.
I know, but if you're actually proposing a fact, a citation, university teaching, and they don't even hear you, that's something.
Yeah,
different.
but none of that matters in the realm of the popularity contest. That's where they're approaching from. It's ridiculous.
What if you were in a university classroom setting? You'd want to be going with the university teaching because you'd be unpopular if you didn't.
Well, I guess is points like, does it fit in the Hegelian dialectic and all that? So, if what their discussion is, as someone said before, authorized, then maybe they'll put a bit more attention to being, to making sure they're making correct statements about things or citing truth. But when it comes to flat Earth and the globe, it's just a popularity contest for them. It's just appeal, they do it all the time. Appeal to consensus. I wasn't trying to shut down your thought train there, Goldrock, and I was just trying to add in. Sorry if it came off wrong.
Here we have Blue Band joining. Welcome, Blue Band.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm also doing good, man.
Excellent. Excellent.
So, have you been long on the server?
I'm not sure if you said anything, but you lagged midway through it for me. So, if you did, could you please repeat it?
So have you been long on this server?
Oh yeah,
Just
I've
joined?
been No. I've been on the server for since like last year. I think maybe like I don't know, sometime last year. Yeah, I've been around.
Okay.
Yeah.
On another account, maybe. Or...
Yeah. My accounts keep getting disabled. My previous username was Greg, and before that it was info, and before that it was info once again. And the username that some of you guys might remember is Are You South African? That was
yeah. I remember your name. You have a different microphone, or
I think I do have a different microphone. Yes, I joined on a different microphone back then.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome back.
Hey. Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be back. Just
So are you
hoping
flat or are you round? Or are you spherical? Are you flat or spherical?
I wouldn't say that I'm a flat earther, but to my knowledge, the Earth is, or through my personal experience, the Earth is observably only flat. So, I don't know if I should call it Earth. It kind of feels weird calling it Earth, but whatever.
Why? Why is it weird?
Because it's like, you know how you get like Venus, Mercury, Mars, Earth. It's like a name that was assigned to a planet, and a planet implies that it's a globe, and I'm not sure if it's a planet, so it feels weird calling it Earth. So yeah.
Planet not applies to globe.
Oh, it doesn't.
Any Earth applies. They relate it to Earth, to dirt more than anything, don't they? The Earth, the dirt.
Ah, yes. I agree. Okay, so I shouldn't feel weird about calling it.
No,
Earth.
you shouldn't at all. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. You know, it's interesting. For the first time yesterday, at least interesting to me, but for the first time yesterday, I heard you guys talking for a long time about Chimpanda and like, you know, the anti-flat Earth server. And yesterday was my first time being there. So yeah, that was interesting for me personally.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts?
I think I gave my perspective, and I had to leave during the discussion, but they criticized. So they asked me for some kind of document that, because I made the statement that there's a lot of information that is antithetical to the idea that the Earth, to curvature basically, to the idea that Earth is curved, and they asked me, well, could you provide us with some of that information? And I said, yeah, let me just look around on my external, because I saved the FE core from the server, and they told me, the FE core, that's such a ridiculous document, because a lot of ways of how they conducted the experiment was unjustly. And they criticized the FE core experiment. And since I haven't actually read through the PDF, I was unable to confirm or deny whether what they were saying was true or not. But yeah, so excluding that, I think next time, so I have like a lot of videos of people zooming in from one island to another, like for example the Ontario or Toronto thing. I don't know. Which I will present to them. I told them I'll be doing that in the future, and then I'll see their perspective on it, what they think about it, because I think that's a really interesting video. But yeah.
Well,
I was there yesterday, and I was called like a moron, idiot, and so many fuck offs I got, and so many other things.
Yeah. Well, they didn't call me an idiot. It was a fairly decent conversation. I would say the only issue that I'd have is that sometimes they digress a little bit or go off on a bit of a tangent. But that's it. It's not a big deal.
Okay. Did they presented you any laser tests for themselves?
They did not, nor did I inquire. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's funny, right? Where are the globe laser tests?
Well, To be fair, I made a statement, so it was my responsibility to,
Okay.
the burden of evidence was on me. So,
Sure.
they didn't. Yeah.
They also spoke about if we're on Earth and we're moving at a constant speed, we wouldn't have felt it. Which is why I asked earlier about it, and I just realized about just learn about circular motion and how circular motion will always have acceleration, and you guys pointed that out. So thanks. I can't believe I forgot about that. I should have been able to bring that up.
But it's also that are you making a request, sir?
Oh no, I was just gonna ask, can one of you guys explain that to me, please? How like on a spherical object there will always be acceleration? I don't understand how that.
Before that, I got you. But before that, so when someone tells you that something is happening mechanically, and then you ask for proof of it, and they say, "Well, there's no proof because," that's a justification for no proof. That's basically all it is. Right? In any other case, if I were to say, well, I have a Lamborghini, and you're like, well, can you pick me up at 8? And I'm like, well, nah, because my car's in the shop or whatever, and you've never seen it, then you really have no evidence that I actually have that thing. You wouldn't believe me if I said that, or your best, like if I don't know what where your financial standings are, but let's say your friend says, as a matter of fact, I had a friend like this who would make these grandiose lies all the time, like, oh, I just came from a You Got Served battle. Yeah, he could dance very well, but every time I asked him to take me with him because I really believed him, he'd always have this excuse: oh, my phone died, I couldn't call you. Oh, this one, my manager only wants me to go. I can't bring anybody. Oh, it's in a different state, and you can't. It was always something else. So these are justifications for when you ask for proof, they just give you that instead. That's very.
Yeah.
Their standards for proof was eyewitnesses, right? And they would bring up astronauts as eyewitnesses, and that's considered as proof. At least some of them did.
Okay, so let's say I said, okay, yeah, sure, I got a Lambo, and then you're like, well, I need proof, and I'm like, okay, hey, Ma, do I got a Lambo? Yeah, son, you got a Lambo. Thank you very much. There's your proof. I mean, you really gonna believe me and my mom?
I mean, I guess it's just that like different people have different standards for proof, right?
But I'm just saying, like, like, if someone told you something and you kind of wanted verification, I know you know what it feels to want to know the truth for sure. Like, it had to be a situation where you thought maybe someone's being dodgy and you just want some kind of verification that you could be comfortable with, right? And they just wouldn't give it. So imagine, instead of verifying that thing that you were inquiring about, imagine they just got their friend to tell you what they've been telling you, and that was their verification versus you just getting the direct verification. Like, in the real world, no one accepts that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I was at the club last night with my boys. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, let me call Jacob right now. He'll tell you I was there with him. And Jacob would corroborate my story because I called him and told him, yo, tell my wife that I was at the club with you. It's that simple.
Yeah.
I thought it was very ironic when I was in the server, and they spoke about how when they present evidence to flat earthers of the curve, flat earthers would bring up excuses like it's a angular resolution, or I don't know what you call that thing that happens. I can't. The word's not coming to mind right now. Where the water causes warp, like it causes like this warped effect, and you can't see into the distance clearly.
Refraction, man.
Yeah, refraction. Yeah, refraction. And I thought it was really interesting because my experience in this server is the exact same thing. Is that when evidence of flat Earth is presented, then they say the same thing. And they told me in the server that when evidence of curvature is presented, flat Earthers say the exact same thing. I thought that was kind of ironic. I don't know, at least.
Well, there's a difference. One will provide fallacious reasoning, and one, well, it depends on who you're talking to, right? So let's say that. So again, when we say we measure there to be no curve, because that's the positive claim, if I'm looking at something, that's because nothing is in the way. So the claim is actually there's supposed to be Earth in the way of what I'm looking at, depending on my height. I mean, Google will tell you that, right? And so when they say, oh, the reason that you don't experience the thing that I'm telling you is true is because of justification, the same thing I was just talking about. So in this case, it'd be refraction. But then when I say, okay, well, what kind of refraction you talking about? Because I know exactly who you're pulling from. You're pulling from Andrew Thomas Young. And number one, he uses a flat plane for his computations, and then he converts it onto a ball. And it's all theoretical in the first instance because he's trying to derive it from Snell's law. Totally different thing. Something you need 2 or more medias from. So that would be air and water, or air and something else. But air and air is not 2 different media. Not the air we breathe, it's one homogeneous mixture here on the ground level. But they say that it's layered. Why? Because there's curvature. So now it's going into other layers. That's their claim. How the fuck are you supposed to prove that? Second of all, if you're talking about terrestrial refraction, okay, so you're supposed to be off by so it's, let's say the horizon is 1.2 miles away. Okay, that only gives you 1.4, 1.5. But they don't tell you that. They just say, well, it's extreme. You didn't do the math. You're not the one. Let me ask you this. The refraction that they're talking about, when they say that we haven't done our job and our due diligence, what they're asking now, in science, it has to be, and this isn't science, but just for the sake of verifying things, something scientific has to be falsifiable, right? So what they're basically saying is, I need to know the temperature between me and the thing I'm looking at in real time. How would that be possible? So I would have to know it a centimeter from here, a centimeter from that point, a centimeter from that point. Maybe I'm being a little too, a foot from here, and then maybe 10 feet away from there is a variation. Maybe 20 feet away from there is a variation. How the fuck am I? All I did was take a picture in that moment. How am I supposed to also know all of the variations? That's not even possible. But that's what they're trying to say that's required. That's not even possible.
Well, I think what would be interesting to me personally to listen to or watch is if there's was there ever a massive collab or something like that where there was a discussion between the FE server and that server, the Chimpanda server? I'd love to listen to that if there's a video out there.
We used to have an arena. Now they might say it was not a real thing, and there was biased moderation, but check it out. You can determine that for yourself.
What do I search? What are the search terms that I use?
No, see that was I don't run the YouTube.
That's on Miggy's.
Does anyone?
That's on Miggy's channel. Miggy was doing the arena.
Yeah, that's true. Is it still up?
Every video that was live streamed on there is still on there, yeah. And there are numpty clips from the arena as well.
I don't know what to search, so I'm just gonna search Miggy Flat Earth and see what comes up.
Miggy, maybe use 9s as the G's.
Oh, use 9s as the G's?
Type, okay. Yeah, and then type Miggy and then type in arena.
Yeah, I don't think I'm finding anything.
If you want, Quantum Eraser has 70 numpty videos. You can watch all of them.
Yeah, so I looked at the numpty clips, and the issue that I have with Q is numpty clips is that like it's sound bites of what these people are talking about, and then it's him giving his perspective, which is like a recording that he takes afterwards, and then it's just like, so he addresses one point at a time, and yeah, that's okay and all. I guess it's not a big deal, but I just personally don't like that type of content. Whereas
You have on his channel science education 18 videos. You have like videos about 1.5 hours.
Yes, those are the ones I prefer on his channel. He's like
that's not what he wants. Sorry. That's not what he wants. What he wants is the collaboration between Jim Pandas and us, where we have actually had a full conversation. Like, he doesn't want hearsay. He doesn't want bits and pieces and clips. He wants the full context for himself. I'm looking for the Miggy channel.
I don't know if he deleted it or.
Yeah, like even on QE's channel, like I'm subscribed to it, but the content that I watch on his channel is like the full discussions. I don't watch the numpty clips personally. But yeah.
Why can't? Where is the arena?
I've been in there loads of times. There's a lot of us who have been in there loads of times. Kind of just missed it. It's happened.
It's going to be annoying if this has been deleted, though.
Yeah, I'm looking. I think I would have found it if. I think I'm only finding Helios.
I was sub to him as well.
Yeah, there's no log of the arenas. Like, there's not like.
Where's Miggy's channel? If anyone's got Miggy's channel,
I mean, I can't be stressed about it because I didn't do anything. You know, I did. It's not like I have a channel that I've made sure. But
hang on.
This would be such a more dynamic place if just a few small changes were made to the YouTube.
Yep.
Helio was off like some kind of help.
Elijah, you part of this channel here? Wait, I'll invite you to it right now. Like, just look at it. There's barely any members in there. It's popping off.
I joined it. The one you sent me earlier?
No, the one I just sent you then. Just then. Don't know whose channel it is. I've got a weird feeling it's Geo.
I did something. I don't know if it's that. I posted.
But there are people basically just copying what we're doing over here, man.
And then, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, carry on, bro.
No, I just wanted to
check the live stream. I'm posting Miggy's YouTube channel right now. Oh, somebody else did it twice. Okay, never mind. It's in there.
Perfect.
As you were. Sorry, guys.
No, I just wanted to make a suggestion. So sometimes, I don't know, like the bot goes down, whatever. If there's so I see there's like 2 24/7 live channels, I guess, in here on top of the VC, and
why can't I click it?
It could personally be very beneficial. I think, at least to me, if within the About Me sections of these Discord accounts, the channel link was just in them, and I could simply just click on the account and click the channel link in the About Me. But it's just a suggestion. I don't know. Yeah.
You mean the Discord link or the actual YouTube channel link?
Well,
I'm pretty sure it's there in the description of the streams.
Yeah, I don't see it. I'll take a screenshot of what I see, but I don't think I can post it because I don't have like image embed poems. But I'll just do it to my profile as an example, and you'll be able to see.
Yeah, the Discord link's there on the main stream.
No. That's not what I mean. So we have the 24/7 live and 24/7 live 2 Discord accounts in this VC. So I thought that it might be beneficial to put the YouTube links associated with those accounts in the About Me section on the account. So that when I click on the 24/7 live account, I can just click the About Me link. And do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, he's talking about the inverse of what the previous guy was talking about. He instead of going from YouTube to Discord, he's talking about going from Discord to YouTube, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you think that that'd be helpful for others?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. There's been multiple times when Helio's stream would go down, and it's just very convenient for me to just simply click on the 24/7, or when I want to listen to, let's say theoretically I want to leave the VC now and still listen to the stream, I can just open it immediately from this VC, and then I'd have it open in YouTube and still not be in the VC.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why that can't be accommodated, but it's not my call, so speak to Roger or Helio.
Yeah, it's a good idea. You could definitely bring it up with them.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. If you check in, the room you tagged me in earlier about the yeeted question.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, will do. Aye, will do.
Check in there, and there's the reasoning and everything in there. It wasn't me, obviously. I didn't do it.
Yeah.
But that's what I got back, right?
Cool.
You can check that yourself.
No, just
sorry, go ahead.
On the last point, if you're listening on YouTube and following the text in here, sometimes there can be a big delay. So listening on YouTube is cool, but not if you're contributing to the voice in here at the same time.
It's never more than about 5 seconds for me personally.
Depends what you are, mate. Depends on how quick your internet is. It's different for every person, actually.
Yeah, I get that.
It's a weird one.
Yeah.
Like if you're in the same region as the bot, and then the same region as the person who is uploading it to YouTube Live, sometimes it can be almost instantaneous. Apparently.
Are you on the fence? Is that what it is?
Me? Am I on the fence? Are you asking?
Yeah.
Oh, am I on the fence? I don't know. I don't know if I'm on the fence because observably, like at least, I believe that the Earth is a plane. I mean, I've never seen otherwise, excluding, other accounts like videos or whatever. But like with my own eyes, personally, all I've seen is just a plane. So I don't know if I'm on the fence.
Have you heard of the sextant argument? Well, it's not really an argument. It's just how a sextant works.
Yeah. I have a little bit of an understanding of how it works. Like not entirely. Isn't it? I'm drawing a blank right now. I'm failing to explain it, but it has been discussed with me before. What is it?
Just you basically need a right triangle to triangulate your position using the bodies.
The stars? Yeah, using Polaris, right?
No, it could be anything in the sky that was mapped out by the almanac. It could be the sun. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I remember when sextant was presented to me, I thought that there might be it could be used to determine the distance that the star is from you, because to my knowledge, it's like you stay completely under, you have like one device that's completely directly under Polaris, for example, and then you on the Earth's surface, you go as far as possible. Let's say like 1,000, not as far as possible, 1,000 meters away from the device that's directly below Polaris, and then yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question, and I'm asking the question because there's another practical use for it. So my question now is, what practical use is there to measure what Earth is?
I'm sorry, you lagged for that. You lagged for the last second. You said what practical use is there for what?
For determining or trying to determine the distance to a star.
There's really no practical use. I don't know. Maybe there is, but not to my knowledge.
That's kind of the only time they attempt to talk about it in such a way where it's like, well, wouldn't Polaris be here? It's to strawman the flat Earth. But on the other side to that, you can actually practically use a sextant to determine your position at sea.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would know how far away from a specific position, and you could then sail using that knowledge to that position and be accurate up to a mile. Well, the inaccurate, like the most inaccuracy you would get is up to a mile for thousands of miles.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In order to do that, it requires a plane, because one of the lines of that triangle is along the surface of the Earth between you and the GP, or the position where on the Earth where the star is actually directly above head 90 degrees. And you're trying to determine where that is.
Yeah, when it comes to that, sextant only working on a plane, if we have the drop rate calculator, we can calculate the curvature. Could that calculation not be incorporated into the calculation of like determining how far you are from the device that's below Polaris, for example? Like, could you just not like do a calculation counting for the curvature of the Earth?
I don't think so. Again, because when they accounting for the curvature of the Earth, well, what you need is a radius. That radius is the chord line between you and the position of that star. How are you going to do that if the Earth is curved? Because if the Earth were curved, then there would be more land to account for. Why would you be back engineering to try to, when it works perfectly fine with no assumptions, why would you be attempting to add assumption? And by the way, in order to do that, you would need the radius of the Earth, which has been debunked by us. To be frank.
Yeah, I'm just like speaking from a perspective of someone that does believe that the radius of Earth that was given to us is actually the correct radius, and we can accurately account for the drop rate. So, if that were the case, then wouldn't we?
Well,
be
here's
able
the
to
thing.
accurately...
Here's the thing. Shoulda, woulda, coulda is cool, but no one does that though. When they're navigating, they're not trying to figure out, okay, let me draw this globe. Okay, let me go from the center of the Earth. You're taking the reading from the surface of the Earth. That's all you're doing. If you were to look at any Mariners videos of them explaining this, I mean, sure, they can explain they'll say most oftentimes, rather than showing you, okay, there's a more complex way to do this, but we don't need to do that. So when you're doing it and you're using the surface of the Earth and the distance between that and the star to give you your angular distance, and you're measuring that to get the distance between you and that position, why would you need to do anything else?
If in reality they don't actually incorporate curvature or the calculation of drop rate in the calculations when using sextant, then it's irrelevant for me to bring up the idea that they possibly do that. It's kind of just like how pilots as well don't account for curvature when they fly, but people assume that they do. I mean, yeah.
Some mathematician could come up with something to make it work, because that's what math is, a language. You could do that and make it make sense, but who's practically doing that?
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, maybe or maybe not, you've seen the manuals where
I have
in NASA
the 55 documents. Yeah, I've seen them.
So this is just another case where it's like, for all intents and purposes, let's just do it the simple way, aka over a plane that's not moving. Why would you do that? How would that even work? You know, it makes no sense to me. I mean, it's far be it for me to tell someone else that it shouldn't make sense to them. It just damn sure doesn't make any sense to me. Because it makes sense the other way, but in order to debunk the way that makes sense and is practical, they'll say, but we can do it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Which no one practically does. Because there's no way to practically do it.
I'd love to, I think before I present this idea in the other server, what I'm going to do is find a document that states that they do not account for curvature or drop rate. When using
they won't
the sextant.
We've done all that. I mean, again, I encourage you. As a matter of fact, like just about a month ago, I brought a young guy over there he didn't understand. I told, because a couple of people were talking to him in here, and he's like, "Why are you guys so on edge? Y'all, like, nobody gives a the truth is the truth. Like, what's the big deal?" And we're like, no, people argue us. It doesn't matter how simple it is. It doesn't matter what empirical evidence you have. People will argue you down, call you retarded. He was like, that's not true. And so I said, okay, I'll go into Jim Pandas with you, and I'll have a conversation with them for your sake. And I did. And no, my bad. That's backwards. I told him to have a conversation with them. And everything I said, they did. Regardless of what he said, regardless of what answers he gave, they were very, this is the way they, have you been over there?
Oh yeah, I've been there yesterday for the first time.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you bring them. I was new here too. Before I came here, I spent a few months there thinking over there was actually over here. Because someone was like, "Oh, you want the 24/7 Friday night fights? Yeah, it happens over." And then they gave me Jim Panda server. So I was over there just talking to them, thinking that they were just regular people, that it was probably 50-50 or 40-60 or whatever it was. You know, whatever it would have been, I just thought, well, I'm just trying to get to the truth because I don't really know. All I know is I have, certain information, and it's like, I want to know what everyone else thinks about it because it's not me making it up. It just exists. And they would just justify all these things like, oh, flat earthers actually have this misconception about, everything, pretty much is what they'll say. And they'll say it turns out that they're always wrong when you bring them to the conclusion. That's not true. But that's what they say.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that what I'm going to do is I'm going to find some document that says that they don't account for curvature within operate, and then I'm going to go in there and say, well, even though mathematically they could do that, this is not what they do when they use the Sexton device, and I'll see what they say based on that information, and maybe they have an explanation for that I can't seem to think of. But yeah,
I'm sure somebody here has that information. It's probably down at the bottom. Can anybody, hello, wake up? Is anyone out there? Can you guys help?
I can tell you why they don't use why they don't.
Not you, Matthew. I'm asking him. I'm asking people in here for the materials that he's asking for, so that he can.
Yeah, no, I understand, Elijah. Yeah, I understand, Elijah, but I've been here, and Matthew's pretty cool. So yeah. Why do they not account for curvature when using the Sexton device, Matthew?
If you look at the post that Get posted at 44 after the hour, it's because they're using the sextant to measure the angle of the ground, not make triangles. And so it doesn't matter what shape the ground is, it's just the angle of the ground.
What does that mean?
I don't understand.
I don't think that, because we're not talking about the sextant right now. He's talking about planes. But I don't know what
he said.
No, I'm talking about the sextant.
What does that even? What does that mean, Matt?
What was your question? Maybe ask it again.
No, so my question was, so the claim by Elijah was that when using the Sexton device, they do not account for curvature, so they simply just use it as if it were on a plane. And I thought it was interesting because I think you would have to account for curvature if the Earth were actually curved. So I guess my question is, do they account for curvature or not? And I wanted to find a document pertaining to them making a statement that they don't actually account for curvature when they use the Sexton device. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where you'd find that document, but my impression of how the sextant is used on a globe is that it doesn't account for the curvature of the ground because they're not using or not looking for the curvature of the ground. They're just looking for the angle of a star or the sun in the sky. They're just seeing how high above the horizon it is, the altitude, so to speak.
So you wouldn't want to try to be exact and precise on that?
Yeah. Excluding being exactly precise on that, isn't the point of using the Sexton device to determine the distance between you and the device that's directly under the star? Or, wasn't that the whole purpose of the device?
Indirectly, yes.
So if that were the purpose, then I think it's important for them to account for curvature in order for it to be accurate. I don't know.
Well, here's how they don't account for curvature. Number one, the first thing you realize is that line, the triangle that they draw, and I mean, you can find this in videos, books, whatever, right? That line on the floor between you and the 90-degree angle somewhere off in the distance where the star is supposed to be, well, the zenith position or the ground position, it's 0. And correct me if I'm wrong, but what is a zero angle?
Flat.
It's a line. Right.
Yeah.
So
So I just want to find confirmation on that, and then once I do, I'm going to present it to them in Jim Panda server and see what they have to say about it.
I've got a couple things to get you going. There's even a navigation book that I pull from, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that because I've kept it simple for those in here.
Yeah, yeah. If you can find it, I'd appreciate that a lot. If you can't, I'll just look for it myself. But I can't really make the claim that they don't account for curvature if I don't have anything that supports it. But
there's one. Let me see if I can find there's one in here that's like a super slow. Oh yeah, here it is right here. Oh hell yeah.
Okay.
This is not it yet, but
I'm saving all of these, by the way.
There's one in particular that I want you to see because they explain exactly how it's used.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
If you read that, matter of fact, would you or Matthew, would you mind reading that one Matthew, would you mind reading the one at the bottom?
The very bottom?
Yeah.
For us moderns, the concept of a line of position is easy to grasp. Tie a string at the top of a high straight pole, tie the other end to your shoe, walk all around the pole while keeping the string taut. The string will form the same angle from the base of the pole to your shoe, then to the top of the pole. Everything along your path. That is a circle of equal altitudes. This is the angle you will measure with your sextant, HO. I hope it's HO. If you take any small segment or arc of that circle, then it will seem almost a straight line, and that is your line of position. So when you take a sextant reading, you know that you are somewhere on the circumference of a circle that goes around the geographical position of that body, with the same center being the GP. I don't know what the GP is of the body.
Ground position. So the ground where the star is directly overhead.
Okay. You also know that the azimuth is Z. The bearing of that body will be a line drawn from the GP to your position and perpendicular to the tangent of the circle of the position at your position. It's just okay. That is a circle of equal altitudes. Oh, so is that the confirmation that it's always at a 0 degree angle? The one that you underlined, Draco? Or Trans?
Yes.
Trace?
And then on top of that, that's just that'll it won't tell you exactly where you are, but it'll give you certain information. If you were to use, like, say 3 stars, right? Then you would have 3 circles of equal altitude, which is obviously impossible on a sphere. You can't have like, because all of these zeniths have to be parallel. So these lines are coming straight down to the GPs, and they're all 90-degree angles from you, the observer.
When it comes to this line, that is a circle of equal altitudes. If we can calculate the curvature of the Earth and the drop rate, then and it's at least a dependable calculation, then if I want to do this, if I were to go in a circle around the star that we're using, it will still be at equal altitudes, even if they were curvature or with it were plane as well.
Unless you're using 3 stars, then. then those circles of altitude can't be, those radii can't be parallel to one another.
Yeah, also read
Because
the bottom.
the radii we're talking about, you see those lines everyone keeps drawing? Like the one that Matthew posted, the one that I posted, that line has to be a line and it has to be parallel with the other circles. So that can't happen on a globe.
Yeah, just read the bottom. You also know that the azimuth C is the bottom line, or on the bottom of the body will be a line drawn from the GP to your position and perpendicular to the tangent of the circle of position at your position. So the C is flat, the circle is flat. That's how it works.
I mean, go back to the top of the example. Tie a string at the top of a high straight pole, tie the other end to your shoe. Walk around the pole keeping the string taut, aka straight. Like, it's not hard. I mean, unless you're going to make up some idea that, okay, I know that they're illustrating this. However, in order for it to work on a globe, I'm going to think about something else. I mean, that's extreme mental gymnastics.
Okay, so to be clear, the image I posted at 58 after the hour, that's how it would work on a flat Earth. And the main difference between the flat Earth and the globe Earth is for sextants, is the assumption about how far away a star is. For it to work on a flat Earth, you'd have to assume that a star is a finite distance, whereas using a sextant on a globe Earth, you assume that it's an infinite distance.
Yeah, the star is above a position on the ground. This is already predetermined. That's why you're using the almanac. So it's not the star itself where you're like, okay, that thing right there is X amount of miles away. That's not the purpose of it. It's to find the distance between you and the place that the star has been noted to be overhead. That's why you record the time, and it has to be precise so that you know exactly where it is, so that you can calculate exactly where that is.
So sorry to disturb, guys. I just want to let you know I'm going to be heading out now. But yeah, thanks a lot for the information. I'm sorry I have to go. You guys take care. And,
no problem, buddy.
Blue Ben, good.
Have a good one.
Good chat.
Good night, Matthew. Goodbye.
Is no one else here?
I'm here, bro.
I'm here. I'm just doing other things as well.
That lad wants to meet me in the chill VC in a minute. He said he felt very disrespected in the live stream earlier, being called like names and stuff. But yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I must have missed that.
I mean, a lot of times these guys are talking about the text chat, which I look. I don't care what it is. If I'm talking to someone in the live stream, like you know how many people, like we have almost 30,000 members that could potentially speak in the live stream, voice text. Like
No,
we can't do
it was
about that.
about it in the live stream. It wasn't. Yeah, it was. He just didn't like how he was being called out, and that's all. I was telling him. I said, if you come back, I said we can keep it respectful, try and keep it moderated as best as possible. But you know, it's whether it's flow. But the server he's from, I want to start a back and forth thing with him anyway. Cycling's been talking about getting over there and admin mods, so I just realised I invited him to it and he's already on it. But yeah, I think he's 17, so like, you know, we just have to, you know, if he goes into the chill VC, I'll go down and talk to him. It would be nice if he could come in here and, you know, felt comfortable coming in here or whatever. But you know, we're not here to like pander to people. No.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. The Sexton argument, the reason why it's so powerful is it leads directly back to the Black Swan as well. Like if people are not getting that yet, then that's why it's obviously such a good argument.
The simple thing to say for that sextant is you can't have a 90-degree angle on a globe. Or is that
Yeah,
not
where's
right?
your pocket? Yeah, exactly. Where's your pocket? Exactly, bro. If anyone wants to understand it better, this is the best I can do, really, is this.
So what's Matthew already left. What's his rebuttal to that? Does he have one?
I don't think he had one.
This is the best I can do in terms of. Shame we can't pin it.
He tried to say that it assumes the distance of a star, while the globe would say that it's infinite.
No.
And I'm like, we're talking about the distance between you and the piece of land that is directly underneath this, which is a predetermined thing, which is why you have to use the almanac.
You're using it for an angle, bro, right? And at the end of the day, you're deriving your angle, right? So you have your angle, right? You derive the angle to the thing, okay, from where you are, right? Okay. The point is to get a roundabout location. One sec, sorry.
When was the sextant invented and by who? Does anybody know? Hundreds of years ago.
I don't know.
Basically, people have been navigating the oceans using it, assuming a flat plane for a long time, right? Before anybody thought about a globe.
So, like I said, what can I? Stack of NASA documents. What can I move? Right, B.O.B. That B.O.B. song can go because everyone knows where that song is. Unpin. So basically, I've just pinned into. I'm gonna pin my comments to the sextants, right, in the in this channel because it's one of the newest arguments.
There's a new person in here, Serious Shredder, no rolls. Just letting y'all know.
All right, let me get to him.
Serious Shredder. Sounds serious.
Serious Shredder. I think he's left. I know he's got Serious Shredder. You got control of your mic. So you like the guitar? That's nice. Serious Shredder. Saying you got control of your mic if you wish to speak. If not, yeah, let us know that you can hear us at least by popping yourself back on mute, or if not, eventually I'll have to re-serve and mute you, and then you have to go to get VC verified, or we can sort of just do it now. Exio, Zo, you have control of your mic. Thank you for popping back on mute. If you wish to speak, then you're more than welcome to. At the minute, the floor is sort of yours. Currently don't have anything else to be doing right now. So if you have any questions, especially Earth-related questions, that would be absolutely awesome. Throw them at us. We're not flat Earth regurgitation machines, so it's better to have a back and forth. A lot of people come here to listen, etc. But where did Elijah go? Just dipping without saying bye. Like,
I do that every
everyone,
time.
when you next see Elijah, yeah, make sure you just make him feel really bad for it. Just be like, bro, you left right without saying bye. Like that's just not on. Just make him feel so guilty. I'm just playing.
I do that every time. I can't make you feel bad for that.
Yeah, but you've been listen. You're afforded that luxury, bro. You're you, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Like, big
Maybe you're the
difference
one that.
between.
Maybe you're the one
Dave
person that you can get Reckonor to speak. Correct? Give it a try.
Yo, Reckoner, brother. Reckoner's added me as a friend. Reckoner, if you talk, bro, I will accept your friend request. How about that? I don't see why I can't talk. We got no problem with him talking up in here.
Oh well. He just likes to hang around and listen, I guess. To each their own.
Yeah, well, Reckoner is actually a flat earther. That's the thing. People don't get. I see him over at Gems, bro. Reckoner's there, just like defending the flat Earth all the time. People don't realize it, but he likes to sort of play both sides a little bit, like like he's on the fence, kinda. But I can sense where he's really at.
He just
He
auto
knows it.
voice in their server too. Same voice.
Well, it's just his,
That's supposedly his natural voice, right? Okay.
I'm not gonna comment on that. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, never mind. It's just funny hearing talk sometimes. Anyway.
Yeah, it's good to hear. It's nice to hear it occasionally, right?
Yeah.
It's like, come on, bro, give us the chopper.
Yeah.
It's actually going around. It's going to be impossible because it was going around as a rumor that I'm Reckoner. So like, and then there's been rumors about lots of people being Reckoner. So it's a bit hard, at the minute. If I mute my mic and load out or something, you might be able to speak then. Obviously jokes. I spoke to him loads of times in the past. He used to speak a lot more often. But I don't know. Yeah. The one at Boomtown. No, it's the guy. See.
Seen him a few months ago. He said, I pulled up and left the garage. I said, come from around his car, got and drove off. He said, it's made obvious.
I don't know if my friend Ant would do that.
Might be some different, but then
No, he's not that way inclined. That Imagine that though. Like, what size trailer was it? Oh. Imagine having like a 17-foot trailer and then asking someone to pick something up for you, and then it just goes missing. And they're like, no, like, I didn't do nothing. I didn't. They're like, no, I tried to pick it up and they wouldn't let me pick it up. Guys have spotted it loads of times, and sort of where we live, like you don't really ring the police on people, but it's like, okay, 17-foot trailer, man, worth quite a few thousands.
Weird.
Pretty quiet in here.
Indeed it is, buddy. Indeed it is. I'm enjoying it, actually. Who was that who spoke then?
That was me, Velser.
Velsa, Valued Globe Skeptic, VC Verified Nitro Booster IP. Thank you for boosting the server, by the way, dude. Is that our server in your About Me as well?
What's that?
Is that you in the About Me?
Yeah, that's me.
No, the Discord thing. The server in the About Me.
Oh yeah, that's a project of mine.
Oh, that's one of your servers, is it, dude?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Light Shift Alpha. Can I join?
Yeah, that's just a video game I'm developing.
Oh, okay. I'll try and keep in line with it, dude.
Yeah, that was a project that I created. Actually, I knew for a long time that the Earth, was not round, or at least, how can I say this?
Not the heliocentric model that they tell
Right.
us
I didn't believe in space and all that. Kind of ironic that even knowing that I would create a space game. I've been working on this for about 5 years.
It's actually not ironic, is it? Because when you think about it, so you're creating a game, okay? Right, you're creating a game. Games represent fiction and fictitious things and fanciful natured forms of media, right? Things that we can go into that we're basically in real life, things that we're not able to do whatsoever, right? Like kill people and then resume after we've killed them with a longsword, right? This is something that we're not able to do unless Valhalla is true. And me and you are currently doing it right now and we can prove it, right? So it's not weird that you did that. Not at all. It actually is very logical. Obviously, this is what people don't understand is that the video game industry, partially, right? It would be very cool if you could supplant within inside of your game some heliocentric contradictions inside of it. You could create like a contradictory key involved in it as well. So like a contradictionary almost, right? So
Yeah, I've considered sometimes the possibility of creating it. I'm a really good programmer. I've developed games for many years now. I don't have a title of my own yet, just because I tend to work on long projects. But I've thought about creating a game where it's on a flat Earth model, and I've actually created a flat Earth model project, and I compiled it into a video simulation that I have somewhere.
Really?
Yeah, it looks like it was done with animation software, but it's actually a game, and then I used video software to record it.
Oh, sweet. I do a little bit of like photo editing and stuff like that, just like playing around and stuff, really. But like, well, not playing around. I actually do it at I would say, semi-professional level because I've only been paid for like a couple of pieces of my digital artwork, which are like, I guess, renditions on previous artwork that's been done that I've added to in order to make it different and to put a slightly different spin on it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's really, really interesting, actually, Elsa. You look a lot like one of my friends. You're not him. You look a lot younger, actually. Now I just realised someone that I know on Facebook. So this game, like what I meant was, is like if you didn't want to go full hog with the flat Earth, you could at least update the pseudoscience, right? So like the rhetoric of the pseudoscience, right? So like you know, for instance, you know, like in your game, I don't understand exactly what type of game, if it's a first or third person, whether it's a pilot game, you know, what exactly it is. I'm going to look on your server a bit more and maybe learn a little bit more, but or you could tell me. But just adding in stuff like, you know, that mass attracting mass is something that's been superseded, just to get people up to date with the current pseudoscientific rhetoric. So at least they know what they're arguing, right?
Interesting. That is definitely something that I can do.
Because then you're not going outside of the realm of like because you don't want to create a game that's to do with space that goes directly against it for monetary value, like monetarily speaking. But what you can do is actually point out exactly what they're saying, but using language that's less cloaking than what they are and less occultic. So, like for instance, when Brian Cox explains something on the Joe Rogan, and he says, "Well, if there were wormholes, etc., etc., and the way that he words it, right, that looks very different when it's written out, right? Yeah." But no one can blame you for writing things out in the exact way that these scientific explainers actually say these things, right? How can they blame you, right? You can like cite quotes of these individuals and take them from like these podcasts, like Joe Rogan podcasts. So and to do so effectively, to almost put the idea of what space is out there, but for you to be the one who's in control of the way that space appears in terms of out of their mouths, right? So you frame it exactly. And I'm not like straw man in their position or cherry picking directly like that. I'm talking about just so that people can read it instead of hear it spoken in an eloquent English or what would be considered an eloquent American accent, right? So that it really reads what it is and what it's meant to stand for.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think I might do something like that.
Yeah, because you don't want to fly completely in the face of your target audience. If that makes sense, right?
Right. It has to be subtle. So
yeah, did you know that Elon did that actually, dude?
That what?
That he created an emulation or flat map, right, for a game.
I
right?
didn't. No.
Oh right. Shall I try and find it quickly?
I actually have to run here, but I'll be back a little bit later.
I may not be here. I did actually add you as a friend. Due
I saw
to
that. I shot you a message. I sent you that model I did in a video game environment.
oh sweet, I'll check it out. It'd be cool to maybe even yeah, if I could. I don't know. I'd love to be involved at some point in creating like forms of artwork or whatever, because you know I can maybe I'll send you. I'll send you some of my artwork.
All right.
Then you see what you think. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to get together on something, I'm really good with making stuff come together, especially in 3D. So that's something
Yeah,
that we can
man.
look into.
I'm good with some emulators and stuff, but like, you know, I've been meaning to make a song and meaning to do this and that, you know, but at least with the artwork stuff, I know it's stuff that I've already sort of done before, you know, like, so I can at least maybe stick to that a bit better. But yeah, dude, definitely. And what you just showed, that video is awesome, by the way, dude. I really like it. 100%.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, good work, bro.
That's one of several that I've made, but it's one of my better ones. All right, well, I got to run, but I'll be back a little bit later, and maybe you'll be here, maybe you
Alright.
won't, but I'll see you
Oh,
around.
well, yeah, just check me a DM, dude, because if you get your
Sure.
game up there, like, developed better, then maybe we can sort of, like, start chucking it about in the server so that, you know, you can have more input or, you know.
All right. I'll do that.
Yeah.
All right,
Sweet.
I really got to run. I'll see you
No
around.
worries, dude. Damn it. I believe Mr. Hank Hill has just joined the room. Welcome, Hank Hill.
Hello, everyone.
Yo, dude. How you doing? You alright?
Yeah, can't complain. Stayed up pretty late last night, but I'm all good.
Yeah, pretty late.
Yeah, I was playing a little six string on the live stream.
Oh, you were? I missed out. Time with that a bit.
I guess about 3 to 6 a.m. my time.
Oh, right. So, okay, yeah. I definitely would have been here then in the live stream. Definitely not. Oh yeah, dude, I sent you a couple of DMs. One of which is actually kind of pertinent. In the past, where maybe I didn't send it to you actually.
Go look.
The one where I said I'd like to clear up a few things that I said to you in the past. There was a reason for that. This will take 2 seconds.
Hello, guys. Good evening, all. What are we talking about today? Who here thinks the Earth is a globe? Nobody wants to talk? Hello? Aloha. Hello, Adam. Ben, Drace, Getbet, Godric, Godrockin, John, Joshua, KJ, Lucky Faye, Morvis, Obvious It Be, Phil, Reckoner, Sasha, Shinji, Spiral of Love, Will Be Flat, and Will Brax. And word was God. Good evening, all. Very nice to see you guys in this chat. Even though you're not talking, I appreciate your company. If you guys want, you could just listen to me go on and on. I just want to say that when I learned about Flat Earth 4 years ago, it changed my life for the better in many ways. And it was the greatest realization of all time for me. So if some of you are on the fence or still learning about it, I would say keep coming into the chat, keep learning, keep asking questions, and soon you'll get to the same conclusion we all got to. Thank you guys. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys later. Good night.
Hello, who was saying hello a minute ago? They leave already? Alrighty then.
And out about the route. Yeller.
My flat Earth story started back in about 2015, March or April. Being a Nibiru Planet X fanatic, and flat Earth ended up in my feeds, amongst other conspiracy type stuff. And I was laughing at it. I couldn't believe anybody would think the Earth was flat at that time in 2015. But if I go back to when I was a child, I remember walking on the beach in Hawaii with my father, and I asked him how far we could see to the horizon. He would tell me, about 40 miles. But we could see other islands like Molokai from where we were. And I haven't checked to see how far that exactly is. I think it's probably 20 miles or so. But from certain places on Oahu, you can see Kauai, which is about 100 miles away. And I just had a hard time as a child, still recovering from Santa Claus lie that the Earth was a ball. After I grew up a little bit, I was in the Navy on a submarine. And I remember being on topside watch, looking through periscopes, and all I ever saw was flat as far as the eye could see. And I was, again, at the age of 17, 18, 19, questioning the shape of the Earth again. I was in the navigation department, and the maps that I saw for the West Pacific didn't look anything like what I would imagine a globe would look like. I traveled all across the world, down to Australia, from Singapore, Thailand, Guam, and the Philippines. And whenever we come up and look through the periscope, it was flat. We could see too far, but I never got a clue. Not until 2015, when I started, for shits and giggles, looking at the flat Earth stuff with Eric Dubay, Matt Towerland, and my favorite of that time was Mark Sargent. And I started out when he was putting out his first flat Earth clues, and waited for each one to come out. And I remember I couldn't get enough flat Earth at that time. And there was hardly anything on the internet for flat Earth other than the few videos that YouTube suggested. And I've been flat ever since.
Good evening, morning, afternoon, everybody.
Happy solar.
Good morning, Texas.
So I'm not sure if that's Venus and the moon. They're paired up in the sky tonight, but if you get a chance to check it out when the sun goes down, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, my daughter pointed it out earlier.
The Earth's a ball. We can only see Venus during the daytime.
Yeah, that is a weird one that we can even see Mercury at all because Mercury's orbit is so small that we shouldn't be able to see it. It should be like snugged up to the sun so tight that it would be too bright to even see it. Probably Venus too, but I'm not sure. I'm not a math guy.
Seeing as how it's closer to the sun than we are, I feel like it, should be following the sun as well.
Well, Venus does precede or follow the sun. It is the morning or evening star, and half of the year, or I guess, you can see it and the other half sunrise. And they're not real close, but pretty close. So what are we talking about? Any numbers?
No, it's been pretty quiet for the last hour or so.
The
Robot Hill.
Yeah, it was interesting listening to your story there, Wilby Flat. It's cool how you used to work on submarines, because I always find that as one of the best kind of analogies to try and get people to wrap their head around the absurdity of the ISS and just how they how these these
We never
clowns just
compensated for the curvature of the ocean. The ocean didn't curve.
No, I mean how like you're working in, surrounded by an extreme pressurized, extreme environment basically when you're submerged. It's analogous to its reverse for the ISS, of course. They've got extremely low pressure surrounding them.
Yeah, that puppy leaked.
And just how strict I imagine the protocols on a submarine are, There's no effing around.
There's no way the ISS could remain pressurized.
Mm.
They'd have to be constantly shipping oxygen or making air from water.
Mm-hmm. But it's just how unprofessional they behave as well in the videos,
Yeah.
In general.
We didn't have any of the miscellaneous bullshit on the submarine.
They claim to be making the oxygen from the water, but then they also claim that they have a very limited water supply, so that they have to reuse all of the water. So they're net negative on water and oxygen. Oh, and yeah, they make the poop coffee out of poop. Another funny tidbit is they don't have any methane scrubbers on the ISS, so the air is probably mostly farts at this point.
Do y'all have a quick link for Don Pettit talking about the Chugga Chug coffee? My daughter's interested in finding out how they make coffee on the ISS.
Yeah, I would also be interested in having that video so I can post it again. The closest thing I have is this.
That platypus was still in diapers when I was on a submarine.
What did you say?
I said GE Platypus was still in diapers, or not even born when I was on a submarine.
Okay, I misheard you. I was like, what? Did he say that they had to wear diapers on the submarines? Because that's what the astronauts claim they're doing. They claim they're wearing diapers, so...
That's just for the ISS. We wore what they called poopy suits, which are just one-piece overalls. And that's just because everybody stank.
Poop suit coffee. Brewing up a cup, my dear.
Is that the video there? I'm not too sure myself.
Am I still a little robot?
You're good, Hank.
Where's Helio? It's Saturday.
He's watching a sci-fi movie or sleeping it off.
No, I know better than that. He's watching a sci-fi movie. He ain't sleeping it off. Apparently, he's having a very good time.
Yeah, we'll be flat. I think that's the video there. It's a bit edited though.
I've seen it before. Yeah, the Don Pettit makes me cringe. He's such a retard.
Oh, he certainly is. The best of the best. 1 out of what, 4,000 candidates?
he would not have
Who remembers the
survived
best
on
of the best?
What was that, Hank?
Pettit would not have survived on a
No,
submarine.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm surprised he survives rolling out of bed in the morning, to be honest. Ah, nice one, Helio. You're a Sopranos fan as well.
Have a good time, Helio.
Just saying, I would refuse to be sent anywhere with Don Pettit.
I could see Don Pettit as a character on Sesame Street.
Yeah, he fits the bill. He's a children's entertainer type. I think that's why NASA hired him. Just throwing it in people's faces.
Yeah, also known as a chomo.
I'll never get over the clip with him being asked what they do if they have a leak. And he's like, well, you just got a leak. Okay. Okay.
But like I said, submarines leaked all the time. And I'm sure there's no way they could keep the ISS from leaking all the time as well.
Well, I mean, the ISS should just explode, essentially. With any rupture.
Yeah, they couldn't keep it full of air. There's no way. We could blow water out. We could pump water out. You can't do that with a vacuum.
What is the the most extreme pressure the outer surface of a submarine's been having to deal with? What's the deepest depth you guys went to?
40 some years ago, our crush depth, I'm sure it's not classified anymore, it was about 1,300 feet. And that's not that deep.
Yeah,
that's only but that's that was our test depth, or maybe crush depth was a little deeper than that, but I think the deepest I ever went was in Bremerton in Washington, in that where it's a bay outside of Seattle where it gets really, really deep, and we did sound trials in that bay. That's where they test you for how much noise you're making and stuff like that. We normally travel about. Go ahead, Hank.
No, bro, you're mid-sentence. Go ahead, bro.
I was just saying the deepest we usually travel was around 400 feet. That was, that was our cruising altitude or depth. And periscope depth was about 35 feet. We'd poke our antennas and whatnot up through the water at that depth. We didn't ride on the surface very much unless it was really shallow, because those round bottom boats will get you sick fast. I'm done.
So that was the first time I seen the Don Pettit's coffee video. I didn't know that he actually talked like that. Like, it's like a cartoon character. Like he's playing
Sesame Street.
I was like, which way did he go, George? Which way did he go? But he, at first I thought flat earthers had cut it to make it funny, and that they really didn't like drink the poop coffee from yesterday. But then what else could it mean? You said you turn yesterday's coffee into today's coffee. How do you do that? Is there any other way to do that?
Well, I'm not sure about the. Wait, let me listen to this clip. Hold on.
I was really hoping that like flat earthers had just made like a funny video. Did you say Corvid?
I'm just thinking, is this the secret behind Starbucks?
Sources say yes.
I mean, it would make the profit model very profitable if you could just connect it to all the sewer systems.
I mean, you would think he's just kind of implying they're recycling the urine, but I can't imagine they have different septic tanks for flushing number 1 or 2. It must all go in the same tank. So they're just recycling everything.
Yeah, from what I heard from them, they wear diapers and they have to scoop the goodies out of the diapers so that they can get all the water out of it. Because that's the only water they have. The ladies' time of month, I don't know, man. That's a whole other.
Who knows?
That's a crime scene. Somebody get the crime scene tape.
Cringe, Drace. That's cringe.
And methane filter. And if you've ever spent more than a few days like without a shower, like everything is just like messed up. Like you gotta wash, those 3 parts: your mouth, your armpits, and your unmentionables, like at least once a day, right? You don't have to wash your hair, you don't have to shower, but you gotta. That's some hell of a cheese.
You've been roboting a little bit, so only parts of that got through. Yeah, it just ended up on cheese.
Yeah. Got the gist of it though, Hank.
But one of the things I find really weird, if I'm supposed to believe the ISS, how is it not filled with particulates? If it's in 0G and all of them are shedding hair and skin cells and all of this stuff, why isn't the air full of that?
They would say electronic precipitators, electric plates that the air would be passed through to pull that stuff out.
All of it's just pulled out of the air. Nothing gets collected on all of the loose wiring and all the white surfaces.
Well, that wouldn't stop happening, but yeah, on the submarines, we'd pass the air through precipitators.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that they're not swimming in a sea of skin cells. Yeah,
They
that and the CO2 scrubbers.
Air, so.
We have to scrub the CO2 out of the air as well. We pumped the hydrogen overboard when we made water. Or made oxygen.
That. But you also have access to oxygen and you have access to water.
Yeah, we break the seawater down into its constituent molecules, pump the hydrogen overboard, and then bleed the oxygen in at about 15% to restock the air. The CO2 would be scrubbed out. I don't remember exactly. That we had crystals that would absorb the CO2, and there were also another process. I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
See, at least that's viable.
Was this
it was a pretty
continuous
interesting job.
process, or was it scheduled?
It's continuous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to just drink distilled water. There were distilled water lines. You could drink it out of the potable water tanks, which I didn't find very palatable. But we used distilled water in cooling systems, and you could. There are certain locations on the boat where you could bleed nice, fresh distilled water out of the system. That's what I would drink.
Yeah, I drink distilled water myself.
This was 44 years ago. I was doing that.
Yeah, I'll only drink distilled. I'll settle for spring, but I don't drink any filtered water.
Same here, Hank.
I could do spring, because spring is not too bad, depending on where you get it.
I distill my well water. That's what I do. No, MacGyver, no vacuum toilets in a submarine.
Awesome, thank you.
But we would pressurize the ship tanks to blow that overboard, and then they'd vent that shit indoors, and it was not a pleasant process. Because the tanks would still be pressurized after the process.
Oh yeah.
The first one to open up that ball valve would get a surprise.
I bet. Yeah, well, see, at least that makes sense. I look at those vacuum toilets on the ISS and wonder, what it would be like if you stuck a shop vac up against your butt and tried to poop into it. And I still, it seems silly, but I really can't figure out the physics of pooping into a vacuum toilet. But who am I to know?
You'd have a hickey on your dicky.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could possibly suck your guts out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's if you got the tight seal that would be required to keep the ISS cabin nice and clean.
I'm going to quote a very dear person to me. I worked with her for quite a few years. She said, Nicolo!
Oh, man.
Silly you.
Very sweet lady. Very sweet lady.
I won't ask, why she said that, but I do like the saying.
I'll tell you, I was taking boxes out, and the corner of the box just happened to credit card her backside.
Right in the old coin slot, eh?
Yeah, I didn't mean to. It was an accident. But it was fucking funny.
Hope everybody's enjoying their weekend. Mine has been pretty good.
Same here, Chalice. And same to you.
Thank you. May your blessings continue to be innumerable.
And may your light shine to the blind, the couldn't sees, the Sadducees, and the wouldn't sees.
Amen.
The Pharisees.
It's Wayne's World, party time, excellent.
Have you guys ever Googled the orbital decay of the International Space Station? See how much it falls back to Earth every day due to its microgravity environment?
I was just thinking about that right now. Can't remember any numbers off the top of my head, though.
I don't remember the exact number, but it's something like, I think, 30 meters per day or something. So if you calculate that out over a couple of months or weeks even, you're getting closer and closer to Earth, and then it has to be some sort of exponential pull as you get closer to the center of the spherical spinning Earth, with all the gravity and stuff. And so it'd have to fall quicker and quicker and more as it gets closer. And then you ask people, well, what puts the ISS back up to its cruising altitude so that it doesn't just crash into Earth, because it's been there for like 20 years or something, supposedly. And they all...
they claim to have thrusters to correct for this decay. So.
Yeah, they're like pulse rockets or something like that, but... you never see it. And then some people say, oh no, those are just for directionality and adjustments. But it's actually like the Soyuz that pushes it back up into its altitude. And but nobody really has any good answers for that one.
My guess is it's NASA ships them more helium.
Oh yeah, for sure. That is true. I have videos on my channel where I was watching the ISS live stream, and you can actually see the shadow of the ISS on the ground. And then once you know where to look, because all the ISS quote-unquote live streams are just replays all the time, you can go back now and just find it yourself. And as long as the sun's in the right location, so it appears to actually be some sort of, I guess because it's supposed to be in space, I'd call it a low altitude weather balloon at this point. I'll post the video because it's pretty darn easy to see. And everyone goes, oh no, it's a spot on the lens of the camera. And I said, oh, well, so they have to do a spacewalk to go outside and clean the lens of the camera? When do we ever see that? So on and on it goes, as you guys know.
God, I love
Robert Bassano did a really... Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying, you gotta love the floppy doors on the ISS.
Robert Bassano did a really good...
Sorry, I'm like, bro, those floppy doors, like, they're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. That's one of the craziest things I've seen.
It's insanity. Total insanity.
What were you gonna say about Robert Bassano? Yeah, my bad. I did it again.
That's all right. I was just waiting. Planeta Veritas, also known as Robert Bassano, did a really good video where he called like one of the Hubble director people, like high up in NASA, like in charge of Hubble, and he went over the descent rate, and I think everybody would find that to be a very interesting video.
So I thought I was wrong because I was gonna bring that up because I thought that he went over that decay rate or whatever you call it, and he sure did, didn't he, Hank?
Yep, I believe so.
And the guy said, what did he say? He said that no, they didn't have any weighted thrust or anything like that, didn't he?
I would have to watch the video again. I haven't seen it in a while. Sorry, I can't answer any questions. I just said it would be an interesting video, which is not a lie.
This is true. Very interesting. You guys want me to find that? Has anybody in here not seen it? All right then, find it yourself. For whatever reason, I don't know exactly where it is either. Like I didn't save it, but you can go to Robert Bassano's channel.
So it's funny oh, go ahead.
Yeah, anybody who hasn't seen Planeta Veritas YouTube channel, there was some really good stuff back in the day. John, also known as Quantum Racer, started out there. Some really good stuff on that old channel.
That is very true.
Look, do you know where his stuff is? I would love to hear some old John, some old QE, I should say. Like would you know like the title, or could you link like one of those? If it's like too much,
I'm at work.
I'll look.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, that's all right. Everybody always talks, well, not everybody, but there are people who always talk about like the old John, QE, and it's like I'd like to have heard, him.
The number one thing I like about those old shows was that Robert and John didn't always agree with each other, which made some very interesting, high quality arguments. But that may just be that, John is stuck in his ways, or it may be that Robert was a young buck and hadn't figured it all out yet. But either way, they were high quality arguments because they weren't like getting out of control and getting all butthurt and emotional. Also, John migrated to Cathexis' channel, which I'm pretty sure most people are aware of, but if any of you new guys aren't familiar with that, Cathexis and John, also known as Quorum Racer, they did some really good stuff too. And I would also recommend Scientism Exposed. That is also very high quality stuff to share with your normies. So I saw this video today and it was like basically talking about how to red pill people. And it was like this lady, she was a psychologist from some, university or some shit. And she was like, studies show that if you talk to anti-whaters and you talk to them about the spectrum, right, that happens sometimes afterwards, she said if you talk to them about that, they're not going to receive any of the information. The brain scans show that they're not taking in the information. But if you don't talk about the thing that you disagree on, and she's basically saying obfuscate and talk about the health of the little ones, talk about that instead and how it's so important that we, make sure that people don't get a deadly disease.
Yeah, the greater good.
Yeah. Because, the measles is like 0.01%. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that. But yeah, she was teaching people obfuscation tactics. Like, this is how you red pill people. So I'll post that video.
Our
Anybody's
definition of red pilling people is pulling them back into the matrix. Is that what
Yeah.
you're getting at? Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. Now they're co-opting that term, I guess.
So I just typed in the word communist.
Yeah, the manufacturers of the product tell you in their labels that it might cause a lot of damage, and they also tell you, a lot of side effects, adverse reactions. But measles, you gotta take it because of polio or measles. This product might cause some side effects, but measles.
All right, bro. Here's the video I was talking about. So facts don't win fights. Here's how to cut through the confirmation bias.
I don't
So
even
they're
watch
acting
that,
like
man. It's gonna no.
it's gonna piss you off.
Yeah, I hate stuff. I can't stand watching stuff like that. I'm not like Indio. He said the other day he's always keeping up with the enemy's propaganda and techniques. It's always the same. It's painful.
Well, I've been pointing out, for I guess about 6 months, when you got a Glober saying, "I'm not talking about that."
Hank, you gotta repeat that because
He's not
your satellite connection.
accusing you of a straw man. He's saying
Hank, your satellite connection is not good at the moment. Turn on your 5G. Is it me or is Hank?
I wish Hank had a better connection on the go. I do enjoy listening to him, but I never hear him.
This.
You gotta check your 5G connection or the satellite connection, bro. Everything you said, is just being chopped up.
Oh yeah. Don't win arguments.
Yo, Jimsy, where you been at, brother? You rich already? You too rich to come kick it with us?
Yeah, I was moving. It took me like over a week to move. I've been working. How you doing? I'm okay. Doing good.
That's good, brother. Good to hear your voice.
I just finished moving, and it took some time to get that done.
Where'd you move to? Did you move to a different state or just a different house?
Different house.
Okay.
I'm closer to Indio now, but I've never met him.
Well, does anyone know what Indio even looks like?
Yeah, like that Chinese character from the movies.
That's what I think he looks like.
I would say stay away from Indio. He'll put your ass to work.
That my train? It may very well be, or it may not be. I don't know yet. Yes, it is.
Elijah,
what's up?
Did you see the links I dropped for cathexis from 4 years ago?
No. Is QE in those?
It kind of looks like he might be. I haven't listened to him for a while, but he used to do a lot of stuff with QE. And if you look at the last drop in voice text, that looks like QE's work.
Okay.
Yeah, Cathexis started out his channel reading books and kind of doing like little hangouts with small groups of people, and then he ended it with QE.
Well, I'm about to go underground. I'll check you guys. I'll get those links. Who dropped those so I could search you up and find the links when I get back up? Let me.
Will be flat. Will be flat.
Oh, okay, cool.
Will be flat.
Oh, yeah. I found it. I found it. Thank you for that.
Will be or is it now?